Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Oh, I didn't turn my lights on. This is going to be an interesting day. At least it's over. Well, for us, it's over. Judgment Day. Lots of stuff going on. Lots of stuff going on. Lots of people with opinions. Lots of people are going to speak today. Uh, Diddy's children. Oops. Diddy's children. Uh, oh, I don't know if Gina's going to testify. People are going to testify on Diddy's behalf. People are going to testify on Cassie's behalf. I'm hoping they bring in Cassie. They've been kind of tight-lipped about the prosecution side. Maureen Comey no longer here. She's been relieved of her services. The prosecution has a lot of pressure under them. So they fired Maureen because she didn't do the job that they think she should have did. So now, the new prosecution, you better be on your P's and Q's. Oh, let me see if they started talking about it. Hold on. Lots of pressure under the prosecution. Judge, listen, people get so upset when I say this. We don't know what's going to happen, right? Oh, Diddy has filed publicly the video that he wants to play at his sentencing. Okay, sounds like it's going to be a video. Okay. Wow. Here we go. Let's see. Starts at 10 o'clock. Okay, so so they're 1 minute late. Okay, now, Sean versus Combs sentencing starts. U.S. wants 11 years. He wants time served. Today, he has a video, at least 4 lawyers to speak, opposed Mia, but she will speak. Okay. Inner City Press. Okay. So that's good. Did he do it? I don't know. Combs' lawyer mill around. He has still not been brought out. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of paper and a red book bag, picks up the chair to search underneath. All clear. Okay, so we're waiting. Diddy's not there yet. Lots going on. Listen, people get mad when I say this. And listen, my opinions don't have to be your opinions. But if you look at the judge's past behavior, Diddy has tried to get out 5 times. What makes you think he's going to change his mind? Well, I'm just being honest. Like, we don't know what's in his head. But he shows a clear pattern of not feeling Mr. Combs. He doesn't like him. That's what I think. People are throwing parties. There's supposed to be a big party thrown tomorrow in Diddy's behalf if he's released. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Perry, you understand my opinion.
Well, no, I mean, I do. Understand your opinion. It comes across that way that if he was going to give Diddy a break, is what you're saying. Damn it, he would have gave him.
Well, don't you think?
A while. Well, I would think so too. Just my opinion. I think at the end of the day, he's still gonna have a reputation. This judge after this, whatever the sentencing is, and I think it's probably in his best interest to be fair by the law, because he's gonna be judged by it from years down the road. But I just think going into it, Diddy, of course, the prosecution want 11 years. And I think Diddy's team is asking for basically 14 months time served.
Basically, yeah.
He might get 2 years, 3 years, or it might B, he might get out on probation. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like how they do it, because the tricky thing is this: when this trial first started, it was a lot of charges against him. Now it's just down to the Mann Act, which a lot of people have their feelings for or against or whatnot. But it simply come down to those charges, and a lot of people that done similar things, in most cases, it's a misdemeanor. Like, no. I'm only saying this, but he's there and he's keeping them there, Diddy there. But with these charges, I just think that shit, we don't know what the judge gonna do at the end of the day. Like, he can come up there and say, hey, you know what? We didn't lose everything because New York spent a lot of money on this case. And this to come down to this Mann Act charge, they might have to give him a couple years just to try to justify the money they spent. You know,
I heard they spent a lot of money.
When you got
a lot of money's being spent.
Helicopters and boats pulling up to your house and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy to me. But at the end of the day, Diddy did get freaky with these girls. I feel like they, I ain't gonna rehash the case, but it seemed like, they all agreed to it. And it's a case.
And also, too, let's say this. We don't know what the judge is going to do. Maybe somebody's what do they call it? Witness victim statement, stuff like that. That could, sway a judge. There's going to be a couple people talking today, but most likely he's not getting out. And I don't care what they say. This is just my opinion. I'm not right. You guys allow me the chance to be wrong. His children are supposed to speak. I don't care what they say, how no one ever served a lot of time for the Mann Act. Every case is different, and the judge doesn't like him. And let me tell you this, he works at the Southern District. Maureen was his friend. No, you got my friend fired. It's just ridiculous. No, I don't see how y'all seeing victory. I'm not saying that you're right. I don't know. I'm just saying what I see through my eyes. I want everybody to allow me my opinion, and we're going to respect each other's today. What are y'all planning parties? What?
No, I would.
What is wrong with y'all?
I wouldn't go that
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, because you don't want to see anybody go to jail. But he not going. What? That's this how I feel.
I would say
that. Terry, you feel there's a miracle that's going to take place.
Oh, no,
why do you think that?
No. At this point, seriously, I guess the miracle already happened for Puffy. Those other charges are gone. I don't see them giving him no more than 5 years. I'm just saying, like, and you'll say 5 years, Perry, that's still a lot of time. Like you said,
with
every
time
case
served, it's not.
Huh?
With time served, it's not a lot of time.
What you mean it's not a lot of time? 5 years?
Yeah.
If they gave him 5 years today and he got to do 4 more years.
You mean he has to serve 5 years, or he'll get time served?
Oh, no, serve. If he had to serve 5 years, I'm just saying at this point, we don't know what the judge is going to do. Because personally, I ain't planning no party.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Because to be honest with you, I thought he'd be home for the 4th of July.
Hi, Beatrice. The videos Diddy will be showing Gar about his family and how much he loved them, and time spent, and the time he spent with them. Yeah, but
I actually seen it somewhere on the internet today too. It's just a big thing he don't produce to show all.
Okay, here we go, you guys. It said, Judge Clerk, we are ready to proceed. This is the clerk talking to the judge. We are ready to proceed. Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell? He said, yes. Now they're waiting for Combs to be brought in. I know he filed paperwork to be wearing a suit. He wanted to wear a suit and his street clothes and something else. Maybe this video. Maybe that's what I said. Remember.
He wanted to speak too. I think he still get a chance to speak, right?
On top of the video?
Now, was the video him speaking, or did he want to speak to the judge?
He
I don't
wanted
know.
to, but I didn't know. I don't know if he was granted that.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
uh, Beatrice says the video is going to also show his family, how much he loved them, and time. Listen, I don't know. Let me see. What would I do if I was Diddy? You've spoken to the judge before. All you can do is hand out sincere apologies. I understand the defense's strategy is this is not a DV case. Got it. Yes, you're right, defense. This is not a DV case. But the power at this point lies in the hands of the judge. So we got to take a good, deep look at the judge. Maureen Comey was his friend.
Mm-hmm.
You say he's got to worry about his reputation. He ain't think about that. Diddy has a lot of people that hate him. So he will be satisfying that part. But I feel there's a personal resentment. We're human. The judge is supposed to be fair. Got it. But we're human.
Mm-hmm.
You like who you like. You don't who you don't. You don't like who you don't like. That's just it. He shows sincere disdain for P. Diddy, aka Sean Diddy Combs. Now, we can't be stupid.
And I agree with that, right? But my point is just, you could say his friend loves his job. Well, his friend losing a job should be a sign to his ass too. Right? Like at the end of the day, you're an appointed judge. You're a judge. You're gonna get judged off your rulings. Now, he could have just kept him in, not giving him bail, just to give his friend some satisfaction that Diddy wasn't home for the 4th of July. Like I said, I don't know if they gonna give him 2 years, time served, what they gonna give. Because at this point, whatever Diddy get for the charges, he deserved, because that's the charges, right? He had a chance to defend himself in court. He lost. These are the charges. Let's keep it real. If me and you went to court and got charged with something, we got to do the time, do the crime, do the time. But a lot of people like myself look at the crime and say, even don't push it too far, because most people get away with a misdemeanor. And I know it sounds like, I mean, we ain't talking about the DV stuff. This ain't about the DV. This is about him and the, what is it, man? Huh? Mann Act, right? And let's just focus on that, because a lot of people get off to, well, he did wrong. Yeah. Nobody condone DV and all that stuff, but this ain't about this. It's about his sentencing for the charges he was charged with. And I think his guidelines for it.
Even with that period, do you remember? We are old. We are old enough to remember the OJ trial. He got off, but then they got him in the civil court. So what I'm saying is the judge is supposed to be non-biased. He's supposed to be neutral, but he's a human being. His friends got fired and ridiculed. So people don't understand this. Let me tell you guys this. The people that don't like Diddy, this was still considered a win for Diddy, a huge win, because they couldn't get RICO charges. It's a win for him. So the prosecutors were upset. That's why Maureen got fired. They were like, we gave you all of this, support and all of this money, and you couldn't get him convicted on the RICO charges. She got fired for it.
Right.
Now let's talk about the rumor. So I don't think he's getting off. Perry's being open-minded about it, saying he's got to follow the law. I don't think he's going. I think he just doesn't like Diddy. They put Diddy in front of him 5 times. And even a couple days ago on the 25th, when he wanted a new trial, anything he's ever asked for in this case, he has been denied. So we're waiting for Diddy to come in, by the way. And I'm steady looking, you guys. Here we go. It says Sean Combs is brought in. He's in a white shirt. He put his papers under the table, leaned back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother's there. Brian's still standing next to him, whispering in his ear. Ooh, inner city's getting real personal. Oh, did you say it's going to be shown on Court TV, Perry?
No. I mean, just the outside of the courthouse. Who may be coming in? You know how they do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You can't have cameras in the courtroom. I
Right.
forgot. I'm tired. Hold on, guys. Let me just go to Court TV just in case something is happening. So they're live. Let's see. Oh, they're not going to show it, but that would be great. Oh, they only got 6,000 people in the chat. Oh, and it's just showing the door.
Right. I mean, because basically too, like I've been just checking out things before we came on, and they actually saying it might not even be a sentencing today. This might carry over until Monday. So
why do they keep dragging this case out? I'm so sick of this case. Like, just sentence him so we can go on our way.
Yeah, I mean that'd be great for us. But what if you was the person facing the time?
Yeah, that's very insensitive of me.
Look,
very insensitive.
Let's slow it down a little bit. Slow it down. Let my lawyers talk. I don't pay them a lot of money. Let them do this, and check out my video, by the way.
And that's what his attorneys are supposed to do.
Yeah.
And I don't think Diddy had bad attorneys. He had good attorneys that did the things that they're supposed to do. With that being said, I strongly, let's see what they're talking about on Court TV. I mean, on Law and Crime. Hold on, guys. I don't want to miss it. Are they going to talk during the whole thing? Let's see.
Oh, I don't know. And they might, because it's almost like the finale.
Yeah, if we've been following it this long, we must proceed to the end. And so the rumor is that they're not going to have a judgment today. These are just lawyers. Let's see what they're saying.
Right. And hopefully he considers, and in his rendering, he talks about what he considered, including and particularly what he saw today.
Sierra, so first of all, we're getting an update from court. Want to let everybody know we're going to have updates from court. We're going to read them to you in real time. There's no cameras allowed, but we'll let you know what's happening. Sean Combs has been brought in. He's wearing a white shirt, so he's not wearing his MDC clothes. He puts his papers under the table. He's been leaning back. He blows a kiss to the gallery, his mother. Brian Steele is standing next to him, whispering in his ear. So we're about to start this sentencing hearing right now. Sierra, there have been a flurry of letters. There has been a flurry of communication to the court in anticipation of this sentencing. What are some of the notable letters that the judge has received in anticipation of this?
He's received multiple different letters and all of this. And I guess it makes sense, right? Because both sides want a win here. We didn't see a complete sweep in terms of the conviction. All of the drama there, overall a win for Diddy. So the prosecution wants as much time as they can get, right? So they're going to bring forth letters talking about that. But counter the defense on the same side of things, they want as little time as they can get for P. Diddy. So of course we've notice that Diddy himself has prepared a statement, that he likely will read it if that is allowed. Then of course we have the information about other victim impact statements, talking about Cassie, Mia. There's been some back and forth here that the defense says we don't want Mia to speak. This has nothing to do with her. His conviction has nothing to do with Mia. Why are we even bringing that up? So that's one of the other additional letters. Then there's also information from Gina. If we're going back to the trial and talking about this is victim number 3, who, if you guys remember, go back in your memory bank. Initially, victim 3 was going to be Gina, going to testify for the government. Then in the final hour, the government said, we don't know where she's at. Like, we don't have her. So suddenly there were only 3 victims rather than the 4. And since all of this has come out, Gina has said, I felt that I was, pressured by the prosecution to come forward and say that I was a victim when I wasn't really. So the defense now has this in their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So we've got multiple letters, support against some of the victims, the allegations, all of it is kind of culminating today with sentencing.
Yeah, that's.
Let me talk about Gina for a minute, you guys. Gina went on the Tasha K show. She's the girl that said Diddy put his hands on her. I believe she said he hit her in the stomach or something like this when they were in the closet. She was totally against Diddy. She has done a 180 since that time on the Tasha K show. Now she's saying, so she left the country so she didn't have to testify. I can't believe that they didn't subpoena her. I can't believe she's not held in contempt of court. I can't believe that she's in jail, let alone writing a letter. And she, in this letter, according to them, she attacks Cassie. She said, this was all willing. I was not a victim. She used another word. And she is definitely Team Diddy, and not just Team Diddy, like Carisha. Carisha was Team Diddy, but in her letter, Carisha says, Young Miami, her rap name, she says that I wasn't there for all the other stuff everybody's talking about. But Gina comes out swinging, and she's really attacking Cassie. Yeah, so that's a huge thing. You didn't testify, and you're saying that Cassie's delusional and this didn't happen, but you went on the Tasha K show and told everybody else a different complete story. That's why I don't think her letter is going to mean too much. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about that. So right now we're just talking about Callie said something. They lied. Gina was never missing. They did not want her to get on that stand and tell the truth. They're saying she was missing. That's what they said. But yeah, it's crazy, huh?
You had a little small update on that inner city press.
Okay.
I think it's probably say maybe a minute ago or something.
You're right. We're lagging. Jeez. Okay. Now it's, oh, I already got that. Yeah, I'm up to date. It's interesting. It says, all rise. This is the U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Submarinian says, do we have the signed order for forfeiture? Oh, yes, I'm handling it. Judge says, first, I'll go over that I have received the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. Oh, let me read this next one. Judge, I've received the defense reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciate the letters. I received the governor's letters from Ms. Ventura and others. I appreciate them. They're bringing in the guns. Okay, what? Listen, their jobs are on the line. The prosecution's jobs are on the line. If they don't get time for Diddy, they're fired. They might as well fire themselves. But they're talking about, now this gets interesting. They want, if he's convicted, they want a sign of order of forfeiture. They want to give Diddy's money to the what it would be, the government.
Is that what that means?
They want to be able to take his money. Wow. I don't know. Whoa. And he's got lots of it because rumors is he has brought Carisha a house since he's been locked up, paying her mortgage. They say he's still paying 50 Cent's ex. I cannot think of her name. Daphne is a real name. She testified under the name. I cannot remember. Huh?
Jane.
Jane.
Yeah, was it? I don't forget. I just know Ain't worth shit.
They just don't want to win. They just don't want jail time. They want his money, which would mean he wouldn't be able to take care of a lot of people, his family. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
And I think here's another little small update too.
I'm sitting here with my mouth hanging over. You know, we heard about that. Wow. And will this, if they get that forfeiture, what would this mean for other people? Here we go. Attorney Alexandra, we are going to submit a course of evaluations from MDC. Slavic says, we don't have a copy. Judge says, please give her one. Slavic says, Mia no longer wishes to address the court today. Mia. Y'all, I've gotten brain fog. Which one was Mia? In part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Okay, so Mia was the girl who got fired, went back, and kind of had a crush on Diddy. Another one just came in. Slavic says, we think the defense letter violate your honor's rules. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. See, the judge is always, he looks out for the defense. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? ? He says, the Reverend, we're not bringing in T.D. Jakes, are we? The Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. No, it can't be T.D. Jakes. Now, we know he had a big, strong relationship with T.D. Jakes, but T.D. Jakes can't get involved in this mess because he has his own rumors surrounding him. And like, why were you at the damn... Here, let me take this down. Why were you at the freak offs? Anyway, let's talk about this forfeiture. They want to take the man's money. This is a bold move. If they take his money... And the judge most likely is going to grant it. Listen, I'm not being for Diddy or against Diddy. I'm just saying how I feel. The judge has a clear history of not liking Diddy. Let's just be real. He don't like him. But if he signs the forfeiture and takes the man's money, damn the RICO Act, that's a big victory for the prosecution.
Yeah.
And what does that mean for his family? He worked all those years for his money. Now, Diddy wasn't born into money. He did that with his own hard work. If they take his money, what does that mean for his attorneys? What does that mean for everything? And if he gets out, so let's say they give him 11 years because they're going to give him the max that the prosecution asked for. That's my opinion. I don't know if he's going to get 11 years. But let's say he gets 11 years. When he gets out, he's going to be broke.
Right.
Did y'all see me gasp when I heard that they want the forfeiture signed?
Right. And like somebody's saying that since he got off on the RICO, they can't do that. So I'm not sure. But
I hope that's right. Now, I don't know if you should take the man's money because what that means for other people is that's not good. But if because we don't want them bringing RICO charges on others and then just taking their money and without some real, I don't even know. Like if when drug dealers go to jail and they're rich, let's just say, do they take their money? The person I'm thinking of is BMF.
I don't know.
People are saying he's broke. BMF. Y'all know who I'm talking about? BMF. And also 50 Cent been dragging him all week, making fun of him and saying you're going to be behind bars. Here we go. Slavic says, we think the defense letter violate your honor's rules. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate. It should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs, the Reverend, and Mr. Combs' children will come up and take the stand. You see something else before that, Perry?
Yeah, it was like a minute ago.
Read it.
You had to refresh. Judge,
Oh, is it? Here it goes. Steele says, also, Giovanni from the program. I don't know who Giovanni is. Judge says, Ms. Slavic, question mark. She says, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and the victims. The court is within its rights to exclude characters' witnesses. 940F, and then she reads off the code. Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. Now, listen. I don't know, but I mean, I sat through Maureen Comey's court case. Slavic giving reasons and then following that reason up with court law. It's another word for it. Case law. They're not playing today. The prosecution has gotten their act together and they said, F this. Y'all not gonna make a fool out of us, and we not losing our jobs. Because listen, if the prosecution loses, they're going to lose their job. I don't think they're gonna lose. They have the most important person on their side, and that's the judge. But going after the money, that's a bold move. And it aces him not getting RICO charges. If you don't have any money, how do you pay for your defense?
Well, you don't have nothing. They ain't defending you for free.
Oh, this is different. Like, this is a different prosecution. Slavic ain't playing. Like, when was the court, when the trial over? Maybe June, I can't remember. They've been practicing. They said, we're not Maureen Comey or her dad. You know, her dad is getting in trouble too. I'll talk about that later. I don't want to talk about it because I can't, but the prosecution's not playing this time. And at times, last time, the defense made the prosecution look incompetent. At times, they made them look incompetent. But this is a battle of all battles. God damn.
Well, you know, it's all formality too, Sherelle. Like, of course,
we got one more, Perry. I got one quick. Slavic says, we think the defense letter violates your honor's rules. I thought the tone was inappropriate and should not happen again. And then he turns to the other side and says, Mr. Combs, and then they just go over who's taking stand. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, no, I was saying, yeah, it always sounds explosive when a person talks, but it really, at the end of the day, might not mean shit. And until Diddy attorneys talk. Like, we've been there with the witnesses. It'd be like, whoa, until they got crossed or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to go. I know it's going to be a long day.
I know what you're saying. You're saying that it's a lot of tough talk to ask for a forfeiture law be in place. But what I'm saying is to even ask for that is bold. Now, you're saying it's the Mann Act. Not only do people not go to jail for the Mann Act, you don't get all of your money taken and given to the government. They tried to take Young Thug's money also. He had $2 million at stake. They ended up giving back Young Thug's money because of the plea deal. But you have to admit, Perry, we don't know if they're going to sign the Mann Act or not, but it's a bold move. I have an update. And I will get to you 1 second, Renee. Update says, this is the judge speaking. Now, as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. So they're trying to ask for, like Perry said, blueprint, if you will. Like, there's no law that says that anybody has been convicted of this crime, let alone 11 years. And the judge said, yeah, we don't have that. But we have the impact advisory guidelines, like how this would affect the public if he's released. They're not playing today. the judge, even right now, before he hears any statements, is siding with the prosecution. And what would that mean if he puts in play the forfeiture law? Because I heard that when you're in prison, no, I didn't hear. I know, because I'm really honest with you guys about my family. I have a couple people in prison with life sentences. And when you go to jail in prison, you need somebody on the outside to take care of you. They give you something like, I don't know, 40 cents a day. It's not enough for it's here we go. Slavic says that's the prosecution side. We think the defense letters violates the judge honor rules. Judge says, I thought, Perry, I already read that.
It's a new one. You got to hit refresh or something.
I did, but mine is slow. Go ahead, read it.
Okay, the judge says this: acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. versus Vaughn, 2D circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under.
No, keep going. I'm shocked at what you're saying.
3553/A. Now the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal abuse guidelines.
We have to be real. When the defense shows case law to support their demands or the things that they want, and the judge has a history of not liking Diddy, whether it's fair or not, we're going to do this real today because our opinions don't matter. Diddy's cooked. Diddy's cooked. If they take that man's money, that supersedes the non-RICO cases. They've clearly won in the battle, the street battle of who did better and all that stuff. They're not playing today. And I don't hear these case laws coming from the defense, not yet. But right now, the prosecution is not playing. Wow. Perry, just hear me out. Just listen to what's going on today. I know what you're saying. It's illegal for them to do. So Perry's side is saying it's illegal for them to do what they're doing because it hasn't been proven in state law, in case law. They're not arguing their argument is not keep him in here for the Mann Act. They're arguing keep him in here because he's a danger to society. We didn't expect that to come. We didn't expect that. Oh, y'all, this is going to be a fight. And so the defense is prepared to argue the Mann Act. If this is true, what they're saying and how they're going to present the case, the defense got outsmarted. Oh. And in letters from the governor, you say, what does he have to do with this case? It's just the prestige thing. You're the governor. You're the person over the whole state. Yeah, I'm just reviewing it the way I see it. I'm not the judge. No one get mad at me. But it's just not common sense. It's just how I look at life. Forfeiture, you outsmart. If you get that sign, you outsmarted the defense. A danger to society, which probably shouldn't be brought in because you didn't get charged with being a danger to society. So I'm thinking out loud here, y'all. I know I'm going all over it. You didn't get charged with being a danger to society, but they're saying you're a danger to society If nothing else, this sets up a mistrial if the defense loses. Because if I say you're guilty, that means you did it, right? So they're saying you're guilty of the Mann Act. You're not guilty of DV. But they're saying you have a history of this, so you're still dangerous. The Mann Act doesn't make you dangerous. Your history makes you dangerous. And if they look into Diddy's past with hitting the UCLA football coach in the head with the kettlebell.
Right. But was he charged with that, though?
No, I see what you're saying, but I get it. So Perry in the defense is saying, how are you going to sentence me for a crime I didn't commit?
I mean, they want to go back and give him a citation for every time he was speeding and everything else. Look, give him.
And don't forget, Perry.
Man,
don't forget, this is his first time offense. Go ahead.
Right. I'm just saying, look, the problem here, I think at the end of the day, the judge is going to have to go by it. And I know he want to protect his friends, but it's still his career too. And how can you be a judge when you overreact and show your prejudice by just trying to defend your friends and not going by the law?
But Perry, you're a black man. That happens all the time.
His friend lost her job. Do he want to be next?
Perry, you're a black man. People get wrongfully convicted all the time. This judge does not like him. And
I understand they do. I'm just saying, I think it's a warning sign when your best friend get fired that, hell, you might be next. I don't know. And I'm with you. It don't seem like the judge trying to do Diddy any favors. However, Diddy ain't got no popcorn lawyers just sitting there for no reason. They state in law too. So let's get down to it. I'm just saying, for this Mann Act stuff, how much time are they really talking about? I know they asked him for 11. Well, that's ridiculous.
You've been married to me for 35 years. I have a cousin right now that's been falsely accused. We've been trying for his whole life to get him out. It happens.
I understand. It happens, honey. I'm not doubting that. I'm not
trying to get emotional, but I'm just saying.
Sometimes judges consider their career and do the right thing too. Do that happen? We don't know what's going to happen today.
But he hasn't shown any love to Diddy. He's been asked to get out 5 times. The man offered one time to put up $50 million. Nobody walking around here has $50 million. He still didn't let him out. I'm just talking out loud because I didn't expect it to go this way. That's why I'm all amped up, you guys. Like, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. And what Perry's saying is correct. And I just don't see it going that way. Unfortunately, I have family that have been in jail wrongfully accused for 20 years, which is a life sentence. And they're not letting them out. They're not going to let them out. They let one cousin of mine out, right? One of my uncles out. And that was because he had cancer. But he only lived 3 months after being released. And when he got out, he didn't get out to see the world. It was mostly for us to see him. Oh, it's not looking good. Here we go.
Well, okay. You got something?
Yeah. The judge says the government objects to probation, not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. Now, see, what made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. So the defense came to fight for the Mann Act. The prosecutors threw them off by saying, we're not asking you to keep him in here for the Mann Act. Look at his history. He has a history of violence. First, And he's not, what complicates it is you're not convicted of violence, but the judge is saying whether he's convicted or not of violence, this will affect the public.
Yeah.
And if you just join the chat, they just don't want to put him behind bars. They want to take the man's money by using the forfeiture law. When I read that, that's why I gasped. They want to take his money. He's taking care of all of his kids. I believe he has 6 children. He's got the twins. He's got the new baby. He's got Justin, King, and I'm missing a son, Quincy. And Quincy, he's taking care of them. He's also paying the mortgage for Jane. She testified that's 50 Cent's baby mama. He's also allegedly helping out, still giving Carisha, whose rap name is Young Miami Money. He still has a full staff. And if you ask me, that staff includes KK. I believe he employs 123 employees, I believe they said. Wow. Y'all got to give me time to let this settle. The prosecution did not come to play. And if you ask me, if they lose today, they will lose their job, because here we go. The judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing, this is the other side talking, Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial SCX. So it looks like they're gonna hear from the escorts, which so the escorts are weird because most of the escorts are on Cassie's side, but now 2 of them have come out and said, listen, this was what is it when it's not against your will? It was
Forced, coerced,
not forced. The other one, like we are all adults here. Nobody was forced to do anything.
consensual. Consensual.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Two of them are coming out saying this was consensual. Cassie has said some things to me, and I have evidence of where she enjoyed it. So this is going to be worse than the trial. Because you've got people changing their stances. All of the escorts before was kind of on Cassie's side, and they have evidence of her talking to them or volunteering or setting it up and stuff like that. But now you've had 2 that have changed their stance. I don't know if Gina's going to take the stand, but she came out publicly yesterday and called Cassie a liar. Let's just talk in here we go. The judge says the government objects to probation, not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable it was moving up. Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overruled this, so they're gonna let Cassie. So Cassie, what made Combs' coercion effective was their condition anyway. The court would reach the same conclusion. Okay, now Mr. Combs objects. Okay, so they're basically saying, how can you charge him for a crime he's not committed of? That's a valuable point.
Yeah, I agree. And see, people take the shit the wrong way. Like, I just feel like they had just amped up the charges that they couldn't prove with the RICO, and they wanted to justify it where they could use it on most people. That's why I was against it. I don't mind Diddy doing time for the things that he's done. And he's not on here for DV. This the Mann Act. Give him the same shit.
Perry. Their argument has nothing to do with the Mann Act. He has a past of being violent. He wasn't convicted of it though.
Is that his charges? No. He's getting sentenced for the Mann Act. Let's not talk about what he did in the 4th grade. If you want to punish him, you should have punished him in the 4th grade. And that's based off their opinions. He was charged with the Mann Act. Give him the same shit you would have gave other people with the Mann Act. Most of them didn't do over a year.
I agree with that. And you're right. You are 100% right. But the judge is not on their side. And people get falsely convicted every day.
I get it. And they get overcharged, right? You said people get overcharged. If Diddy did this, and then the other guy from Abercrombie and Finch do it, he out on bail.
That don't matter.
Huh?
That doesn't matter.
No.
What happened
I'm saying I understand. I'm just saying your point. Certain people get overcharged just based off the prejudice from the judge. He could get Diddy 11 years today, or to Monday, or whenever they're gonna issue it. But I'm just saying I agree with that. I just don't agree. I think a judge, regardless of whether his name was Diddy, Tyler Perry, or anybody else, they should get the same punishment as others. It shouldn't be a different justice system based off your skin, your religion, or whatever.
I agree. I don't think anybody in this chat is asking to be falsely charged. Got it.
I think some people in the chat are just in, chat all over America want Diddy to be charged with things he wasn't convicted of.
But what I'm saying,
their pain, like you said, hey, man, done did some bad things. He should pay for that. He got to take that up with God, or they bring him to court and prove it in court. Everybody should have a fair chance to legal, that they in court.
I know for a fact, I have my uncle. I keep talking about my uncle because it affects the way that I think. Been falsely accused, right? And they have the main person or people on the prosecution side. You got the judge that is in favor of the prosecution, and you have the governor. This matters. Now, people talking about another person is going to, I don't even say the word, release him. I don't know about that. We're not there yet. We have to get a conviction today for other people to even get involved. And from right now, the judge, he doesn't even seem like he's listening. He's like, okay, I'll let them talk, but he does have a pass, and he just said it. And then he said, how do we know that the what are the people that make the decision? The jury didn't feel the same way. That's what the judge said. This is the judge, and that's the only opinion that matters today. Whether it's legal, fair, none of that matters. The judge holds the power in his hand. And it's not looking good. I'm not gonna. That's just how I feel. Now, I'm not trying to argue with anybody. We're all gonna talk about how we feel. But Perry, you got to see what I'm saying.
What? No.
Your thing is he's gonna look bad. He don't care.
Okay, no. I understand what you're saying. You're saying, yeah, people go down. Innocent people go down anyway, every day. Right? I understand that. I'm just simply saying that this shit is wrong. I understand it do happen. And not all judges, some judges do worry about their career outside of what could have happened to their friend or whatnot.
Yeah. The judge says, there was Jules, they're talking about the escorts. There was Jules, Paul, and Cabral. Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to coercion, when something is voluntary, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat is release videos, and to Jane's home. That's coercion. Oh, geez. The judge goes on to say, Mr. Combs objects characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That's overruled. Mr. Combs also object to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
almost like
And
they.
it's a trip.
I have
These-
another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Judge says the government objects to probation, not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overruled this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs objects. He's saying where the angle he's coming from is his history of violence. Let's just simplify it.
Right. No,
He
I
has
get
a
that
history.
part.
And so, because they're saying, don't put this person on the stand, don't put this person on the stand. And he's saying, we're putting them on the stand.
And
So he named all the escorts. Who he's gonna put Cassie on, and who else? I'm missing somebody. He's putting people on the stand. They have not denied anybody to go on the stand just today. He goes on. This is the judge speaking. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision. He hasn't did anything before. Okay. He said from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. So you haven't been proved guilty on any of this, but things change for you in 2024. This is not possible. Under Second Circuit one book, next, Mr. Combs objects the 5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. The judge said in one word, denied. They're going to let people take the stand. Nobody got denied from taking the stand. And they're going to consider his past history from other things because he's a first-time offender. But they're going to allow that to end they're going to allow his past history in because he's a danger to society. I'm summing this up in so many words. Ooh, y'all, they are courting today. They are courting. Here we go. The judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and James as victims. That is overruled. They're taking the stand. So Jane, that's 50 cents ex, he's still paying her mortgage. I've lost my place. Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That's also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. So some things nobody's excluded from the stand. So everybody's list, the prosecutions is going to take the stand. Okay, and they're going to listen to what they said his violent history was. Come on, Perry. You ain't stupid. Man cooked, ain't he?
Well, I mean, look, I understand that's what they want to do, right? And I believe the judge is just doing whatever to justify what he already made up. That how much time he gonna give him. So regardless of what prosecution say, the defense say, he just going through to justify whatever because he don't made his mind up on what he want to give Diddy. And it's not the same thing he would have gave other people.
Right. The judge says the government objects to the probation. They don't even want him on probation. Probation of not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs objects. Child. Listen, if nothing else, I don't know what will be the final outcome. But if nothing else, these lawyers are lawyering today, and the defense has the prosecution has outsmarted the defense by bringing a different playbook that I don't think they thought they were going to bring. The danger to society, that's what they're basically saying. I don't think did they say that?
What's that, man?
Did they say that the first trial, during the trial? Yeah,
What's
they
that?
did. But they're bringing case law at this point to back up. So let me say it in layman's terms. What they're saying is, yeah, he wasn't convicted of that, but he's violent. And here is a list of cases where you let people go and they've done more harm. That's in layman's term. I can't simplify it anymore. That's the argument in big terms. Is you let this person go and he went on to do
Right.
and it's the judge's responsibility to think about the public. I don't think the defense was prepared for that argument. If they were prepared for that argument, maybe they realized they would get more support from the public if you're saying you are right before our eyes illegally convicting somebody. And the judge said, I don't consider it illegal because I don't want to be one of those judges to release a violent man to the public. So that's the arguments. Now, I don't know who's going to win. We can argue that all day. These are the
bottom line is this, like, to me, I don't give a damn what he's trying to put out to the public. What you should put out is that man is getting sentenced for these two charges for the Mann Act. He should get sentenced for these two charges, not about his possible future actions or things that he did in the past. He should get charged like any regular person would. Nothing less, nothing more.
And that's their argument. The judge also says the government objects to probation, not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I override this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. I already read that. I'm sorry. Now, Mr. Combs objects. It's going down. It's going down,
those
y'all.
tweets are just popping up all kind of out of order. I wonder if the other person had it because theirs was more organized.
Jules, let me go to Jules.
It's like
Carrie,
they
keep
just
your eye on it.
Yeah. Sort of out of
they're lawyering today. These lawyers are earning their reputation, both the prosecution and the defense, of being top attorneys.
Well, yeah, in my opinion, the prosecution ain't got to do much because the judge is going to do whatever he can to lean to that side. But it's up for the defense to force him to do the right thing or look stupid. You know, that's what I think. And we shouldn't be having to come here today and have to relive the trial. They got the charges. Either the prosecution going to show how in the past, this is what people have been charged for. The defense will say this is what people have been charged for. This is the time they got. We don't need this circus act again. We don't need no videotapes from Diddy. We don't need them bringing in people to speak. Just get to it.
So there are other people leaving the overflow rooms, giving updates, and then they go back in. It's just not looking good. It's just not looking good. Because the judge is team prosecution. Now, will there be a mistrial? Possibly. Will there be what are they called? I'm having brain freeze today.
Appeal. I mean, would they appeal?
Appeals. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always possible. And no more. He already kicked out the mistrial or Now it's just sentencing. That argument is over. He either gonna sentence him what he got to do, and then the defense can appeal, or I guess the prosecution can appeal too. I guess I'm not sure how that works if they was not getting what they want.
I'm thinking. Shapiro says, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal for your sentence? I just said that. The judge says it is preserved. So he's saying if you want to appeal, you can appeal. That's because he's going down. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is number 1. That leads to a guideline. So he's saying, yes, we got it. He's not being charged with his past, but he's being evaluated because of his criminal history of violence. And so what they basically did is turn this into a DV case. Now, will he get judged later? Appeal is definitely coming. They asked him, do we have the right to appeal? He said yes. And when they appeal, does it go back to the same judge?
I think so. I don't know. I don't know.
And he gave the guidelines why he is being evaluated or possibly sentenced on his history, his criminal history. And not only criminal history, they say his criminal history is a category 1. So he's one of the worst kind of offenders for violence. Oh, child, I didn't expect this. I feel like I'm watching a movie. So that's why I'm so emotional and going back and forth. I'm sorry if I'm too animated, but it's good. Like, oh my God. I had a feeling when they went in. Go ahead, Perry.
No, I'm just saying, look, I think it's just too much. This like a retrial. And I know, well, I ain't no professional at
You're right.
being sentenced or nothing. But I'm only saying this. On your sentencing day, like, I've heard families speak out, get a chance to speak and all this. It's almost like they bringing up shit that he wasn't charged with.
Yeah, they are. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. Slavic says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice for 15 years. The victims' lives have been shattered by ABUSE. Oh, and yeah, let me leave it at that. I can't say certain words. Y'all know that. Slavic says, this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms, because that's what they displayed earlier. She says, this is about victims hard, about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3,553 factors point to at least 135 months. Perry, do the translation. Is that 11 years?
What? No, because 5 years is 60 months. So what's that, about 7 years?
So I take 135 divided by 12, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I mean, 6 years is like 72 months. So roughly 6 years or so.
They're asking for 6 years.
I think that's what based off
165, hold on, divided by 12 comes out to 13. No, Perry, that's not 6 years.
What?
Yeah.
But didn't he say 70 to 80 or whatever they was talking about?
35 months. They want 135 months. Let me do it again.
Oh, you said 135?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's what the prosecution want.
Mm-hmm. Divide that by 12. No, I'm sorry. My math is off. That comes out to the 11 years.
Right? Right.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I think that the defense saying 14 months, which would be basically time served. Then off this chart, I guess they recommend 7 years max.
Now,
based off that chart.
Let's talk about this. Perry has a point. Not putting your personal emotions into this. They're asking for sentencing to be considered for his past history. He's a danger. But he wasn't convicted of that. But he's going to get it. But this is what they're going to appeal on. You can't just go around sentencing people for something they didn't do. That's going to be their argument. But today, I feel it's a wrap. They might as well. I don't know why they planned this victory party. What was y'all thinking? They plan a victory party for tomorrow for Diddy. And first of all, that's brash. That's saying that you know what's going to happen. I don't think I would have did that. Just in case it doesn't happen. What, everybody's going to be at the party now, mad as hell? Are we going to cancel the party? Y'all putting the word out there, there's a big party. They was going to party in the streets. No. And why would they even put that out there? Even if he got released, he would still be under probation. And that's bold. Perry, what are your thoughts on planning the party for tomorrow?
Look,
and should they cancel it?
I wouldn't plan the party. If anybody been following this thing closely, and whether you for Diddy against Diddy, I don't think nobody in a reasonable mind should think that this judge is planning on letting him go home anytime soon. Now, it may be a year.
So you change your thought.
No,
because at first you were saying it's illegal for them to do that.
Well, no. I said anybody in their right mind to think this judge is wanting to do this. This judge is basically trying to just find some kind of justification. His mind is already made up. They already lost the case for the RICO. They upset. They're damaged. They're completely look like fools. Right? So it's the only justification. I can't let them be home by the 4th. I can't let them go home now, but I just got to give them whatever I can. So anybody that's planning a party on either side, I don't see him coming home. I just don't need to see him get over like 10 years. I mean, 3 years, whatever.
Now, let's answer the question.
Go ahead.
We don't see him coming home. He's not coming home, y'all. It just is what it is. That's my opinion. Let's talk about the forfeiture. They wouldn't have brought it up if the judge is not going to grant it. Now, they might hold the funds until an appeal, but they're going to take Diddy's money. Now, that's unbelievable. I never heard of that before. But hey, it is what it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But they're getting ready to take his money.
Yep.
Ooh, child.
I mean,
let's see what.
Yeah, that's basically what they want to do. And look, and I'm saying this and make this perfectly clear because I know a lot of people want to see Diddy get life in prison. I want to see justice done for the victims, just like anybody else would get justice if they was victimized. Now, I don't want to see nobody overcharged, undercharged. The whole thing is this. For whatever the charges Diddy been charged with, because he went to court, they didn't prove the rest. Innocent until proven guilty. He's proven guilty on these 2 charges. He should get what other people get. These charges don't attach to what religion he studied in the 8th grade and all that shit like that. It goes by those charges. That was proven in court. And for people who want the DV charges that happened to
Cassie,
the young lady years ago, is a statute of limitation, people. And I agree with you. Maybe it shouldn't be no statute of limitation on those kind of things, but it was. People got to take responsibility. Nothing was filed on him back then. So, but this ain't about no DV. This is about him hooking up with these girls that enjoyed it and got they freak right along with them because they was getting benefits. So, really,
how do you feel about them taking this man's money or trying to?
I think it's messed up. I mean, because now I could see if he was running a corrupt organization and getting all this money, that's how he got his riches, then you take that, because without the crime, he wouldn't have had the dime, right? Diddy didn't get his money from that. That's money he built for his family. You can send him to prison, but you don't take his family wealth that he earned. Like, you want justice for these victims? You should want justice for this man's family too, whether you like him or not. It's only fair.
We have an update.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll let
No,
you
you
finish.
good.
Right. Slavic says, that's the prosecution. The defense tries to argue this is just a sex, substance, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation of prostitution and violence. Now, she added that on, and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Now, let's talk about Perry's point of view, y'all. Because even though he's not getting out today, they have a argument for an appeal. Can you charge somebody for something that they didn't get convicted of? That's like picking me up on the street. Let's say I'm walking down the street and I just went to jail for a speeding ticket. And they said, not only do you have a speeding ticket, you got an argument with your mom and you hit your mom. I'm just making something up. And so now you go to jail for life. Can they do that?
Well, I'm sorry. I was reading some comments. What'd you say?
Can they do that? Just pick me up. Let's say I went to jail for a speeding ticket, and then all of a sudden they arrest me and said that you got in a fight with your family member and now you're going to jail for life. Can you do that?
That's what
Here's my answer to that. Most of the time, no. But the judge has the power. So yes. Does that make sense? Do most judges do? Would other judges do it? Probably not. But that doesn't matter. He holds the power. And that doesn't mean he's not going to get an appeal. And it's just not looking, he doesn't like Diddy. Let's be real. He don't like him. And so he going to throw the book at him and he going to take his money. Now, maybe they will hold the money in some kind of escrow account.
This is what I got to figure out too. Like, I mean, because I thought with the RICO, they can't take the money. Is it a forfeiture or something else? And we just thinking that they want all this money?
It could be.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Because like people saying, you know, where did you get this? Let me say, like, where did you see about the money, Perry?
We read that, Yasmin.
Yeah, but the whole thing is this.
And we got another update.
Yeah.
The defendant tries to argue. Oh, no, I read it. Go ahead. They said that earlier. They brought up that they wanted the judge to sign the forfeiture. That's the name of the law that he has to turn over the not even turn it over. The government confiscate. What's it called? Confiscates, takes his money and his assets, his homes. He has a couple, 4, 5. Well, he has a home in London and I believe the Bahamas, but the United States, we know he has an apartment in New York. He has a home in Miami and California. I'm missing something, but can you just, and what would happen if they just took his homes to his children and his mother, no matter what you think of her and no matter what she did in her past, he takes care of her. And I believe she's in her 80s. I think Janice Combs is in her 80s. Oh, child.
Okay. So it says it sounds like you can't. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Perry. No, it's somebody wrote me something.
Oh, it sounds like they can do it if you're in New York. But then somebody said, no, I think, see, forfeiture could go for that rule, what you're talking about under the RICO. But if you ain't got the RICO, maybe a forfeiture or something else. Some people are saying, no, they're asking him to pay a fine. That's why both sides.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I got bit out of shape. I'm like, what? We got an update. Slavic says, even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentence are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Wow. So they're saying that they can support, they're asking for 11 years because it happened in a case called the U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. I'm gonna pull up the case law. Just let me go ahead, Perry, answer some questions and then I'm gonna.
Yeah, let me see. Okay. And Yasmin says this, only under RICO they can take his money. Yes, maybe that's the thing, because it's a law that's called forfeiture. When we seen it in the thing, I was wondering why both sides would sign it. Maybe, like somebody said, it's a fine.
Well,
And
how
maybe
much is the fine gonna be?
we don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm just saying, but not his fortune. I'm just saying it could just be court costs, whatever they set aside. I don't know. The judge also said
It
guidelines
says
allow the court to impose fines ranging from 25,000 to 250. So
okay.
it's whatever.
That's reasonable because he has the money. Slavic says Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week.
What happened?
This is the prosecution speaking. She says Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Now, listen, y'all. We got another one. Hold on. Remember I just asked y'all, because they're planning a party for tomorrow too. Does that come off as brash?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, come on now. I'm locked up. I'm going to get sentenced. I could be doing 5 years, 10 years. Yeah, hey, by the way, I know October 3rd, I'm going to get sentenced, but shit, we going to party October 10th, Miami City, baby. Come on now. It's almost like you already paid somebody off, or it shows a sense of arrogance, right? Let's keep it real.
Yeah, we gotta be real. That's not good.
And
I wouldn't have did it.
Couldn't that have weight? Because it rubs the judge already don't like you. It rubs him the wrong way. Now it comes across you took him for granted. You took him as a sucker, a weak bitch, and now the prosecution is throwing it in his face. Damn, that is messed up. If Diddy did that, if that's true, I don't know it to be true.
No, they don't lie in court. She didn't talk about the party. Yeah. She talked about a speaking engagement. Child, right. Diddy is a mess. Diddy is a mess. But it's still, listen, it looks like Perry has kind of seen where I'm talking about. He's going to jail no matter what today. He's not getting out. He's not getting out. There's going to be an appeal, okay? And we don't know when they're going to schedule this appeal. If the judge stays on task, it could be way down the line, 1, 2, 3 years. We don't know. But is it legal what he's doing? Can you sentence somebody for some shit that they're not charged for? That's a very serious accusation. And what would it mean for other cases? You have to think about that. But it's happening. So we'll find out what it's going to mean for other cases. Because, this is what I'm talking about. Everybody's talking about another person stepping in and getting him released. I can't say certain words, but I think y'all know what I'm talking about. If somebody puts it in the chat, I can put it on the screen. If another person steps in and gets him released, I don't see how that would benefit him unless there's an illegal transaction of money. Then he might do that. But I don't think nobody's going to step in and get him released. Yeah, that's it, you guys. I don't think that's going to happen. Perry, what do you think on this other person?
I could see it happening.
What?
And, yeah, I mean, me personally, I could see it happening because it's a good way to get headlines, to change the narrative off the other things you don't want people to look at. It's a distraction.
No,
and,
no.
And people would do it
Mm-mm.
for that purpose, getting this attention and getting paid.
Perry, he has to appease his team, his folks.
Okay, right.
Okay.
But you always talk about that.
Well, because he
It's
listen,
October. Has his team left him yet?
he has to do what the team wants him to do. Now, if he steps out of that, he will not have team support anymore. And that no, he's not gonna do that. Come on,
Okay.
y'all. Y'all hear what I'm saying?
We can agree to disagree.
Okay.
Right? But I'm only telling you this. That's your opinion. Right? Mine is a crook would do crook things, right? Like I'm just telling you, he'll do anything for $1, he'll do anything for a headline, and he'll do anything to try to get any kind of supporters.
No. Come on, y'all. Why y'all think that? Let's start reading some other people's comments because that is not happening. People is still trying to hide the fact. I can't say that either.
Right.
I agree with Perry. Neighborhood Talk says he has a speaking. Yeah, we just heard that. And we just said, Sweet Tea, that comes across as brash, like bold, like you leaving. Like you could just be a little bit humble about it. So that and I don't even understand why the defense let that get out. If they did.
I don't even know why he even set it up because like that is just now you can have something planned and say a possible if he's released, something like that. But that's a slap, whether you agree with the judge or not.
Let me tell you, if that was me, I wouldn't come out the house the first month. Just chill. We don't want to see you right now. Most people don't want to see him right now. Okay. S. Lover says, it seems to me like the team does what he wants them to do. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
People only care about themselves. He doesn't take anything or anyone into consideration. Well, I just don't see it happening, S. Lover. If they released him,
put it this way,
that's not, the team would be outraged.
Look at the people he released in the last 3 months.
Who are you talking about? And say, be careful, it can't be an official.
I'm just saying the people he has released. Somebody being released. He would do anything for $1.
No.
Anything to feel love.
These people weren't under a federal case.
What? Yeah, they were locked up. Yes.
Who? You're talking about like Chris Lee and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and rappers. Look, Trina, he do this shit for headlines.
I don't think so.
To get favor from people. Now you owe me. Remember what I did for you? And he would do it right now because things so hot on him. He need to change the temperature. And it's the same thing that he would use to get rid of his 34 counts to justify that.
We got to update. I can't. Slavic says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, substances, and rock and roll lifestyle, but this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence. Okay, I read that before. I don't know why. Maybe he just accidentally redid it.
Yeah, no. I mean, those tweets been bouncing around. That's why I was having a problem. I sort of gave up. Just counting on you to do it.
I got it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get up.
Let's take a break, a 5-minute break. I want to hear what other attorneys are saying.
I'm going to grab me some coffee. I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. No, I'm not leaving. I just want to hear what these other attorneys have to say. It's nice.
Speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. he was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. I didn't know that, Sierra, because that would signify he thinks he's getting out. If that's true.
I did not know this either, Jesse. I mean, I'm very shocked about all of this. And I guess as you're going through, I'm reading this update in the same time that you are. And I'm thinking the math isn't quite mathing for me, though, because if he was arrested on September 16th of last year, it's early October, we aren't quite at the 13-month threshold. And his team is asking for 14 months. So then if they're asking for the 14 months, it doesn't make sense if he was to book this in Miami for next week. Is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this news.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
It's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you tossed to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that camera completely set up. Now, there's always that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, his story about everything. And I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, if that's true, I mean, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, basically get away with these crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree. As soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing. And I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter. That he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. There's nothing he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. He talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC. Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all. And I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight. I mean, every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free, and he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond, human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really a nothing burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. And I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull them one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
It's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
Interesting. Alexis, update from
You guys, I'm just talking. I'm so sorry. We got an update. Slavic says he blames the doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He did this to Jane at 54. Let's talk about what we heard on Law and Crime. That the black attorney pretty much said the same thing as Perry. You can't sentence someone for a crime they didn't commit. Even though, this is their argument, even though the prosecution has provided case law, which that has happened. I feel it's the judge courtroom. He could do whatever he wants without any repercussions because he's a judge. When you become a judge, you've earned that right. But that's going to be the appeal. That's going to be the appeal. But everybody pretty much seems to be on the same page. He's not going home today. And why did they release the news that he has a speaking engagement next week? I heard he has a party planned for tomorrow. Why would his attorneys do that to him? What are y'all thinking? It really comes across brash, like you didn't learn anything. Now it makes you now, and what that's going to do when you do go in front of the judge, if you play a video, if you go up yourself, it's going to look like, oh, he's just saying whatever he has to say to get off. That's not a good look. I'm not taking a side. It's just common, like you can't, and they're going to be talking about him and that brash attitude all day because the defense gave them that. Why would you announce that? That's dumb. Why would you announce that? Why would you book a speaking engagement? Even if you are Team Diddy, like Perry, you have to admit that was a dumb move. That was dumb. And I'm not paying you $3 million a month to be dumb. I don't know. I haven't seen anything to change my mind. Now I hear other lawyers saying the same thing, not getting out today. And I wanted to clear up. I said that they signed the forfeiture to take his assets and his money. No, it's for the fine. So they're asking for him to pay for a fine, which, you know, even if he got $250,000, it sounds crazy, but that's like $20 to him. I want $250,000, but yeah. So he's going to talk about going to drug rehab when he's been in there, running some class for the inmates, paying for. So there are people in prison. Remember, I told you guys, if you're in prison, you need outsiders to send you money because you don't make enough money in there. If you don't have enough money in there, you eat the slop. You know, smell. You can't afford deodorant and stuff like that. I believe we even brought my uncle's TVs. I think they can watch One of my uncles can watch TV for sure. You need somebody in the inside to help you, give you, it's not free. Phone calls cost money. They call you, collect. What else do you have? And I'm talking about like my grandmother, who's no longer with us, but she paid, I think my uncle has like a monthly $500 phone bill. And he's been getting that paid since forever. I don't know why they make you pay for the phone, but they do. Trying to make sure there's no updates. But yeah, every attorney seems to be on the same page. He's not getting out today. That means we have to do more lives. These things, I don't like going live about this trial because I have to wake up at 5 because it's on East Coast time, and I don't do 5, okay? Let's see what y'all saying. Will be rich in jail? Yeah. Oh, that's so he's paying for other inmates to eat. I think they said it's like 13 of them. He's paying for their meals. So he's showing a act of kindness. That's what he's going to talk about. I don't think he's going to sway the judge. I'm sure people will put money on his books. He's helping others. And if his name wasn't Diddy, let's just be real. And he went in front of this judge, all the stuff that he did on the inside for a Mann Act will qualify him to be released today. All these people saying pay. The entire room is in Diddy's pocket. Let's talk about this high price 304 Cassie. Okay, so let me present the other side. I told you how I feel, and now let's talk about Diddy supporters. They are pissed at Cassie. So what's her name? Gina, who didn't testify, is pro Diddy. Like she's all in, and Young Miami's all in. But Miami can't go as hard as Gina, who went on the Tasha K show and talked about him putting his hands on her. That's why she couldn't take the stand, because you were going to look like some kind of flip-flopper. No disrespect to Gina, because you said the craziest things on Tasha's show, part 1, 2, and 3. And the other side is pissed because they're saying Cassie is not innocent. They can't deny that he put hands on her. They're saying Cassie's not innocent. And if he goes for what happened, she should go for what happened too, because she booked the appointments most of the time. And now you've got other escorts coming out saying, nah, she's no victim. So they're going to say that today or tomorrow, whichever falls in. So a lot of Diddy people are still upset, but I think you guys are accepting the fact that he's not getting out today. Someone told me there's a CNN update. Let me look. Here we go. Live updates. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting out.
When did you have to start paying for CNN? Really? Okay, here we go. Our live coverage has ended. We will be closed for tomorrow. Okay, that's not it. Let's see. They're not closed. I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. It says, it just goes over what's been done. So let's talk about it. It says in court today, P. Diddy Combs is in court for sentencing hearing. In July, a jury convicted him of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Sentencing range Judge Arun Subramanian said he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the sentencing guidelines, which calls for a prison sentence between just under 6 years to just over 7 years. Prosecutors had asked for more than 11 years, while the defense has argued Combs should get no more than 14 months. That's time served, you guys. Defense strategy. Combs' legal team released a documentary style video at the 11th hour that includes a montage of clips showing Combs' charity work and family. No. The video, as well as a letter from Combs, stand in stark contrast to continuous efforts by his defense, which has repeatedly stated Combs is not guilty and was targeted unfairly by the government. Let me tell y'all what I see the problem is. I'm not trying to criticize the defense. I'm not. I'm just saying how I see it. And let me tell you the problem with that. Oh, documentary style production shows his wealth. Nobody does that in court. It shows his wealth and it shows arrogance.
Right.
You got to come in there and speak from your heart. A documentary style. Y'all need to scrap that right now.
Yeah.
That's that. You're saying, look at his lifestyle. I can afford for production to come in and produce an hour documentary style. What? It's not gonna work.
The whole thing.
Not gonna work.
The whole thing
and
too,
we
right?
don't pay y'all $3 million a month. He don't pay y'all $3 million a month to make these kind of mistakes. Go ahead, Perry.
Now I get it to where they so like feel desperate. We got to do something to show, like in court, it showed this freaky side of Diddy, right? Let's keep it real. Whether they was consensual or not, it showed the freak. They trying to show a positive side. This here he is with his kids, happy birthday, this and that, giving back, doing stuff for the community. But people also can look at it and say, well, hey, you had all this. Go ahead.
I'm going to take a bathroom break. Keep your eye on the thing. I'll be right
back.
back.
Yeah. So, some people can look at it and say, well, you had all this opportunity, but then you're going to just throw it out there, throw it all away. So people can look at the video for different reasons. Let me see what we got. Video for video. They ran the hotel video in the ground. Yeah. I mean, look, Diddy, people who support Diddy, everybody sort of know that he's not innocent of everything. So nobody's saying that. But a lot of people aren't and never went to court for the things they've done. But at the same time, under this Mann Act, I feel that he should be given the same sentence other people have that's been charged with these similar things in fashion. So I think, in my opinion, time served. But the problem is with that speaking engagement. Now, the prosecution brought that up to muddy the waters. Did Diddy actually plan this himself? Somebody said when I was outside having my little coffee break, was it AI? Like, where is the proof that Diddy actually set up this engagement? Because if he did, it is sort of sense of arrogance. Like, yeah, I'd be out here and I'd be down there in Miami on the 10th. If that's how it went down, maybe it really didn't go down like that. We don't know, but maybe the defense should have them prove it or do something. It's not a good look, but at the same time, it probably shouldn't even be judged because his sentence should come off those charges by itself. It shouldn't come off how arrogant he is in court, how smart he is in court. It doesn't matter. Like, the charges should stand for themselves and have him get sentenced according to the charges. We would want the same thing. If you was driving 50 miles over the speed limit and your partner was, and he got $100 fine, well, these days it's 500. You shouldn't get 50,000 or whatnot is what I'm trying to say. So it's just a trip. They're trying to retry him after the jury said not guilty. JT, that's what it sounds like to me. And I think even when the defense putting on this show with the video, Yeah, I can see why you might want to try it, but look, why waste time? If you got a client in there, either he need to get in, get his sentence, and start doing his time, or get sentenced and take your ass home. Both sides is doing too much with the videos and all that, and the judge should take charge of his courtroom. And if you got a victim impact statement, maybe read that. Do what you got to do for the victims, right? But get down to the sentencing. This shit should not roll over until Monday.
Yeah.
We've been sitting
They're
here all
on a
morning.
break.
Huh?
They're on a break.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they should just get down to business, get a sentence. Because the last person who got the Mann Act charge, look at his stuff, base it off that, give him a sentence. We shouldn't be going through this circus. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, it shouldn't last 2 days, but it's
Everything
going
is a
to.
production. Yeah.
Yeah. It shouldn't last 2 days, but it's going to last 2 days. Hold on one second, Perry.
The judge might like the attention from it.
I'm going on mute for a minute.
Okay. Let me see what I got here. I'm not Team Diddy, but if he goes to jail for 11 years, Cassie needs to be up there doing some time after the first time. Cassie was no longer a victim. Let God be the judge. People can change. Yes, people can change. And my thing is like people are swear out that I'm just Diddy supporter like that. I didn't believe in the RICO. I thought it was an overcharge. That if you let become president, that it would keep going on from days and days, right? Like it would affect everybody. It'd be Diddy today, you tomorrow. But the RICO got shut down. That's fine. Sentence the man to the charges that he was found guilty of. Everybody deserved their day in court. He had that. He was found guilty. He should do time. I'm not saying he shouldn't do, well, he don't did a year. And most people don't get no time, maybe a fine. It's like a misdemeanor. And I watched somebody, they said, well, now you notice how it's mostly because he transported them for all these things in a tent and stuff. But they saying that if he would have had these parties and just had the escorts, if he was in New York and had the escorts come from New York, it wouldn't have been no crime. Maybe a fine. Misdemeanor.
Let's talk about changing the goalposts. They want to get Diddy so bad that they really are. I wouldn't say changing the goalposts. Let me put it that way. They really are changing the goalposts. So once you make that acceptable for this trial, because that's how bad you want to get them, it sets a new precedent. So will it be worth it for everybody else to now to go to prison the same way because of something you did in your past? Will they regret that? Because now what they're saying is we're going to send you to trial. We're going to send you to jail, even though you did not commit a crime. And even though it's inappropriate to go to prison that long for the Mann Act, it's going to change everything for everybody else, except for certain people. But will they regret that, Perry?
No.
No?
Oh, it's like the judges? Would they regret?
No, the prosecution. Are they going to regret changing the goalpost and setting a new precedent?
No, because
it might backfire in other cases.
No. The prosecution won't regret it because it's in their favor.
But they have other clients. So now this is the new law. So now if I say Diddy has to go to jail for his behavior, because this is his first offense. So let's not get out ahead of ourselves. This is his first offense. If we let him go to jail for past behavior for him, then I got to do Tom and Dick and Harry, whoever's coming after.
Okay, what I'm saying, you're saying that will this set a standard for other defendants.
No, it's going to set a standard. It's going to change the precedent. So
Right.
now the rules has changed.
Right.
And
Okay.
now we'll be able to convict other people. So you might go to jail, let's say for robbery, but you have a dark past. And I can say you're a danger to society, go to jail.
Right.
And you get convicted innocent. So let's say you're falsely accused of something. This is what it's setting it up for. Let's say you're falsely accused of stealing. You didn't steal. Let's say you didn't steal. You go to court, you get off for stealing. But I could send you back to jail because your behavior is so poor and you're a threat to society. Will anybody regret changing the law? It's called setting a different precedent.
The people who's on trial, the defendant will regret that we allowed this to stand in the court, to allow the prosecutor, because the prosecutor only benefit from it. They ain't got to have a strong case. They're going to always win.
Oh, I got it.
Right?
I got it. Yeah. So it's a good thing for the prosecution.
For people who think, Diddy, it's okay for Diddy. Yeah, it's okay for Diddy today, but is it going to be okay for you tomorrow when you go in there for something? You didn't got to say falsely accused. You can go in there for stealing something from Target. Guilty, right? But now they want to bring in other things you have done. Oh, well, we can't let them out. Now, you stole some stuff from Target. You ain't going to be in jail for no year or nothing, right? Well, but he's a danger to society. We got to give him 10 years. If you let this president stand like that and you don't question back the court on how justice should be equal for everybody, fair across the board. We know everybody's human and things won't be exactly, but it needs to be in some type of range up in there.
But I think we're all on the same page. Diddy not getting out. Even if they put anything else in front of this judge, why do they keep doing that? Why didn't they he didn't even have to come to court today. They better not play that dumb ass documentary. Do not do that. But is there a chance that Diddy's lawyers are telling him you're gonna get out? And he's doing all that crazy stuff like the party and all that. That's what he really believes?
It could be. And like, look, I think this, right? And to be truthful. If I was Diddy, after the RICO was dropped, all that stuff, and you came away with this Mann Act charges, I would feel like, hey, nobody else did no more than a year, so I should be getting out. I probably would feel confident too. But the problem is, this case shouldn't never even be with the federal government right now. It should probably be in some state or whatever, right? But that's either here or there. They got to go back and not look so stupid. Somebody got to hang because they spent so much money, wasted so much money where they could have did a lot of shit for New York. It's a lot of crimes they could have solved with all that money. But they just wanted to make a name for themselves too.
No, they didn't have a choice. When they fired Maureen Comey, they were mad. And so whoever took it on, the Slavic lady, you better win or that's your job. That's how I look at it. You better win. Oh my God, you guys. Perry's been sick all week. Now he's feeling fine and my throat is tingling. If I get sick, blaming Perry.
Yeah.
You know how I am.
Let's keep it real. I mean, like, certainly doesn't sound like he's getting out, but maybe he, I mean, it's
he's
possible.
Not getting out.
It's possible. I mean, like, we never know, but it don't look like he's gonna get out. And I think, this is my personal opinion, that even at this point, if the judge look at the stuff and say, hey, I ain't gonna ruin my reputation for being unfair, at least gonna give him 6 more months in behind bars. Something.
Okay, it says they are back. It's Combs' attorney Driscoll speaking. He says, I am grateful, Your Honor. Now I want to be grateful to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. He goes on to say the DOJ has long said the Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, question mark, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. That was his second chance. It feels like to me they went on a break and they came to terms with, we're not looking good. Okay, the judge don't like us. They finally coming to terms with it, right? And now they're trying to be so nice to the judge. But you already had the most important thing thrown out there, and it looks very bad for you guys that there's supposed to be a interview. I can't remember what's that interview next week and a party tomorrow. So that looks so bad. And so now they look like they got to be a little bit more humble, but it already took place.
Okay. So, well, I say this too, right? Now, that's assuming if everything is how the prosecution laid it out to be. DHP saying right now, if Diddy goes to prison, then Cassie should go right along with him. Diddy nor his defense team set up those speaking engagements.
Oh, okay.
Those lawyers are not stupid. Now, that's the part they need to show. Because look, and I'm going to say your uncle. I mean, I don't think that's a hate thing. If you thought he might be coming home, he might be, getting released next week. And you like, okay, well, just in case he is released, you might plan a party yourself. But do that mean your uncle took the court for granted and planned the party himself?
Right.
So people play these games, because now it would be arrogant if Diddy did that. It's like, just get out first.
But Perry, whether Diddy was aware of them talking about the interview next week or the party tomorrow, still comes across arrogant to a judge who already hates him.
I get that. And that's why I was saying, I think his defense should have fought back a little bit for clarity on that, is what I'm saying. Because I would feel a type of way if my son come in to my, he on punishment and shit, and he don't made plans to go out knowing he was on punishment. Go ahead.
But this is where the defense strategy is now. So they really abrupt change. Okay, what you call it in football? Full court press. That's basketball, but they're changing their defense right now, and they're responding to the case law of this other man, Jordan, going to prison because of his behavior. But they said he served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes, but it was his second time being charged with that.
Right. Uh-huh.
This is still Diddy's first offense. So maybe they got something here and that they can make something out of, but and that's going to happen on the appeal. He's not going home today. Y'all just calm down. He's not going home today.
All this case law and stuff that they presenting again today, like just they talking about it right now. I'm sure they probably already sent this to the judge. Remember, he asked for sentencing. Yeah. So he should already had this stuff. The man don't made his mind up. He don't give a damn what happened in Cuba. Mm-hmm. For real. He just know that he got to be tough on crime, right? In his mind. I know I can't sit him away forever, but I can't let him out today.
The judge's ruling has nothing to do with being tough on crime. The judge ruling has everything to do with those was his homies.
Well, that's
and
my
they
point.
got fired and lost their job. And I hate this MFer anyway.
Right.
Let's just be real. That's how people talk at home. He's the
Right.
judge,
That's
but
my
he's
point.
human. And I can't stand Diddy. And y'all get him on something. And if you can get him on something, I will agree to it. And that's what happened.
No, I agree with you. I just said tough on crime, not to even go to that route like that. But he's doing it to look good in front of his peers.
No, he doing it because he hate Diddy.
Well,
he's human.
Okay.
He could sum up how he feels and be, you know what I mean? He can't stand. He's saying this MF ain't getting off, not on my watch. That's his attitude. Now you might have to go to another judge and something else will happen, but on my watch, no. And so when they got the governor involved, right? They've got the governor involved saying he needs to go. It's going to be very difficult for any other attorneys to come through and overturn that because they are hell-bent on him going to prison. And it is what it is. Yeah. Now, I ain't saying who I like, what I like. I'm telling you how I feel. I just want to say I love you. Oh, thank you, Renee. I miss these early mornings with you too. Love y'all both. Send my love to V. I will. She's watching. She know you up there saying, hope you feel better. I heard you were sick, but I hope you feel better. I'm sick next because of Perry. But no, he's not getting out today. So we just watched the show. He's not getting out today. But those people that are saying it's not fair, yeah, you're right. And that he should be released today. He should be, but then you have to accept, but he's not. So at least I was wrong about the forfeiture. He has more money to fight, but not today. And he gonna do some time. He might even do something like petty as set the appeal date for 2-3 years from now. They do that. That's common in prisons. Because he only got this trial this fast because they asked for a speedy trial. But usually it's nothing to be locked up a year and haven't gone in front of a judge. 2 years. The longest I've heard was 6, but that's extreme. But 1 to 3 years is normal. So, and it looks like Diddy has his hopes up, or maybe he's just, I don't know. It looks like, and his children have their hopes up.
Yeah, I mean, people in the chat still believe. Some people I just seen just now believe that he might come home. I don't think he'll come home today, even if the judge can agree inside his own heart that the defense saying the right thing, that based on these other cases, he gonna do it out of pride alone, that he released Diddy on his terms. Now, he might give him 6 more months behind bars or something like that. But a lot of cases, for something like this, keep it real, for this little humping in the bed, people don't get 11 years, right? They don't get 11 years. Whether you was peeping, filming, you don't get all that, right? That man has done a year in jail.
Oh my God, Perry.
Look how fast Karen Hugo got out for her little thing. I think she had like a year and something, and she got out in 3 months. I don't know if it's 3 months, but I'm just simply saying. I
want JT or anybody to put in the chat. If y'all still think he's getting out today, why do you think that? This is going to, I am blushing. He talking about humping in the bed. I do not speak for Perry, and Perry do not speak for me. Not a little humping in the bed. I do not. Why do people think that I can't think for myself? Like, that is crazy. But anyway, if you think he's getting out today, why do y'all think he's getting out today? Meanwhile, Amber Colombian man is still out living life for same crime.
Eating steak and shrimp dinners. Just my point. But then they'll come back and say, oh, but he's just too old. And he's still old and freaky.
Oh my God. Callie says, the prosecution has been playing games. They're the ones who got all these people to file those lawsuits. Yeah, that's true. And I think Gina admitted to that yesterday. And I don't know if Cassie publicly admitted to it, but that's what we heard. They most likely had someone schedule that speaking engagement. It could be, but it still doesn't play good in the room. Go ahead.
Kelly's smart. They probably did the shit. I don't give them the benefit of the doubt.
Oh my God. The guideline range. So he's supposed to follow this guideline range that other channels have talked about. And it's a chart of what you can do and what you can't do. But he threw that to the side and he went with this other guideline range for past behavior. And the law was called the U.S. versus Jordan. I forgot the boy last name. I just read it. Hold on.
Damn, Lola
He says,
said
here we go. We got to update. Driscoll, he's still talking. This is another case with 7 victims, no grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months. He was released after 9 months. Then there is 18 CR 20376 from SDFL. They generated 1.8 million and they got 15 months. So they are presenting case law for the Mann Act. The prosecution is presenting case law for your behavior, for the DV, for violence.
something you wasn't charged for.
Right. But they have case law. But the case law was his second time around. So if we talk legally and let's take the judge's feelings out of it, you should release him today. But he's not. He's going to go with their law. And here's the thing. He can go with the prosecution and maybe he'll change at a later date. But that still puts a win under their belt. Does that make sense? Yeah. So whatever, if he goes to jail today or tomorrow, whatever, it's still considered a win for the prosecution. Now they can do an appeal and they could let him go that day, right? Or they can drag this out. But I think they want the win because they felt humiliated when they didn't get him on a RICO charge. So that's what I think happened.
Yeah.
That Cassie video is going to do him in. He's not coming home. And that don't mean I'm taking sides. He's not coming home. And Perry, you realize that too, right? Now,
you know what though? Right. No, I don't think the judge is going to let him out. Even the judge know, based on these other cases, he should be letting him go. His pride ain't going to let him do it. He got to show that, hey, I dictate my courtroom. Now, I don't think Diddy will get over another year, have to serve another year, full year in jail. Just my opinion. But I'm just saying. Huh?
Why do you think that?
Because based on these laws, this judge give him 5 or 6 years when everybody else done been running wild and getting 18 months, getting out in 9. Diddy don't did a year in prison.
But what makes you think the judge is going to change his mind?
No.
At the last minute.
He know that the RICO is gone. All that other shit they talking about is gone. This Mann Act don't require 11 years, 7 years. The judge know this. The judge just trying to give him more than what Diddy wanted. And then he'll feel like
wouldn't that be reason to believe he's not getting out today? Because the judge does know what's supposed to happen. But he said himself, he's throwing out those guidelines and he's going under these other guidelines.
Okay, well, I'm hearing what you're saying. I just think that he will not get over have to do another full year in prison, jail. I don't think so.
I've got an update. Ms. Slavic says, just blamed Mr. Combs for having a substance problem for 25 years. We think that it is inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13. Some numbers. District of Oregon, they're still doing case law. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. See, and then she says an exhibit. So they're still fighting their cases. But this morning, the prosecution came across very polished and ready to play. They gave their case law up front. The defense had to take a 10-minute break, and 10 minutes is not a long time, and came across with a whole new plan. And we love you, Judge, and you're so great. And we just want to remind you of this. They changed. I was talking about how it went down. They changed up real quickly. And that's what you get paid $3 million for.
Yeah.
You're paying y'all, and y'all are doing horribly. You are not doing good. You got outsmarted. And y'all should have been saying this shit the first time when they said, what about his history? You should have stood up and said, case law show nobody's gone to court that long for this. And if, y'all should have been doing that. And now they're doing it, and they're not doing it in an aggressive way because they don't want to piss off the judge. But you got to be aggressive. Well, for me, you got to say, and if you do that, Judge, everybody going to be looking at you bad, in a professional way. And then now the professional talk, you got to start talking to the crowd, to the audience. Dumb it down so we know what's going on. But they got to come correct, and they got to make the judge realize if you do this, there will be consequences. So you're threatening the judge without threatening the judge. Kissing the ass is not going to work. He already has his mind made up. If you're going to come correct and be worth that $3 million they gave you, you got to come hard. You got to say, I've never lived in a country that did this. I can't believe it. Y'all, look what y'all do to Black people. Is it pulling the race card? Well, it's true. So y'all got to come hard. You got to be like, oh, so, they let this case law slide for this man, who, and if you got to say, and he was Black too, y'all got to come harder than this. Now y'all kissing the judge's ass because they made y'all look stupid this morning.
Yeah, and maybe they could be hitting this approach. Look, they don't try all this other shit. They see this judge mind is made. Go ahead.
No, you stop when you're ready. We got to update.
And they can see this judge already made his mind up. Now, you can keep going on and provoking him, or you can say what you got to say with a different tone and just say, hey, here's this. Now, the evidence still there. It's in the record. So if they had to do an appeal, go ahead.
Yeah. This is his attorneys talking. Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a substance problem for 25 years. We think that's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about, they said that again. Sorry. I don't know why he's sending them out twice. But anyway, go ahead, Pierre. You're saying wrong strategy to come at the judge like that? No,
I understand what you're saying, but if they already went there with the judge and it ain't worked.
When did they go there with the judge?
Well, they actually did it when they was trying to get his bail after the RICO and all that stuff. Which I'm just simply saying, I don't know. And I'm hearing what you're saying about sometimes you got to get aggressive. But do you have to yell if you actually got the facts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe. I'm saying.
Let me take you back to the OJ case. Johnny Cochran gave one of the best closing arguments of all time. And he wasn't talking to the judge. He was talking to the jury, right? You got to expose the judge for setting a new precedent. You got to do it, and you got to come hard. You got to throw a saying up in there so it's easy for people to remember. Don't set a new precedent. He not different than anybody else. This is unfair treatment. I would say don't set a precedent every couple minutes. You got to do that. And you got to go in on the judge. That's what I would do because you want the judge to think, listen, you're going to be exposed. That's what you got to say. You got to be exposed because they're talking about that tape, the Cassie tape, and that is nobody going to support that. So then they got to do a change their defense. Kissing the judge's ass is not going to work.
Okay. Yeah, no.
And I would fire them if I was Diddy.
I'm just saying, but the bottom line is this. They got to bring up these cases and show the judge, the public, that, hey, the judge had this information in his possession when he overcharged or oversentenced Diddy. Go ahead.
This is my girls on the stand. Attorney for Diddy, Westmoreland. She is a barracuda. They might be listening. Okay, she says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life. On the commitment he made while in MDC, Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, Miss Moreland, Westmoreland. It's not gonna work, in my opinion, because nobody can forget the Cassie tape. And y'all didn't come in saying that earlier. It feels like you've changed your strategy, and you did. Now, I don't really care. I'm not married to any defense, really, because it doesn't affect, my life. But I'm just trying to look at both sides and look at the way the judge is perceiving him. That's not going to work. If you got a judge that already hate him, if you tell us what an inspiration he was, I'm not going to believe you, because in my mind, he wasn't an inspiration when I seen that tape. The tape plays a very interesting role. Y'all can't forget that. So when you up him like this and talk about all the good things he did and how he's this great person, and he's even got a party planned for tomorrow, because they cannot forget. And the interview, they're not going to forget that. This is not playing good to the judge. All you can do is tell the judge, if you don't go by the guidelines that he was charged with, you're setting a new precedent, and it's unfair treatment in front of everybody. That's what I would say. Because all this, you keep bigging him up. He's so great. He gave classes in prison. Nobody cares about that. He paid for people's food. Now, if I'm the judge, I would be impressed if he paid for people's food before he went to prison. But that judge ain't looking at it that way. And you got to get to the judge. And it comes off as arrogance when you keep telling me how great he is. Let me see what this is. So that's not new. That's my argument. I'm just seeing it the way I see it. And you're not getting out today. And y'all really fumbled the ball this morning. Tomorrow's a different day. But you changed your strategy in the middle of this process. It feels like that. And you have to remember, the prosecution, that's his friends. He mad Maureen got fired. This is how I think. Let's see what y'all think. I'm not always right. So if y'all feel the way, let's talk about it. I don't understand. He has said he is a child of God, but he does evil shit. That's not going to get out of people's mind. You have to remember, defense, the tape. Right. The universe is listening. Even if he pray, the amount of shit he did is going to wake up karma. See, that's how people feel. You telling me that don't listen to your instincts, or if that's how you're talking to people who don't feel that way about him, it comes off as arrogance. If I say, I hate Sherelle, she gonna get what's coming to her. And Perry said, but she was a good mother when the kids was little. So what? So what? It's just not gonna come off right. Diddy's attorneys knew this judge was young and looking to make a name for himself. He's gonna be famous depending on what he does today. This man at going to a higher court, definitely. They probably filing the appeal papers now, and you got to get this case out in front of the judge. That's the only way I see Diddy Witty. But when that happens, they already have a win on their belt, and they're going to do the victory dance today or when he gets back in jail. And they deserve that. You won. If Diddy would have won, he deserves the victory dance. They gonna do the victory dance. So if they release him, it's gonna be at another time, and it's gonna be quietly. That's how I say. That's what I
Okay,
think.
let me address it. Hey, JT, you said y'all were the same ones that said he would be found guilty of RICO, over dramatic. Now, I just pulled out the chat. Were you speaking to somebody in the chat, or are you saying?
I'm telling you.
No.
He's talking to us. And yes.
No. I'm asking him that. I mean, because from day one, that was my biggest issue. The RICO was an overcharge.
Mm-hmm.
I said he shouldn't be found guilty of it. I mean, and I don't think that he was going to get charged. Well, I was hoping he didn't, because you never know when you put yourself at the mercy of the court. Now, I was just wondering if you chatting with somebody in the thing. I mean, because
he could be new to the channel. He could be new to the channel. So what we're doing now, JT, Perry has came out and said Diddy should not go to jail. He feels that this is unjust. I've lost interest at this point because we've been doing this for a long time. I really lost interest. So I'm just saying what I think is going to happen. But we were saying that the RICO Act, there was no RICO there. None. Now I'm saying the judge has all the power. And I don't see him changing his opinion on Diddy. So you could call me taking a side. I just don't see it. And Perry was saying he's going home today. But you see, he has backed down. Perry has backed down. And I'm not doing this to go for Diddy to go to jail. I think it would be a mistake to set a new precedence. So you could take somebody to jail because you don't like them. Let's just be real. You don't like them. It's going to be a mistake, and it's gonna be, and that new precedence that they're saying is going to hurt African Americans. Only Black people are going to be affected by this new law that they're presenting. Because now you're saying I don't have to sentence you for what you did. I can sentence you because I don't like you. Let's just break it down. I'm never going to forget that Cassie tape. You got my homegirl fired. I don't care if you're a judge or not a judge. Your friends are your friends. The way I ride for my friends is the way the judge is riding for his friends. We can't deny that. I can't come to y'all and be like, yeah, he getting out today. Yeah, let's go to the park. No, he not. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, I'm keeping it real for me, but I appreciate everybody's opinion. Most people did Diddy hurt. Most Black people.
I think they was trying to say, we were talking about Black people couldn't pay the price. I think they were saying that Diddy hurt mostly Black people. Is that what they're saying?
He did. But you have to also, too, understand, my uncle's in jail for being falsely accused. He did not do it. And how do I know that with 100% accuracy? Because we know who did it. And it's another person in my family, right? So we know who did it. He has been in there and they're not budging because he lives in a different state, and that judge is going to make sure that case stays in his court. It's not fair for us. It's just not. And maybe other people too. Can't speak from a white person's point of view. I'm not white. I don't know, because maybe some of them are in there falsely accused too. But all I know is we are the majority in prisons. It's African Americans. So when they use this new law that's being presented, they're going to use it on us.
Yep.
I'm not about a side here about keeping everything real. They going to use it on us. So they created this new law to get that man locked up. But now it's new case law. So it's a mess. In all fairness, he's not your uncle. No shade. No shade. But I doubt that your uncle had the same level of defense as Diddy. Now, That's true.
He didn't. Yeah.
If I pay your ass $3 million a month and this the best you can do for me, I'm firing everybody. I'm firing everybody because y'all know I got a temper. I'm yelling. I'm humiliating them in front of the other inmates because they're going to hear me yelling. And I'm a cuss. I'm a cuss like no other. Y'all know I'm a cusser. I'm a cuss. I'm going to kick them out the thing. And then I'm going to have the new defense coming in talking shit about them because I pay you too much money. This is what Diddy probably thinking for you not to get me out. But they don't. The odds are not on their side. All right. You are a wicked to say what you say about Diddy. You need to judge yourself. Look in the mirror at your own stuff, looking for his downfall. Who are you? No. I get how you feel. I get it. And emotions are high. But I'm doing a show. I'm doing the show, and a part of my show is to say, what do I think is going to happen? What do I see? What do we see today?
Right.
You have to be honest. And you might not like me for that, but it is what it is. I have to tell you how I'm feeling this. This is what people are watching for. If you thought you were going to come here and I was just going to bash the prosecution, I guess I could do that. But I just wanted to make it clear what was going on in the courtroom. I could come on here and say, F Slavic, that racist judge, and all of that. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying what I see. I'm saying at this point, even if they change their strategy, he's just not getting out. And I'm sorry that it upsets you, and you right. Feel that because you're mad, you're passionate. This is a trial of the century. We might not be here where we're going to be in the retrial, but this type of case might not come along for another 100 years. But I have to say what's going on. And if he gets released, and most likely he is, I'll say it very gently, most likely he is, then they put forth a new standard. And so, and you have to accept that too, that's it's law now that if a person is brought in to court on something else, they can sentence you for a whole nother issue. I'm sorry you're not liking me. Please, well, no, judge me. Mm-hmm.
But what the person got to understand is this too, right? Like the same way you feel hostility towards what we could be thinking or saying, but the hostility only come after you formed your own opinion. Because we simply talking about the court case, saying, because at this point, you or I don't know whether he coming home or staying. We just our opinion. Right. He's at the mercy of this judge. The judge, the only one can tell you at this point if he's going to be going home or not. It's just an opinion based. And I get people are coming out and you feel a certain kind of way. I don't feel like Diddy. I think me personally, I feel like with this Mann Act, he should be out already. But the simple fact, he's not. He's waiting on his sentencing. And I'm looking at the judge behavior and the things around it. And I feel like he's not going to release him today. Now, I don't think he had to do it more than another year actually behind bars. But that's just my opinion. I'm guessing. Nobody knows but the judge. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Delisa says, it's the Cassie tape that sent around the world first that placed the image of Diddy in our brains. People aren't going to forget that. And I know that sounds bad for Diddy supporters. Like, has somebody ever did something to you and you just never forgot it? Even if you forgive, let's say I forgive, like I forgive you for what you did and let's move forward, but I'm never going to forget.
Right. It happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
That's the thing. But people as adults, we get to be, even the judge or whoever, even the jurors at the time, to realize that, yeah, this person could have did this, but what are they being charged for? You get to be able to separate the two. You know what I'm saying? Like the Cassie thing, yes.
Let's say I'm a Cassie fan. Even if you support Diddy, the tape was horrible. Can we just say that? Even if you're a Diddy fan.
I'm saying I would agree, and he should have been charged for that at that time.
Right.
Statute of limitations ran out.
I get your argument, but I'm talking about how human beings.
Okay, I get that, right? But if you're a Cassie fan, outside of the beating, right, the tape.
That's what it was. Yes.
Okay. Do they take her other actions in consideration?
No.
All that stuff.
And let me tell you why they did it. And I got 2 words: the tape. The video. Listen to my argument. It's something that burns in your brain. You're never going to forget it. Even you. And when we saw the tape, remember I started crying?
Right. No, I mean, I'm saying I agree, but I could separate the two between that and
but other people can't.
The Mann Act charges.
Like sometimes, how can I say this without offending everybody? Sometimes I don't give a damn about you changing. Sometimes I cannot, when things let's say your wife cheats on you, because that's a very emotional topic too. And you didn't know. Oh my God. This just happened to Perry's friend. I'm not going to talk about it. 2 days ago. But he was so emotional about what happened. This just happened. Mm-hmm. He unalived himself when he found, in the manner that he did, he was all upset. Some things you react the way you react. And so watching that tape was the same feeling. It was so horrible what happened.
Okay. And I'm saying I get that, right? And I get like I'm gonna keep it 110 now, okay? Okay. I understand how people could see that tape and you never forget it. The same way I could see her freaky behaviors, and if I was a man to date her, I could never forget. But I could separate the two. Just because she was a little loose and loose as a goose, it don't mean she should have got beaten. I could separate.
You're not seeing my point. My point is some people can't do that.
Okay, no, I'm getting.
I mean, I gave your friend as an example.
Right. I know.
Rest in peace.
That's the point. That's the point of the conversation, is to have people just try to start separating the two.
Whether I don't know if some people can. Your friend couldn't.
I know, but you have to train yourself to. And we just trying to start a little bit today. Because I understand what you're saying. Like, I can't forget the tape, and I understand that, right? But this situation don't have anything to do with that.
So just a couple days ago, Perry's good friend. When did you meet him? I'm not going to say his name, but how long have y'all been friends? Shit. And when y'all first started working together, you met him right then, right?
18 years or something like that.
Perry's friend of 18 years finds out his wife is having an affair with his friend and had affairs with 2 other friends, right? He was so upset, just like when people sing that Cassie tape. Right. I don't know why sometimes people.
His emotion, he was raging. Now, I mean, because I know him, and I think if he would have had time to sit there and think about it, he wouldn't have. You just snap.
He snapped.
Yeah.
That's how other people think of that tape. Right. Did he snap? And he need to pay for what he did. So that's the two sides that we're dealing with. I'm not judging anybody for their emotions and how they feel. We're just having a conversation and we're trying to cover both sides. Right. I don't know how I would act.
Because I understand the emotions, and that's why I'm trying to say it, because when a person is strong in their opinion, you think that's the only thing that matters. I'm strong in my opinion, but I have to accept my opinion is not always right, or my opinion is for me. I can't force my opinion on you. So
I know, but you spoke up during the trial and you stood firm in your decision with Diddy, and everybody, you know, it's an emotional case.
Right.
With
And it's
that
not,
being said, he's still not getting out, huh?
yeah, no, I just think it's good to have the adult conversation. Because, like, I understand when people saying he should have more time from off some of the crazy things he did with his behavior with women and stuff. Yes, but I'm saying bringing the charges up to him, it's a right way to punish a person too. And this is not the right way right now, to me. In my opinion. Go ahead.
Let's start taking comments. He did not do anything to her face. Okay. Oh wow, this is loaded. I'm not allowed to explain physical acts on YouTube. So let me get to the gist of this. Yeah, y'all read this, and that's true. So stop. She did all kinds of stuff, probably. Am I responding to the same people? Okay, I apologize. Let me see. That's not law. It would be law. They will be, that would be appealed and he will win because it violates the Constitution. I agree with that. Cassie could have left. Y'all think she couldn't, but she could. She wasn't hurt. So this weekend, Diddy supporters don't think she's innocent. And when one of the escorts came out, it's like they're trying the trial all over again. He's going to say that she was a willing participant. So there's 2 escorts that have flipped. And they can't put Gina on the stand. No. And she was stealing. Those are the rumors, but that wasn't said in court. I don't forgot. Did they say that in court? I think that's a hearsay that she stole his phone and 20 mil. Now his freedom.
I think they said that was the reason they got in the altercation at the hotel. And I think it came up the reason why, because you notice after he did that, he snatched his phone back and went back to the room in his towel. Remember that?
Yeah. Dorian says he shouldn't get 20 years for essay, basically either. I mean, he not, but I don't know if he'll give him 20, but he gonna give him, in my opinion, 11. Cassie wasn't innocent though. All of this, but that video was horrible. The video was horrible. And
that 110%. I mean, you just don't do that. But, and I would say this, and people who have done that, and when they went in front of the judge, they might get a year or less. And I'm just saying that he could be famous, a rapper, got money. He's still a human, and he should get the same treatment, not less than anybody else when it's come down to being sentenced for something. That's my opinion.
Rich Auntie says, if it was improving in court, if it wasn't, she's saying one of 2 things. If it wasn't improving in court, if that law could be improving by them changing it, is that what she's saying?
No. She's saying that if it wasn't proven in court, then it didn't happen. As far as the law, if you don't approve it, if it wasn't proved and you filed guilty for it, then it never happened.
JT is not backing down from his stance.
No, and the crazy part about it too, JT, I think it's possible, but let's be honest with ourselves. I'm just saying off the judge reaction and how he's been doing, refusing to give him bail after he putting up 50 million and all this stuff, right? Do you think the judge gonna try to force him to stay a little longer? That's all I'm saying. It's up to the judge. Hopefully he do come home, in my opinion. But I'm just being realist and saying, in my opinion, but either JT don't know, I don't know, but we'll find out.
I missed some tweets here. It says, Westmoreland's talking. That's my girl. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives? countless lies. He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spent every day speaking with him. She goes on. In MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people about their dreams, that how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. I'm gonna stop talking because everybody mad at me. I'm gonna stop talking.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this, JT, trust me, trust and believe. I had to go back on my word. I was adamant. And you'd ask people. I thought Diddy would be home for the 4th of July.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you did that.
Then I got to realize it's not under my power because it shouldn't have been no reason why he wasn't. The judge does not give him bail for his reasons, and with those same reasons, I think he's going to try to prolong this. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think they should play that documentary. It's not going to show well, in my opinion. But listen, Miss Moreland, believe her first name is Nicole. I call her the Barracuda. She's got to be one of the finest defense attorney I've ever seen because I like aggressiveness. If you're an attorney, you got to be aggressive. I love aggressiveness, right? That woman did not play. She's also a victim of DV, which is weird. Yeah, it was very weird, but she is one of the finest attorneys around. Still don't think their strategy is going to work today, but you know, she is a phenomenal. See, if I had $3 million, I don't want nobody to reason and ration and or you got to come. I'm aggressive. Y'all know me. My personality is. I like barracudas. I like his Mark Agnefello. Little too mild for me though, but he's smart. He can lay down a defense, and that's probably why he hasn't spoken yet. You can't play around. You got to be aggressive. And that was Maureen's Comey problem. She wasn't aggressive enough, especially if you have the judge in your back pocket and you still lose. So that's why they fired her, because they want to win. And they want to win because when certain people came to town and came in power, they fired a whole bunch of people at the Southern District of what's it called? Southern District of New York. And y'all know who I'm talking about. And so it's a different Southern District. It's not the one under Preet Bharara. It's not that. He was probably one of the smartest. Here I go again. Preet was, listen, they had a 98 conviction rate. He was just a genius, right? He also convicted other people. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so other people hated him. So when they fired everybody and everybody who liked him, like they just didn't fire him. And anybody that spoke on his behalf, this is a new Southern District of New York. They got to get a win under their belt so they could represent who they are, because it's not the old one anymore. I hope that makes sense. Well, he left because he knew it was coming. Like, you know, and that might do something to you. You know, you come in, you go, all your friends go, and anybody who dreamed about liking him, you go too. He fired 46 attorneys. 46.
Sure. Is it any updates?
No, I don't see any.
Well, you know, no. I'll just go back to this. And I get that they trying to demonstrate and give a bio of Diddy's life, right? So this image of the bad things he did that was presented in court, they want to show you the good things. But I think at the end of the day, it's irrelevant, because the things he got charged with is the things he's going to get sentenced with, whether he was a saint, first grade,
y'all.
or deviant.
Quincy has taken the stand. Quincy Brown, Diddy's oldest son. love him, and not because he's light skinned. Y'all need to stop tripping with me. I just think he's so cute. Quincy says he's transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next, my name is Justin Combs. Oh, they're doing it together. They must be standing up. He said, I asked you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Now, this is putting on a good defense, because no matter what the children did, what Diddy did, he's a father. His children are standing by his side, and 3 of them don't have a mother anymore. They don't have a mother, and now they don't have a father. Now, maybe I feel that might work because I'm a woman. Maybe to men, they don't give a damn. But might humanize him. That might humanize him. I'm thinking.
Actually, that to me is somebody saying, hey, this is my father. It do make it more human, right? But I'm saying, like the documentary, I wouldn't have to go back because you fighting a fight that it doesn't matter. Now you saying, hey, they need to focus on the last 5 people who got this charge, got sentenced to 14 months, got out in 8 months. Go ahead.
So now this is Justin Combs. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Now, it says, I am Christian Combs. That's the guy, the kid that they call King. He's also a rapper and also has his lawsuits. He says, I'm the one who most resembles my pops, my mannerisms, my whole life. I study my dad up and down. He's the greatest man in the world. I would mostly talk about how this would impact your life and how you lost your mother. I don't think I would still go with he's the greatest. Well, because then you have to say, I wouldn't. That's just me. I don't know. That's just me. Go ahead, Perry. What would you have said?
I mean, his kid's going to say that because just like with your uncle, right?
I know what you're going to say. Yeah, I love my uncle.
The people he victimized don't. Yeah. So I'm just saying, and when they talking to their father, they saying, hey, he's great to them. A person being great don't mean they're flawless, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Jim says this, they're saying this because they don't want to work. Your dad did wrong, and he has to pay the price. Now, I would agree with this. Diddy got charged with these 2 things, just like if you or I would have went, we would have got charged for it, right? Diddy should get charged for his crimes too. So that's why he's facing sentencing. But I think most of our argument today is, or discussion is, how much time should he get? He shouldn't get no more than the other people have gotten, and nothing, and no less. Just my opinion. But go ahead.
I'm checking for updates, getting sicker by the minute. Look at Perry, all refreshed.
It's the coffee, baby. It's the coffee.
I'm getting sick more by the minute. It was in your stomach too?
Yeah, it's Perry. Like a cramp, and sometimes it go into my rib.
Like, damn. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Did you feel a fever? Like I'm very hot.
No,
very
no.
Hot.
I felt that like that flu symptom, like with my neck.
Oh no.
Like that body. Yeah.
Let me go take my vitamin C. You keep looking at. I need some.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So let me see. She don't took off getting the vitamin. Renee, she'll get the update when she come back. She'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, now who's starting this shit? Get me in trouble. Perry looking a little fresh. Sherelle, Perry got you sick. Poor lady, get well. No, please do not tell her that, because then if she's sick for 3 days, I'm going to get the blame for it, all of it. No, I think those kids love their fathers. They're probably already set up financially, regardless if he comes home or not. And I agree with that too. But You know how, like, with our families, we can love them and your neighbors hate the hell out of them? Okay.
Next, it says, Christian Combs. He told me to treat women, like a queen. I see in his eyes, as his twin, that he has changed. Next, it says, Jessie Combs. That's one of the twins, female. She says, I'm 18 years old. She starts to cry. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Okay, now she's going to give the testimony I think she should have gave, because they will be an orphan. I don't think it will work, by the way, but that's the best thing you can say, is talk about how this is going to affect your life. Don't call them your superhero, but them kids, even if you are a Cassie friend, a Cassie supporter, the kids are innocent, and they're the ones that are going to pay. But
Right.
their father, I don't know, he got himself in some mess. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Naomi said, I hope he get the max sentence.
Looks like he's going, well, not the max, but hey,
Well, no, I
Naomi.
mean, that's how she
But he's
feel
going
about
to get
that.
11.
Huh?
The max is 20, but I think he's going to give him
I
11
think
years.
the max might be around about 11 or so. I
thought
thinking.
it was 20,
Yeah.
10 on each count.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but we know that's not going to happen, even the judge having an attitude. But I understand what Naomi's saying, like, if you feel a certain way, but do you want him to get the max sentence for the Mann Act charges or for other things he's done? Because I think a lot of people still come in and want him to get all these years based off DV and all that stuff. That's what I'm thinking.
Espar says, hi, Espar. She says they shouldn't show the documentary. No. I think the judge is a supporter of the guy. Oh, of them. Okay, y'all read it with
Yeah.
me. He is not going to like the fact that Diddy supporters, the Black community, Sherelle and Perry speaking your opinions, because this is why people are here. Oh, thank you. Listen, no, they are not, they're not gonna release him. This right here, look at my, where it is. The supporter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't. So let me tell you this. So a couple of weeks ago, I can't even talk about it because I signed the thing. Anyway, we got to be very, very, very careful of who we mention, because my channel can go bye-bye. Okay. So, and they only did it to certain channels, and I'm one of them. So I need my channel. I need my money. Okay. I need my money. And I'm going to follow what they want me to do. Everybody thinks about their parents. Yeah. Well, the whole Kim Porter thing is sensitive to me. No healthy person, in my opinion, passes away at 46, 48, pardon me, 48. So the whole thing is terrible. A lot of foreigners don't have any respect for Black Americans. I think gotta be careful what I say. We get it a lot. Now, do everybody feel, if you're Black, that you are a victim? No, they don't. We all don't think the same, but it's just a fact that a lot of people don't like us just because we have melanin in our skin, and that's not made up. But I understand if you're white, you won't understand it unless you walked in a person's shoes. Like, I don't know what it feels like to be white. I got white friends and white family members, but I don't know. Life is different for them than it is for us. Now, that's just a fact, in my opinion. But what about people like your friend, Perry, who he's Black and he thinks that Black people are lazy? He said Black people don't want to work. He says all kind of stuff. He's
right.
Black. But how do you say that? You're Black. What are you talking about?
I think, personally, I think people say it to compensate for their failures.
Don't answer that because I don't need y'all arguing it again. Here we go.
Okay.
This person says, I'm for fair sentencing and due process because the same bias that over sentence people is what under sentence people. Like that pastor that got 6 months.
Yeah. See, and I agree with that statement too, though. It's the same kind of thing. But that's why it needs to be fair for everybody and equal. And they don't have multiple crimes where people don't got the same kind of times. They should just base it off that. And nobody would have a problem if Diddy got the same thing other people who committed the same offenses got. But you don't want to see him get 10 times as much. You know,
somebody says they daughter-in-law was friends with Kim Porter, and she was at the parties. Look, it's a weird situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like these people, some of these people that were at the parties did not. Well, nobody came forward, did they? Nobody testified about
Right.
Never mind.
Nobody came.
I can't talk about this, Yasmin. I can't talk about it. Yes, I can't talk about it. Nor do we want to see him get less or preferential treatment for being a celebrity or a wealthy celebrity.
Right. And nobody want to see that neither, right? But then the last thing you want to see in this country today, same state, somebody's in and somebody's out that did similar stuff, if not worse. And we know if a person is granted bail and they could be at home while waiting trial, it should be across the board. Just my opinion, right? And I watched this content creator yesterday, and he talked about something. He's talking about things that's happened actually in New York. It was some police that ran like a brothel, right? And something had happened, and he was on duty. He left his area and went to the brothel to make sure his women was okay. He got busted. He was doing it for money. And I think he got 6 months or something like that. I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Right.
This is Delilah. So that's the second twin. So we already heard from Jesse. Now Delilah. She's crying, they said. Your Honor, please, let us move forward. Not as a headline, but as a family. Thank you all. This is important for me to hear. This is what the judge said. Yeah, you can't hear the kids and not feel nothing. Will it change his mind? I don't think so. We would like to show the movie.
Oh, now that part they should like. You get the human thing, and at that point, his kid sitting there saying, "Hey, when you take them away, you're not just taking them away, you know, locking them up. It's taking them away from us, right?" I think that's the more bigger impact statement than playing this damn thing. It's gonna make it seem, well, you did all this. Now you want us to praise you for the good things you did and not punish you. Leave it at this. Get to the damn sentencing so we ain't here on Monday.
So here's the thing. I think everybody feels sorry for them kids because it's nothing you did. It was going to affect you, but it's the things that your father did. And I'm so close to my mother. Y'all know my mother. I talk to my mother every day, 3 and 4 times a day. Since when, Perry? Since forever.
Yeah.
I used to work with my mom. Oh, we work here on YouTube, and then we used to work together. I was 20 something years old. We used to work. I don't know. It's just, I guess some people say blame your father for, but my heart goes out to the kids. My heart goes out to Quincy because Diddy's not his real father. And now he's not, according to the rumors, he's not speaking to Albie Shore over this case, who's his real father. And the twins had to go through high school during this trial, and they was in the court day one hearing about stuff that you don't want to hear about. Your daddy had no damn freak off. Terrell, stop being negative. That's a reason Diddy put that, he was going to do a speaking engagement or whatever, because he's being positive. Okay. I love me some Beatrice. Okay. I'm going to take it out. And you're right. Sometimes things come to fruition if you keep speaking on it. So I'm done. Someone says, so will the prosecution show the judge the Cassie video? Yes. If Diddy can show that video, then can Cassie show? They're going to show Cassie's. That was part of the argument at the first part in the morning.
And that's why I think that it's going too far. Like, you did it all through the trial. You didn't win the RICO and all the things you wanted. Let's get down to the charges. The hell with both videos. Don't need to see Cassie's video. And if the prosecution want to do something so great with the video, go and have them change the rules in our country to where there's no statute of limitations. Do something like that with the tape. Stop wasting my time with it. Let's get down to this damn sentencing. And my stomach hurting too, Sherelle. You made me sick.
Oh, how do you know my stomach's? Yeah.
You grabbed it and you made me sick.
I've been married to Perry 35 years. For you that are new to the chat, he's a hot ass mess. We argue all the time. People are cold-hearted. Think about his mother, who is almost 90. I was shocked. Like, I don't want to disrespect anyone's mom. I wear a blonde wig. Okay. Not feeling Janice's blonde wig at all. Okay. But I didn't realize she was that old and she looked good. Like, she does not look 80. She don't look 70. She looked early 60s, late 50s to me. I was flabbergasted that, I'm sorry about the wig, Mom. Just, no, I'm not feeling that wig. The judge is black and no, he don't think okay. The judge is not black. He's Middle Eastern. And this is what I heard. Now, I don't know if this is true. I heard a lot of other races. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard this from my Arab friend, that there's racism between Arabs and they don't like black people and they do the whole color thing. I heard they do that in the Middle Eastern country also. But anyway, the judge is black and probably want to be white. He's Middle Eastern and, he has a lot of white friends. He's doing all the right wing. Oops. He's trying to please them. Okay. Them. He is not Middle Eastern. He is I thought that you called Indians. I don't want to disrespect anybody, and I don't want to call somebody's nationality wrong. I thought that we called them Middle Easterns, and then we call the Indians here Native Americans. If I'm ignorant, I apologize. Not trying to insult anybody's heritage.
I brought it up. She was telling you what it's called. What's
it called? Tell me. Y'all correct me. What's it called?
The person said it's called East Indian.
East Indian. Okay. Apologize. I will want to go to uh, Dubai one day. This is my dream. I always want to go to Dubai. Don't know why. East Asian. Oh yeah, that's it. It's because somebody else told me that. It's East Asian. Yeah. And listen, some words change when you get older. Changes. Like, do you guys remember Dubai used to be called Bombay? So it I just my kid just read me for filth the other day by using older words.
Yeah.
But I heard, yeah, remember that? But I hear it's called East Asian, so that's it. Yeah, I heard they're not fond of us. That's what I heard. But I still want to go to Dubai. So the things Bombay was in India, and wasn't it? Isn't it the new Dubai? Isn't that the new name, Dubai? I still was going around talking about Bombay, child. I don't know. I'm ignorant. Uh, Judge, I don't know how to say his name. Submarinian is of South Asian Indian descent. Okay. Oh, somebody said Dubai was never Bombay. WTF? We're just talking, and I'm making sure I don't miss. I wonder. Oh, they're watching that video. That's what's taking so long. Judge Submarinian is, I just read that, is a South Asian Indian descent, not East, according to AI, South Asian Indian descent.
Sherelle,
Got
do
it.
they got anything on
Oh,
crime
Kimberly, thank
report,
you.
whatever that thing is? Law and crime? Is anything going on over
Okay.
there?
Yeah, they're talking. Let's listen to a little bit of Long Crime for 10 minutes. I'm going to watch. I'm not leaving.
I'll
And
be
thank
right
you,
back.
Kimberly. That's right. It's not Dubai. It's not
You know
Dubai.
what? I mean, well, you had me convinced. It's a good thing I didn't go on no game show.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Kimberly.
Last time I
Let's
listened
hear
to
what
you.
other people are. Yeah, let's hear what other people are saying.
November of 2023, because of course that's when Kathy Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit. And then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie. And then of course, we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod and the many others that trickled out after that. And of course, I'm sure following law and crime coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Milner broke down everything, I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy, hearing these allegations against him and what it was really like inside the bedroom or hotel room, rather, what it was like during those, Wild King nights or freak offs. And I'm sure for a lot of people, that could have changed their opinion of P. Diddy. But I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance. I've said this from the start, I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people by and large don't like him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
Interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she is crying in court. Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge here. Maybe not necessarily the emotion, maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about the impact he had, the career that he had, the future. I mean, do judges consider the impact that someone can have, the benefit they might have to society?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I've done hundreds of designations for inmates across the country throughout my career. The main thing is, going back to that pre-sentence report, looking at the offense and conduct, and then when had been interviewed, did he take responsibility? Does the things that reports about him teaching these classes, are they backed up by when he met with the probation officer? Did he actually accept responsibility? All those things come into play. But at the end of the day, there's still going to be a judgment. So while it'll be more interesting to see if he is sentenced to, 3 to 5 or 7 years or 10 years. Will he still continue to teach classes? Will he still continue to fight for other inmates? That's the test is going to come when the judgment comes down. So I think it's a little bit of theater as far as the defense attorney, not necessarily being emotional, because that's not a problem, but I just think that's not going to make a major impact on the judge's decision, because he's going to ultimately weigh all of the information that has been gathered throughout this case.
Got another question for you from Brittany Curry. Since a lot of countries deny entry to a felon, how would his international travel be affected?
Well, if once he's released, he's probably going to be on supervised release. So any travel that he has, he's going to have to go through his probation officer. So during his supervised release, so any travel outside of the jurisdiction that he releases from will have to be cleared by the probation office. Probably.
So Safa, something interesting is going on here too. I want to mention. Nicole Westmoreland has been saying, Mr. Combs was there. He said, "Listen." Oh, sorry. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail, and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. The judge kind of took objection earlier on about where he basically said it doesn't appear that Sean Combs is really accepting responsibility for what he did here. Is the defense downplaying the crimes too much? Is this going to work against them in terms of sentencing?
I don't think that they're trying to downplay the crimes, but what I think they're trying to do is highlight the other aspects that the judge needs to and will ultimately consider. So somewhat taking it.
Okay, you guys, they're saying the break is over. It says, video is over. Mr. Steele, this is the judge talking to Steele. Who will be speaking next? He says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. The judge says, any more lawyers? He says, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. That video was kind of long. I don't know what it said. We'll find out after, but kind of long. See what I'm saying, you guys? The other Black attorney kind of feels the same way that we do, because when we're giving our opinion and stuff, you also, I don't know, it just didn't, that's just my opinion. I don't know if I'm right, but it just feels like nothing he does is going to help. That's it. But it seemed like the other guy, the host, he was touched by the children too. How do you not be touched by children? We resume at 2 p.m. Oh, we already resumed. Yeah, it's emotional. It's emotional for the kids. I mean, they're 18. When they did go to court, they would say, what happened, all the, during the party, a freak off, whatever. Their mom just passed, them girls. I feel bad for the girls in Quincy. Do you guys think that one day Quincy will make things right with his real father, Albie Shore, or is he done with him forever? Because he did say, Diddy's my dad. And that's how he feels. He's allowed to feel that way. I mean, that's because you got the dad, Albie Shore, said that ain't all he did. And he did, this to Kim Porter and that. Child. It's just, woo, child. You got to be careful when you are in the public eye and you like people in your bedroom and all the all the substances taking. How did Diddy let himself get to that part of his life where it was a mess? He was living a mess. Let's see what y'all saying. Cassie running around here with the kids' trust money. Ooh. Gapping. Ooh. Gapping her legs open with any and everybody. Zero respect on this platform. Yeah. Very people are not liking Cassie. It sounds crazy if you're from the other side, but they don't. They say she's not a victim. She's a willing participant. If they have this other escort come on, he's going to talk about that. And most of our ancestors probably not only came from Africa, but them places too. My mom looks just like an Indian lady I used to work with. From the facial expressions, she does. I showed the lady. I mean, I think I heard that they have a lot of African mixed in their culture. I don't know, but they could be dark as me. They get dark. And I thought, like, okay, we're all dark, but they don't look at us like that. They like, that's y'all and this us. There's nothing black about that judge. African American, she means, because they don't want to, they don't like us. Isn't that a trip? Like, y'all don't like us. What? Y'all get the same treatment. What's wrong with y'all? A former spiritual advisor to somebody, to them, pleaded guilty over 100 acts of SA. I don't know if I can say that, but y'all can read along. Because remember, I can't describe things. To 6 months. Now let's talk about what Diddy should get. I don't know, y'all. This is not, listen, even on the appeal, I feel that anytime anything is put in front of this judge, because don't forget, the Southern District has another problem, and that is they need wins under their belt. It sounds crazy. It gets political. They need the wins under their belt. And some could say that's why this was brought forth anyway. It's a mess. It's political. Sure. A lot of them are darker than you. They are. I work with them. Yeah, they don't like us. That's crazy. But you can like whoever you. I really don't care if people don't like me because of the color of my skin. I really don't care. Kim Porter looked Asian. Oh, wait. Kim's mom was too. Don't you think her mom was not black? And I'm gonna say she was Asian, but she's a whole nother heritage. She's not black at all. But Kim was black with some Asian features or whatever else she is. She just was beautiful. Kim Porter was one of the most, in my opinion. Do we know why Perry in the chat and not sitting up here with me? Okay. India is also called Hindustan, which is why it is impossible that Christopher Columbus was lost. Indians mean indigenous to the land. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say this and I'm going to regret saying this. I'm black. I'm African American, and I'm proud to be African American. And I stand up for my race. And y'all know people that y'all know who I am. I also think I have friends from probably every nationality you can think of, including Laotian from Laos. I have a friend that's Laotian. She's from Laos. I think that's important. But I know some black people who don't, because we get it from every other race, even if they're dark, don't fool with no other race because they do us so bad. That's not the whole race. Not the whole race. I know black people get mad when I say this. But it's not the whole race. It's just certain ones that choose to be. I need to shut up before I keep talking. It's not the whole race. Like, not everybody is racist. Yeah, that don't sound good. We deal with it. I'm stop talking. Kim Porter's dad is mixed. Really? I believe with Korean. That might be it. Her mother is mixed with, oh, she's Native American, not American Indian that I'm aware of. She's not black. I don't know what she is. She's not black. But hey, Toria. Sorry, Sarah was black and Filipino. Is that Kim's mom?
Oh, I don't know.
Please let it go. I know. I don't even know why. Well, I will say this. Very proud African American. If I could choose to be any other race, I love being African American. And it's like no other race. It's like no other race. And so I'm very proud of my people. Now, are we perfect? No. Are we as bad as they say? No.
No.
Why do they think we so bad and we steal everything and uneducated? Why do they think so? Like, come on. Soon the law come to cosplaying of FBA stops and everybody goes back. They negativity then be black again tomorrow. I think she's saying, do we pull the race card? That's another subject. I ain't even gonna get on that. We're magical creatures. Like no, I will say, I don't know what it's like to be another nationality, but we have a lot of traditions and views that are very different than others. We're unique. We're very unique, and we're strong. We're strong because I'm not gonna bring it up again. We're very strong people. When you travel, the work Black American contributes in the arts and music embrace. Look, the world they hate us, but they copy us. It is what it is. They hate us, but they copy us. That's why Kim Porter is beautiful. She is. She's part Filipino. He. Just kidding. She's beautiful. Probably one of the prettiest women I've seen. So I have favorite pretty people.
Did you turn it
on? No, you're getting hot flashes like me. We're sick.
Hold on.
But you can turn it up because I'm hot too.
Okay.
We're going to be in the hospital because it's not hot. But I want him to drop that heat. What was I talking about? I can't remember. The judge should not have so much power, period. That's just how it's been for years. I hope y'all get well. So we are not. I'm about to put. Hope you're about to drop that heat, the AC to 68 degrees because we are hot. We got fevers. Her mother, Sarah Porter, is of mixed Black and Filipino ancestry, while her father, Michael Porter, was Black. Did she have any siblings? I don't remember anything about any siblings. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. Kim Porter is one of the most beautiful dark-skinned women I've ever seen. And I have a list of my favorite beauties. Do you guys remember the model Iman from the 70s? You might not remember her. She was in that Michael Jackson video, Remember the Times? She's in her 70s now, and she's still just as beautiful as yesterday. Okay, here we go, you guys. Who will be speaking next? Still says, oh, I already said that. The Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if permitted. Any more lawyers, myself, and why does he keep, just making, I don't know why he keeps tweeting, but we're grateful that you're live tweeting it.
Yeah. So,
and then we go ahead. I want to talk about it.
So the escort's not going to come on then if he's given
today. Yeah.
Hold on. Are they already planning on extending this to Monday?
They already said that in the beginning.
Possibly. Oh, okay. All
They
right.
said that in the beginning.
Damn.
Perry, you can leave if you want to go lay down. I got it.
It's okay. I just finally realized what menopause was like.
Do you want to apologize for that? A lot of us is going through menopause, sir.
No, I feel you. This shit isn't pleasant.
Kim Porter was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Iman is a beautiful, dark-skinned woman. And do you guys remember? And what do y'all think? I say this name, and people always tell me I'm crazy. Naomi Campbell
Mm-hmm.
is flawless. She's flawless. So I'm in the fashion. I'm in the fashion and modeling and all that. Naomi Campbell, there will never be another. There will never be another. Never be another Naomi Campbell. Yeah, Monday. Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying.
And it's going to be long today. Hey, Aphrodite. Hey, Michaela. I missed it. Michaela, hi. Long time no see. Missed your thing. Oh. Any news yet on the verdict? Well, you're not getting a verdict today.
Oh.
But any more testimony? Not yet. But no verdict today. I don't know why they're dragging this out.
Me neither.
I don't know why.
It doesn't make sense, really. I mean, you made us wait till October 3rd. If that was the case, they should have started September 28th or something. If they're going to just keep dragging the shit on.
They're saying, CNN update, Combs sobbed as he watched the video from his legal team. Sean Diddy Combs sobbed, that means cried, in court as he watched the documentary style video his legal team put together, which featured footage of his charity work and his family. The video is over. The court is now talking about taking a lunch break until 2 p.m. Defense attorney Brian Steele said more speakers are expected. All right, so me and Perry are going to take a break. We're going to put it on Law and Crime, and we'll see you guys when it's over. I mean, I'll be back before it's over, but I need a break. I need to go stand in front of the freezer. I'm going to stand in front of the freezer.
And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying and what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, he'd give him time served or the 14 months essentially. Probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really echo in the judge's mind as he considers the sentence.
Safa Robinson Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen, but we're covering it for you right here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Looks like they're out for lunch too. Where Perry is. I really went to go stand in front of the freezer. They're using it to say he's very dangerous and easily triggered. And if he did this to her, none of the women is safe out there. That's their strategy. Terrell, last time you were sick, and now Perry. Was I sick last night? So I told you that I had cancer when I was 38 years old. And life ain't been the same since. You get a whole nother set of symptoms, and my immune system is forever compromised. But I'm here. I'm here. I don't know where, period. He could be. We got a refrigerator in the house and one in the garage. He's probably in the garage. Aphrodite says, if women are smart, they would all keep away from Diddy and no more freak offs. I don't think life will be the same for Diddy. But we got to be real, okay? Let's keep it real. When the charges were brought against him and he went to the ice cream shop and everybody was following him to the ice cream shop, we had already seen the tape. He has these supporters. When he went to the beach with Stevie J and all those people following him, taking pictures, it's not, he always is going to have supporters. We got to be real with that. I don't know. That. And now I think they said Stevie J is living in his Miami homes. And somebody else, he has other houses that he lets his friends that's down on their luck stay with, and they're fully staffed. Let's see what she said. He wouldn't resume that stuff after this, although there's always a woman that wants to be with him. You're right, Sherelle. I mean, well, the woman that wants to be with him are the same women. It's going to be Carisha. He just loves her for some reason. He just loves her. And Saucy Santana was arguing about that yesterday. Did y'all see him on his live? And he was saying that Diddy was fun and good to be around because Carisha's his best friend and he's paying, he's giving them money. And then I think it was JT came out and they had this big Diddy argument. Did y'all see that yesterday? I keep following on. You seen it yesterday? Like, it's good. Diddy is down on his luck now, very down. I don't think he's not getting out. They say that Saucy likes Diddy as well, but Carisha's his best friend. So when he would be taking Carisha places, he would take Saucy too. Now, I love Saucy Santana. He makes me laugh. He's a mess. I love him. And the beard throws me off a little bit, but I like Saucy Santana. But they were standing up for Diddy yesterday. I don't know. I think Carisha really likes him. I think she's in love with him. I don't think he put her through what he put Cassie and even Gina. Like, Gina, you're singing a different tune now, but you said that man put hands on you. You said it. You said it first. You said it before Cassie. So I don't know. So who else is he dating? So it was Gina and Kim. Now they say he broke Kim's nose. That's what they say. That's terrible. That's what I'll be sure saying too. I don't know. Diddy did have a lot going on, but they are right. When Diddy was out, he gave a lot of African Americans jobs, especially at Revolt, who is now being, they got Dame Dash on the board. Dame Dash is crazy. When's somebody gonna say it? Dame Dash is crazy. Oof. I like Saucy Santana for entertainment purposes because he's so messy. He's so messy. And surprisingly, for a man who dresses like that, he can fight too. Listen, I have no problem with the LGBTQ AI plus community. My best friend is trans. I love my blogger friends of mine. I love the men gay community. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm gonna find me a gay to hang around. But the beard, the beard, I just get confused. I don't like it. Saucy, can you get rid of it? Dame and his I just can't. Oh my God. Dame Dash was on live. It's so bad. Well, I shouldn't be laughing. I apologize. I gotta put some respect on your name. But he was talking shit like he always does, and he sneezed really hard. Sorry. And his teeth came out. Now, a lot of people have fake teeth. Okay. I don't know. It's still shocking. Oh, Revolt said Dame is not on the board. Did Dame Dash lie like he been doing all week? I'm sorry. I'm tired. I woke up early. I get really silly when I'm tired. I'll take the beer before. Yes. And his teeth fell out and he tried to duck out the camera. Maybe if he just, I don't know, that was going to be funny no matter what happened. Y'all would laugh if my wig fell off. It's not an attack. It's just a response. If my wig fell off right now, wouldn't y'all laugh? I see why Jay-Z left him, child, alone. First of all, he's going to forever play victim because Jay-Z left. How many years ago was that? If you talk about Jay-Z leaving you one more time, just shut up, Dame, with respect. And you turn into a liar. You're just doing the most. He is. He really is. He just does the most. Dame Dash gets the Donkey of the Month award. He is just nerve-wracking. And I can't see, Aaliyah, you pulled Aaliyah. Maybe you acted different back then. These celebrities need to stop going like, I don't know what I would have done if my teeth fell out. I would say, hold on, y'all. And just my teeth fell out. And it is what it is. Yeah. My wig fell off one time at work. So I used to do this volunteer thing where I worked at a retirement home. Do you remember I told you my wig fell off at the grocery store? And I was taking them to
you being at the grocery store, trying to go up high to reach something.
Yeah, I was going up high to reach something because I'm 5 feet. I'm short.
And then when you came down without the cap.
And my wig got caught on something, right? And so I'm reaching. Well, first of all, they set me up. Who asked a short person to reach for something, right? So I reached up to grab whatever it was they asked me to grab. Oh, it was an older person. So this person was old. That's why they asked me. And I climbed up because you got to learn how to climb. So you put your feet on the edge of the ledge. I climbed 2 steps to get whatever they wanted. And then I turned around to jump off. Now I got my subscription. And the wig got caught on a hook. And I didn't notice.
You didn't feel a breeze? I mean, and you didn't feel a breeze or nothing?
No, I didn't feel shit. And they were looking at me like this. And then I just said, oh, my wig fell off.
Okay.
And I just try like, hey, I had the stocking cap glued on, all of it. Hold on.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our live coverage here on Long Crime of Sean Diddy Combs sentencing continues. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us. We still do not know the sentence for Sean Combs after he was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, moving people across state lines, international lines, for the purposes of sex work. This includes the victims, Cassie Ventura and Jane. But we kind of got a hint. The judge earlier on, Judge Arun Subramanian, said that he does not see a reason to deviate from the sentencing guidelines of about 5 to 7 years in prison. Is that a definitive answer as to what he's going to do? No, because what are we seeing right now? It's the defense's turn to put kind of mitigating evidence forward, to ask for leniency. And that, by the way, I've said this before, I'll say it again. That's what makes this sentencing hearing so interesting. We have no idea what the exact sentence will be. There's no pro forma mandatory sentence. There's a range here. Defense was asking for 14 months, basically asking for him to be released from the MDC immediately. The prosecution was asking for 11 years in prison. Are we going to get that? But the defense right now is calling Sean Combs' family members to provide statements to the court. I mentioned before that Justin and Quincy had made statements. Christian Combs has just told the court, which is interesting considering what Sean Combs was convicted of. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Next up, my name is Jessie Combs, and I'm 18 years old. Apparently, she's crying as she's giving this statement. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. She's crying as well. He speaks with a clear mind. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. She's crying as well. Judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Brian Steele, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we would like to show the movie. So there was a movie that was prepared, this compilation of, we'll play it here as B-roll. We can't play the audio due to copyright reasons, but Sean Combs' life, his career, the work that he's done for the community. It's interesting seeing this as we talk about what impact this will have on the judge. It's up to his discretion about what the sentence will be here. But I'm here right now with prison consultant Justin Paperny. I'm here with litigator Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. And I'm also here with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that federal courthouse. And by the way, Elizabeth Milner is inside in that courtroom as well. We'll get to her later. Rich, I'll start with you. Do you think this is going to have an impact on the judge?
Yeah. You're asking about the video. I think the video would have a negative impact on the judge. I don't think this video is for the judge. I think the video is for the public. I think the video is for his fans. I think the video is for his supporters and people who have an interest, who are going to see it on the news or on social media. That video, from the perspective of influencing the judge, to me, is a negative. I don't think that video is what he wanted to give to the judge. The letter that he submitted was a decent effort to persuade the judge. I believe the letter was for the judge and the video was for the public.
We're also here with trial attorney Adante Pointer. Adante, do you think those statements from the family, those emotional statements from the family where the judge just said, this is important for me to hear, do you think that's going to affect the sentence? Do you think the judge has already gone in with a sentence and may be swayed by what he's hearing? Adante, I think you have are you muted? Okay, we got you. Yep. You were saying?
That's certainly Diddy's team and his family's hope, is that those cries, those pleas for help, the idea that the punishment is not just borne by Diddy alone, but also by his family, and that can have repercussions as well, is something that the judge should take into consideration. However, when the judge starts off by talking about the guidelines say what they say in terms of 6 to 7 years, you're now having to kind of battle back from that position and identify some points of mitigation that would cause the judge, persuade the judge to go below the sentencing guidelines.
Or do you think it's, hey, I'm not going to go past it? I still agree. He might say, I still agree 5 to 7 years, Dante, but I'm not going to 11. I'm not going past it. That, you think that's where these statements, this video could come into play?
Well, certainly it could come into play for that. I mean, look, if you're playing defense, which Combs is because he's been convicted, then you're trying to put a cap on the maximum punishment that you can get at minimum. In your best case scenario, you've provided persuasive information that makes the judge want to depart below the guidelines, which is their best case scenario, right? So the best case scenario, you want the judge not to even reach the 5 to 7 year marker. Worst case scenario, please don't go above the guidelines and hit me with the 11 years the prosecution is banging on their drum about.
Now, we do have a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Such a great super chat question. Bravado Agency, just wait 1 second. I will get to it. I just want to go to Justin Paperny about something. It is important to note, Justin, and I want you to clarify it for our audience, okay? If he is sentenced to significant prison time, so anywhere 5 years and more, how much time will he actually serve? And where do you think he will serve it?
That answer actually helps with the video, if I can touch on that quickly. I think the video does a good job of helping the judge look at the totality of his life, along with the statements from the children and the letters. It's important because these videos and letters lay out some vision of what he will do moving forward. So even if it doesn't directly impact the sentence, there are promises in this copy that the Bureau of Prisons can later use down the road to determine if he is authentic, if he is following through on the commitments that he made in this letter, or he is now asking a case manager to take the totality of his life into consideration in sending him direct to home confinement. So that's why I think it's important for the mitigation. The question is, will he follow through? I think he will, given what he's done while he's in custody. I think a lot of it's been impressive. To the sentence, based on this crime, as I understand it, he would be ineligible to get earned time credits under the First Step Act, a law that President Trump signed in 2018. These earned time credits can take up to 1 year off of your sentence. And with BOP directives, these credits can continue to stack. As a result of this conviction, he is ineligible. So that's additional time he would serve in prison. If the sentence, I presume, is 3 years or longer, if I were betting, he would eventually get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or Terminal Island here in San Pedro. If it's the short sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what Dr. Hendricks was saying. I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up as we do. I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question, the super chat question, Rich. Judge Subramanian, clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Well, I don't know if it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg connection, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law, and obviously no judge wants to get reversed, so they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed, the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen, but what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's Jesse Weber." You know, people do not mind coming up to us. People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great for P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claim transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19%.
So they're pretty much saying the same things that we said. We
Yeah.
just don't see it's happening. But did you see that sketch they just showed? Let me see if I can back up.
That was Diddy.
Yeah, was that Diddy on the floor? Did you see that? Right here. That. What's that? Did you think that happened when they cried? We can't wait to see what happens after.
I don't know.
Wow. Diddy looks like he's laying on a chair and his body's up under a desk.
Oh, now was it lunchtime or something?
I don't know.
I doubt if it was doing court. I hope not.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Also, too, I wanted to say, there was one person with the baby oil. That was Armand. He said he was playing. Okay, he said it was a joke.
And they'll take it to this high extreme. Well, you just be safe out there. It's a lot of people. Ain't nobody gonna be rioting over this stuff. They want to make a big thing out of it like this. Look, it ain't gonna be no 20 years. I mean, really, it shouldn't be, no, in my opinion, no more than 3 years and maybe some time served or whatever, probation or something. But they gonna push this to the last minute. Now they want to, we on riot patrol. Stop it.
So you said you saw Armand yesterday where?
It was on Angela Yee.
And they were talking about the case. What did they say?
They were just talking about just when he was at the case and what he thought about, what was the hairdresser name? Don Juan, somebody. But basically, how many years do you think he'll get and stuff like that? I mean, it wasn't, I only seen a small clip of it.
So Armand said himself he took a hit for the baby oil. He was just joking around. That shouldn't impact what you think of him or his reporting on the subject. Y'all got mad at Armand. It was a joke. Hopefully y'all moved on. I think that picture was when he put his hands, when he beat the Rico. He got down and thank God. Oh, he did. Oh.
Okay. Good.
There's a lot going on. This is not over. And if there's an appeal, do you think everybody will still follow it and we'll have to do that and get up at 5 every morning again?
Of course. I mean, at this point, you got to follow it. At this
We've been
point.
talking about this case.
6 months?
The 2 years, I'm thinking. About 2 years.
Well, you've been talking about Diddy, but I'm talking about, the case itself. Yeah.
Oh, the case. I'm talking about the whole Diddy thing from the people, from the raid. Like, it just doesn't stop. I don't know if I was Diddy and I got 5 years. I don't know if I would want to go through that again and waste the money again. If he only has to do like actually time, 1 or 2 years, I would just do it. I'm talking now, but they just said he's not going to be in a hardcore prison, right? He's going to be in what they call a white collar prison. And so he's not working on the chain gang or the people that's got to go pick the strawberries for the farmers.
Yeah.
Would you, at some point, I'm just wondering, just talking out loud, don't judge me. He's not going to let you out. Just if you have to do a year or 2. I know it's not my life.
Well, you say that. It's like,
it's not my life.
I'm really thirsty. I don't know what I'm going to do, but you're going to walk past the sink full of water. Look, the appeals, if it don't work, you still doing your time.
But then I wouldn't want to go to court every day. Like, I've had 4 lawsuits. I never went to court. I didn't want to go.
You wouldn't want to stay in your cell with Bubba neither every day. No, I'm just simply saying, come on now.
He's not getting treated like regular
It's how
inmates.
people
Like, how
forget
you
you just
teaching
got
the
there.
class? You just got there.
Don't worry about it, man. Don't appeal. Just go ahead and do them 5 years. You'll be all right.
But that's my personality. I never go to court. I don't
Yeah.
like court.
And a court is not a good place to be because you
And
at
it
the
might
judge's
be
mercy.
better, if you're not there, you're not reminding them. It might be better if you're not there. Does that make sense?
So what now?
It might be better if he didn't come
To the court?
to the sentence. Yeah.
I'm not. I think he would have to be there. I think. I'm not sure, but
No, you don't have to go. My family member didn't go. He knew what was up.
and he
He
ain't
was
got
like,
out
huh?
neither. He ain't got out neither. No offense.
We love you. Perry, that's not cool.
Oh, what?
Wait.
No, I mean, I'm just saying.
For me, I wouldn't have went. I wouldn't have went to the center.
It's hard to get a job if you don't show up for the interview.
You think he had to show up today?
I think. I mean, if I
You don't
was
have to.
I would have showed up.
Why would you show up?
To find out. Like, look.
My attorney, that's what I pay them for. You tell me. I would have woke up today, kept my orange suit on, went to clean the trays or whatever my job was, and you just tell me what happened. I don't want to set myself up like that.
Okay.
I'm telling you the truth. I ain't telling you nothing I haven't done, but I haven't been to criminal court. I've been to civil court.
Yeah, it's easy to say too when you're not in jail.
Yeah. Again, I'm gonna have to shut myself up.
You getting sleepy? You fighting sleep?
I'm very sleepy and like I don't know, like my stomach is in knots like that. But anyway, and this is long. Like I bet you they're not gonna get out today till like 4:30, 5 o'clock. This is long for sentencing. Do you know of any other case we covered where the sentencing was that damn long?
No, it's over the top. That's what I'm saying.
It's over the top.
You're playing with my emotions, everybody else's emotions. And Malika says this: if he doesn't go, that would be his last opportunity if they make him stay longer to say goodbye to his family and see their faces. So it's real easy for a person that's not in that situation to say, "Oh, that's what my lawyer for."
Perry, I would have done it. You know me.
If you needed to go to the store, or whatever, and your car went working, you got an Uber. Why get in the Uber when the Uber driver could have just went and picked it up for you? I'm just. Well, when you get this way, honey,
no, but
you fighting sleep.
No, I know what I'm saying. I wouldn't have went to the sentencing. I wouldn't have went unless it was some mandatory law. I wouldn't have went. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have went, and I wouldn't want it to go on this long. I would have stood up, spoke from my heart, and then let my kids talk, and then that's it. Reverend? I don't see your preacher.
Okay, so let me ask you this: would you have answered your phone after the sentencing from your attorney, or would you just prefer him to send a pigeon with a note to your cell? You would not be in here for 24 years, huh? Come on now.
Y'all know what I'm saying in the chat. Did y'all discuss this is also the anniversary of the OJ verdict? No, I didn't know that. I'm telling you guys, for you young people in the chat, it was like a movie. It was like a movie watching the OJ trial. This is like a movie too, but we got to see it. So cameras aren't allowed. And probably because of that case in federal courtrooms, I didn't work, and my kid was in daycare, and we lived in an apartment. And you were at work, but I was glued. I would go take Damien wasn't here yet. I would take my oldest son to school, And I think he was in kindergarten. And when I tell you the world, because we didn't have all this cable stuff like y'all got, the world watched the case. And on verdict day, it got racially divided. Let's tell the truth.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And that was because a lot of Black people was coming off of, we had just had some riots. We just had riots. They had just burned down LA because they didn't convict some police. It might have been the Rodney King trial. And when I lived in California at the time, we lived in Marietta. They burned it down. They were mad. So Black people was just coming off of, so I don't think a lot of white people understand that emotion of always getting falsely accused, denied. And I think there was a videotape of Rodney King. So Black people were mad. So somehow it racially divided.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody went downtown to the trial. If you lived in California, I'd take my kid to school. I probably would have went, but I'm glad I didn't go. And so it was racially divided. And when they said not guilty, I'm sure y'all seen some footage. The crowds cheered and white people cried.
Yep. Yeah, no, I remember that too, because I remember they would have updates pretty much on the radio over and over.
And it was the first time they played a trial live on TV. Go ahead.
And I was delivering, going through this industrial complex. So they had all these like buildings and stuff, and people would come out for their break. And then I remember there's a lot of Hispanics and everything over there, mixture with Blacks and stuff. And when they gave that verdict, you could hear it echo throughout the city. Yeah. I was on Avenida de Plata and hit that corner. I was like, shit, what happened? And
I was in my apartment. You could hear the cheers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the sobs. And they said, but y'all might act a fool for the Rodney King, but y'all ain't doing that for OJ. They had horses. There were policemen on horses, bikes, cars. They got assistance from other cities. Like, you wasn't starting no drama unless you wanted to go to jail. You wasn't burning down another damn business, because during the Rodney King's trial, they pulled this one white man out the car. He's just driving his truck down the street. Do you remember this? And somebody threw a brick at his head. I don't remember his name.
Was it Reginald Denny? Reginald Denny? It was. Now
I don't remember, but I remember being like watching.
It was just so messed up though, because you say, because even we all human. You hate to see somebody just get damaged.
He was just driving his damn truck down the street.
Right.
He didn't do nothing wrong.
He didn't do nothing. Yeah,
and that was crazy. They were breaking down windows and then going in the broken glass and stealing the merchandise out the store.
Mm-hmm.
And and white people were like, look at them, they're animals. But y'all don't understand the frustrations. And then they made Rodney King go. They made Rodney King try to stop the riots, and he looked scared.
And we all just get along.
He looked scared and confused. It was just a bad day for
Reginald Denny was his name. The guy.
Because you're not thinking too about the business owners. Like, no, you put your blood, sweat, and tears into that, and then they come and burn it down and then steal on top of it. And then there was like some Korean store owners. They were like, they protected their stuff. They stood on the roofs of their business and they was powing if you came close to their store. It was a mess. It was just. Yeah, and we were there, and I would not go out the house, and it lasted days. It was about 2 days. It was rioting, like 2 days. At first, the police didn't go in because they were scared that they were going to get hurt. So no police for 2 days. You can do whatever you wanted to. It was a mess. It was a mess.
Singer Tyrese has been booked for animal cruelty.
I heard about that.
Wow. Okay.
Tyrese is a mess. Let me say something. I don't like him and all that.
Is that the one that be crying all the time? Child support.
Stop. Oh, look.
Barking too loud.
Patty says that she was in South Central, which they renamed Southern LA. It was so bad they changed the name during the riot. It was unreal. And at night there was this cloud of smoke. You remember a cloud of smoke in the air? Mm-hmm. And the fires got out of control because they didn't send anyone in because they were fearful of the crowds.
Damn.
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget that. I talk about that like my mother talked about the riots in '68. It was crazy. It was crazy. Don't forget, it was a cluster of frustration. Remember the girl that was unalived over some orange juice? Okay, so I don't remember her being unalived, but I remember the Korean people standing on top of the roof, and they was pow-powing. They was like, "You not coming up in here?" I didn't know somebody lost their life. It was bad. It was bad. And the people that first went in had the glass fragments, and they weren't in blood. They wasn't crying. It was just the United States had been through some shit. It was
yeah, it was crazy.
It was crazy. If you were there, it was bad on TV. If you were there, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was. And you remember? And a lot of us are older. It was horrible. It was horrible. And whatever happened to Reginald Denny or the white guy they pulled out the car?
I don't know.
They hit him with a brick.
Yeah,
they hit him with a brick and then danced.
Yep.
That's just wrong.
Nope. I mean, that wasn't cool. Neither was the hangings back in the day. I'm just saying, like, a lot of stuff, but that wasn't cool neither. Like, we got to know how to get this right. I understand frustrations, but got to do better. But now the media want to make it out now to make this to be one of those situations. This is not they can riot and all this. Look,
no one's rioting. No one's.
I know news is slow. They want to create something for them to talk about for the next 80 days, 90.
Well, they don't understand that right now there's a bunch of bloggers down there. Nobody was celebrating with the baby oil. It was Armand, but he was doing it as a dare and a joke. Because he was just glad for that to be over because Armand was working overtime. Because remember, they have to pay people to stand in line and you got to get in every day and you got to go and sit there for 8 hours? Sometimes it was just a long case. And so he was just joking around.
You want to take your ass home.
Yeah.
I would.
Kato Caitlin. I remember him. So Kato Caitlin was not famous before that.
He stayed in the back. He was like the gardener, pool boy.
Yeah, but so I went to, my sister was trying to be an actress and she went to some audition. I think it was at Paramount Studios. He really became like people were crowding around Kato Caitlin and asking for autographs. He's standing in line with the rest of us. Like, you what? Okay, he really became famous and he couldn't flip that into a career. It was crazy. He was kind of enjoying it a little bit, the limelight. They said that Kim Kardashian's father, I can't think of his name right now, ended up later on, he believed during the trials that OJ was innocent. Because of his behavior after the trial, he believed that OJ was no longer innocent and stopped talking to him. I heard that on Keeping Up with the Kardashians or something like that. He was an out of work actor. They stayed, and then there was a guy, I can't think of his name. He dated Vanity, Denise, what's Vanity's real name, for a while. Vanity was this biracial girl, and this guy was white. And then have you ever used the N-word before? I don't know how he became so substantial. Oh, because they tried to say he was the one that framed the bloodstains. Remember that?
You're talking about the detective or
He
whatnot,
was
right?
a detective. Yeah.
And then they said that
He
he
said his life was ruined after that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of his name. And I just seen him a couple days ago.
Somebody
He's
said Denise Williams. Was that? No, but it was a guy. Oh,
Vanity Six.
Mark. Here we
Vanity-
go. There you go. Furman.
Mark Furman said he suffered because of that case. He did use the N-word, but he claimed, but he did date Denise Matthews of Vanity Six. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. She's so pretty. But everybody treated him like a racist for the rest of his life, and he couldn't get another job. That's why he wrote books and stuff like that. That's what he said. That stuff will be sheared in my memory forever. Tyrese should have taken them up to the road and paid to have them put in the doggy daycare for the time he was going. Now he is going to be on Instagram. Listen, I don't know. I'm just giving you guys my opinion. Don't judge me. Tyrese is an addict. And when Tyrese first came on the scene, he was so good looking and so full of life, and the crying, the not paying the child support, the trying to make the mother pay for the child support is for your child. Yes, you will improve the mother's life, but that comes with being divorced. I don't know. Let me stop talking about Tyrese.
I don't know. I mean, it's always something with the child support, something with the baby mama.
Oh, God.
Things ain't going well in his life. Won't nobody sing with him. I mean, I don't see him at times. I won't say it's the same guy. I be seeing him look. I'm like, well, damn, he famous for something, for being on Instagram, crying. And if he ain't crying, he at Lowe's or Home Depot fighting and wanting to sue because he didn't have enough money to pay for it, and they should know.
Harry, we got to stop. We're not by ourselves.
Okay, my bad. Yeah. Oh no, that wasn't Tyrese. That was Brian McKnight. So thank you, somebody. I know that
Brian McKnight
that was suing somebody.
Home Depot. It says, good or bad, Diddy is still one of us, but I really don't foresee any rioting. No, over him. I'd be shocked. Our people have been quietly protesting other issues, for real. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the whole country's in going through a lot right now. I don't even think they solved. What's it called? The shutdown? Are we still under shutdown?
Yeah, and you're gonna be there for a minute. Just don't even.
Payday is gonna get terrible. Payday gonna be terrible. And we used to live in Richmond, Virginia.
They're back. They're back, honey. Yvette said they're back. Thanks, Yvette.
Thanks, Yvette. I'm tired. We're back. Mr. Steele, this is the judge. Steele says, I'm honored to practice in this majestical courtroom. I'm honored to practice in this majestical courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. He spelled it H-E-A-R. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. Now I'm not giving my opinion no more because I'm not having y'all turn on me. That majestical courthouse. What? What are y'all doing? There's playing to the judge. Yes, you have to be respectful to the judge, and he has to know that you respect him. Got it. This is over. What? Okay. All right. Whatever. Tears in your eyes.
They trying to feed into his ego, and
It's
they don't try other things.
ridiculous. Tears in your eyes. You're overdoing it. I get it. It was a bad beginning, very bad beginning. That's not. I'll read it again because maybe I'm exaggerating. I'll read it again. I am honored to practice in this majestical courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. I'm not saying nothing. Y'all talk about it. You talk about it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's no reason to riot. There's no reason to riot. The LA riots were because Black people were being unalived by I didn't know that part.
I got it.
No, Perry, no. Look on your phone.
Okay.
There's no reason.
Okay, I got you.
All right. Being unalived by Asian store owners in their own communities to the point that a 15-year-old lost her life. I didn't know that. The city was racially tensions high. I knew about Rodney King, and there were some other people before Rodney, and just the racial tensions were high. Well, he's not being sentenced today. Okay.
And hell, the way they going might not be sentenced on Monday.
Perry,
they just dragging this along.
Don't say it. I cannot sit here another 8 hours. Here we go. Okay, no. Steele says, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was unalived when he was 3 years old. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. It was way different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. Now, this is appropriate. Just talking about his journey, that's appropriate. What's taking so long, Perry? So he has to say this part. He has to, what's taking so long? I don't have my phone. This is yours.
Oh, I got mine. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Perry, keep your eye on the thing. I gotta grab it. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Mm-hmm. Yep, this shit just. There's no reason for real. Like the sentence, you done went through the whole trial. You gave it a couple months to make your mind up on what you want to do. Shouldn't you just be in and out? You walk up, get behind the podium, have them stand up, let the witness people, the victims maybe give their final word or to the judge, and then sentence them and move on. This is just too much for me. Just too much. Let me see. He's not being sentenced today. The American judicial system is an absolute joke. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And for one, let's get some cameras in the place so we can see what's going on. I mean, you want to come on here and take all like 3 or 4 days to sentence somebody? It just don't make sense. Just don't. Yeah. They said they acting if he unalived somebody. Yeah, pretty much.
Do you know what she told me was the emergency?
What's that?
Beyonce and Nicki Minaj getting into it. Nicki Minaj talk about Beyonce.
Oh, Lord.
That's an emergency. Nicki Minaj has been on one. She's been on one the last 3 days.
I mean, she cursed out Charlemagne, a lot of people. She just went off.
Why is she going after? He hates. Sherelle, he's.
Let me see.
She told me to take a break. It goes on. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Camille says the judge already know what he's going to do. I don't know why he's letting all of this go on. That's a fact. Because isn't that the reason why after they gave the verdict and he was found guilty on those charges that you gave it 3 months or whatnot before you sentence him? Is to do all the prep work, to find out what you should send him, to think about it, take a nap, think about it. Now you don't thought about it. Now you got your ass back in here trying to get some more attention, wasting up my time, my wife's time. She fighting sleep, and we ain't gonna get no answer until probably Monday. You know, that is crazy. Unless there's this way to keep the YouTubers from showing up, because you fly in on Friday to catch the show, but now you don't get the sentencing. You got to wait another 3 days in LA. I mean, New York. Is it the way for them to make more money for New York, or to keep the YouTubers away? Because once you're there, you ain't gonna leave and come back. That's ridiculous.
No verdict. It's not going to be a verdict today, Latrice. They said that at the beginning, though. I don't know why they're dragging this out. I don't know. We were passionate earlier. We wanted to, find out what they were going to say, what's going on. Now this is just. And Nicki Minaj is fighting with Beyonce. Other people have moved on. What is wrong with Nicki? Why does she hate Jay-Z?
It was something. I can't remember the thing. But
oh my God. I was asking Patience why.
Oh.
Child, y'all leave Nicki Minaj alone. Something else is going on behind it.
Yeah, the judge had 3 months to figure this out. For real, like.
Yes, girl. Beyonce.
And you make him stay 5 years until you can work out the sentence because you didn't win the case the way you wanted to. I don't know. It's pathetic for real.
I was reading.
In this case, the man had a couple strippers, and we can't get a sentence in a day.
Someone said they have to make a $500 million back somehow. So true, Mama Misha. So true.
It's crazy.
Okay, you stop playing with me. Child, this is a mess. Okay, let me see. Nope. They're taking long. They're acting like this is a court day and not a sentencing. And I feel like they're trying to retry the trial. And they're wasting their time. The judge knows what he's going to do. Here we go. We just got one. Still says, I've been there when Sean has prayed for healings for anyone he has hurt. It is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags and then dash chips. Oh, he's saying they're trying to unalive them or harass him, that because that happens in prison.
Right.
They should have talked about that and made that public when it happened. That would have been interesting. Because, jail is a different place. Jail, prison, all of it is a different place. And they have a whole different set of rules. And pride is a big thing in there, right? And they take credit, how do I say this? For unaliving people in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all inmates deal with that. It's a different beast. But he's in general population. He could have went in, what do they call it? It's like the whole, but they give it a name. I can't remember.
Segregation?
Yeah, they could separate him because he's so famous.
Right.
And they know people, he's a target. They could have separated him, but I heard Ti said he didn't want to be separated either.
You're all bored and stuck in a little closet. But Baby D says J O Nicki money when he was at
Are
that
they
title.
talking about that title thing?
Yeah, I guess she did all that work and didn't get her money. Hell, I'd be mad too.
I mean, a lot of people are dragging Nicki. They're calling her immature, jealous of Cardi B. But I think, and that could be true too. But I'm not defending Nicki Minaj. She has been acting ridiculous. And she did sue my friend Nosy that I'm never going to forget for calling Papa Bear ugly. Then you call culture ugly. But y'all just don't know how ruthless the music industry is. And you have people that plot against you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that could be Nicki's problem. And she's just acting out. I'm not defending her behavior. I'm just saying it could be a reason why she's doing what she's doing. Because there was a reason why she sued Nosy. Because you said never talk about anybody's child. You said it. And then you call culture ugly. That is so.
No, I mean, granted, she got some reason, whether you agree with her reason, she got one. Yeah. And it could be a lot of things, like they going back and forth. We don't know what they're doing privately to each other.
Yeah.
And stuff
it could be a whole setup against Nicki Minaj, because when they're done with you, they push you out. And maybe they feel that this is Cardi's time. I don't know, but she need to stop, because it's going to look bad on you, Nicki. Just stop. Just leave it alone. If you go for Beyonce, she has a whole industry behind her, and her people, I don't know what they're called, but them people don't play when it comes to Beyonce. So, girl, you starting trouble, huh?
Beehives, aren't they?
The beehives. And I'm not even that, I'm too old for all those, when they name you as a fan. I'm too old for that. But my daughter-in-law, she'll hurt somebody for Beyonce. She went after Cardi's children. She did. There was 2B boundaries. I mean, you seem like a hypocrite because you kept my friend in court for a year, damn near 2 years. You thought because she called Papa Bear ugly, and then you turn around and do it to somebody else. But at the same time, I can't judge Beyonce. I can't judge Nicki for doing that, because I lose my cool all the time. And I say shit that I don't mean. And you feel bad when it's over, but you're that mad in the midst. No, I do. Let me tell y'all, when y'all see me acting a fool and cutting up, I feel bad and embarrassed when I'm done, but you can't stop me. Oh, hold on.
They call that snap, honey. That's snap.
And y'all get to see a side of me only because Perry's here. So he's always calling me out. But most people don't know I have an evil side. They don't know it. And I'll tell you to your face, no, I'm not this innocent girl. And I have a temper, a really bad temper. Now, you think my whole family has tempers, to the point sometimes they do shit they got to go to jail for. Like, having a temper is a learned behavior. I just can't get rid of it. I've tried. So I understand Nicki getting mad and you snap, but you wanted Nosy to apologize. You should apologize for Cardi. You should never call somebody's kid ugly. You got a lot of nerve.
You though, honey. I'm proud of it, because like the first step to recovery is acknowledgement.
He thinks he's funny. He's laughing. He thinks he's funny. Perry, you're not funny. Perry, in my life, my whole family will snap.
I call it pop-off.
And it's and we feel bad every time we did it. Like, I feel so bad. We've done things like beat people up for parking spaces. It's bad. It's so bad. I'm trying to change.
Now, what's the hell going on in that damn courtroom? They still wasting. Look,
Let me go to CNN real quick. Let me see.
when is the preacher gonna get on there and talk, or reverend, or whatever he is?
He's still talking. This is from CNN. This is 2 minutes ago. Sean Diddy Combs is so remorseful. Defense attorney Brian Steele told the judge, I have been with Sean when he has prayed not only for forgiveness, but for healing for anyone that he has harmed or injured. Steele said, Sean wants nothing for himself. This sentence day is not about him. He wants to get back to his family for them. I really think that dragging this out the way that they're doing makes people dig into whatever they feel like. You're not changing anybody's mind at this point. Also, I just think that maybe the kids should have spoke, and then this should have been coming from Sean, not an attorney. I called him Sean. This should have been coming from Diddy. And he might say it. If he says these type of things, we don't need it from the attorney. They're really taking the L today.
The way they're going, if he ever got a chance to speak, it's nothing else to say. You know, I don't know. It was just all set up the wrong way. I mean,
it's been a bad day for the
defense. Set it up for a Friday on purpose and drug it to Monday.
Maybe they'll get their act together and Monday will be quicker and these things will come out of his mouth. Because if you keep talking about what a great guy he is,
yeah,
and you know the judge doesn't like you, telling him that you're just blessed to be in his presence is not how you change anybody's mind. I think at this point you just have to accept what has happened, that the judge is not in your favor. Do the best you can do with the strategy that you had coming in. It makes better sense to argue about changing the law and how they're breaking the law. That's what I would say. If you are convict this man of making the sentencing about his behavior and not his crime, you'll be off better doing that than kissing the judge's ass, saying how great he is. You showed the video anyway. Why did you show the video? It's just not going to work. And I'm not against Diddy. I'm not for Diddy. I'm not against the defense or for the defense because I have moved on. Like, I'm sick of the case. But I'm just saying the way that I see it. And now these other attorneys see it this way. It's just like, it feels like they got rattled in the beginning. You got outsmarted, and now you're playing catch up. And every time you tell the judge it's an honor to be in his grace, that's not. Let me take some comments so I can stop talking. Oh, did you put something up there, Perry?
Oh yeah, no, it was that Queen. She had said something, and she's right. I think I was gone.
Perry,
huh?
I was reading. Go ahead.
A queen every day. She basically had said it needed to be more structured. It should have been a victim impact statement.
Yeah.
And that's about it. And then the sentencing.
And that's it.
Oh, this circus show for what? We didn't hear from the Reverend during the trial. We didn't hear from none of these damn people. Let's move on.
Yeah.
It don't look. Sometimes now when you get pulled up, this give you a citation. You ain't got to show up. You just pay the bill. It don't need to be all this.
And Perry's pro Diddy. He just calling out the mistakes the defense is making. They're not acting like they make $3 million a month.
I'm talking about the judge and all of it. I'm just saying, look, if I was the judge, we got a videotape for you. I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Keep it.
He's not impressed with the videotape. He got wind that you got an appointment. Even if it's true or not, it's already said. It already had the effect that it was going to say. They need to be wrapping this up. And maybe this weekend they can try to undo the damage that they did. But no matter what happens, I just don't see him not going to prison. I don't hate Diddy. Don't think I hate him. It's just, I just don't see it. If it's just a mess. It's just a mess. Let me stop talking. What are they doing now? We're just sitting here. And that makes me antsy because I want to go lay down. Here we go. This is Steele. He's talking again. He says, in some media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper, I believe that word is, that is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. This is a man released to this, pardon me, there is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. What?
Oh, what now? They got somebody calling in?
Somebody's calling in? From where? What? Let me go to CNN. That's unusual. This is just... CNN's update says defense attorney Brian Steele said Sean P. Diddy Combs was nearly shanked by another inmate while in custody, adding that a guard narrowly stopped the attack. Sean is not a typical person in custody. Everyone knows him, Steele said. He's a trophy for them. They get recognition if they harm him. That's true. Steele said Combs hasn't slept more than 2 hours consecutively since the arrest. He eats out of bags. He's eating chips all day. Steele said, despite the conditions at the New York City's Metropolitan Detention Center, the worst part of being in custody is the separation from his family. And then in quotes, it says, he sometimes would tell me it's not worth going on. There's nothing here. There's no more hope. But his family, he could not again bring suffering to them. That would be just more trauma to them. Okay, so listen, this is going on too long, and you guys are really hurting your case because you just had my girl Nicole Westmoreland list all these great qualities about him, and now you're coming back the same day saying he wants to end it and all of these bad things happen to him.
Yeah.
This is not. It goes on to say, Sean Diddy Combs' businesses are gone, and so is his money. Oh, God. Defense attorney Brian Steele told the judge, Combs is fighting hundreds of lawsuits, most of which are frivolous, Steele said, but Combs still has to pay attorneys to fight the lawsuits, Steele said. Sean doesn't care about the money. Oh. He wants to go home to his family. I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Combs. Okay, so I get where you're trying to go. But you have different lawyers from the same team, from the defense, vouching for conflicting statements, which means, well, somebody's now, if you were all on the same page, but each attorney is saying different things, and you also made the mistake by saying he's broke, it's just not going to work. I don't want to beat him up. I don't want to beat up the defense. They're great attorneys. Today's just not a good day. Just let me say that. It's just not a good day, and it's just not a good day. Yeah, right. Everyone in jail feels the same way. So you don't get to live in luxury. Well, that's another thing. I mean, it's just when you talk about he's broke, and then we see in the blogs, it's just not gonna work. And I'm not trying to offend any Diddy supporters. I'm just telling you what I see. And everybody's still great attorneys, but each attorney on the defense team have different outlooks. Let me put it that way. And so, Perry, you're a Diddy supporter. Is this going good?
No, I don't think it's going good, and I don't definitely think it's his counsel. But now the videotape, I probably wouldn't have. Don't toy around with the judge. He had 3 months to make his decision up. Let's not prolong it at the last minute, thinking you're gonna change his mind. You should have came on and instead of that video, just been arguing, showing them proof of what other people have gotten for these similar crimes, the things that he's charged with. Nothing else. Just get right to the point, and then he's gonna do what he got to do. Because why prolong it till Monday for him to say the same thing he could have said an hour after this shit started, and then you can file your appeal if it don't go your way. Instead of all the background and him running a marathon and saying hi to kids, stop it. Talk about the charges, the Mann Act, what
Yeah.
and keep it simple so we don't get distracted. Then they say, oh, well, he had bad behavior in 1985. Don't give a shit. Mann Act charges. This is what people have gotten for the things he's been charged with. Let's just keep it right there.
Nicki Minaj is trending. She's trending right now. I thought Patience was overreacting, huh?
Yeah, she probably cursing somebody out right now.
What is this? Nicki Minaj wins again, reaches #1 on US iTunes 11 years after release. What does that have to? I don't know. Nicki's on one right now. Nicki, stop. Just stop. Please stop.
And then I said this about his attorneys. His attorneys got him off a lot of those charges. Now, we got to admit, whether you like Diddy or not, Diddy put himself in this situation. Along with those women, they put themselves in a situation too they need to be accountable to. But he got off those charges they wanted to overreach with the RICO and all that. He got to deal with this. This case shouldn't be that hard. We shouldn't be talking about no 20 years, 10 years, when most people don't even get a year. If anything, if he wouldn't have took them, I don't know. It's just crazy.
So my daughter-in-law is talking to me while this is going on, saying that Nicki Minaj is high AF. Oh, do you think that's true?
Yeah. These days, anything's
this is a mess. Nicki, you are crashing out. Where is your husband? Can he tell you get the hell off? Where is your managers and anybody?
Yeah, it's a lot of little crazy things. They talking about Ray J getting sued by Kim them. It's man.
Anyway,
but Ray J do this shit to us. He'll go and make up a lie and then try to back off of it later. He just loves attention, but sometimes attention gets you a lawsuit too.
Let me go check because I need this to hurry up. Let me see. It says Sean Diddy Combs is a great man. Oh my gosh. Some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, a leper. Those people are wrong. Still says, I know Sean personally. He's a great man who is sentenced, but he still has done things I wouldn't dream of doing. Still said that Combs has punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. It will stay with him for the rest of his days, the lawyer says. Still said Combs' loved ones are sorry, let me repeat this. Still said Combs' loved ones all say he's off the drugs. Ugh. He is a different person. The substance affected his thinking.
Okay. Look, the charges, look, they act like we were sitting here going back to keep him from being found guilty of something. He's been found guilty of the Mann Act charges. Just keep right to that. Nobody gives a damn about your state of mind and all that. And if they did, it should have been discussed while you was in court. Go ahead.
He goes on, he says, this was a voluntary sexual encounter consented by adults. I agree, Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. Now he's getting into the legal stuff. Maybe that'll play different because you need to stick on the loyalty. I mean, on the issue of the law, because you're a lawyer. You talk about the law, and then let his children speak for him, and then he speak for himself. Y'all, it doesn't look good when you are character vouching. Just stick to the law. I think it would have had a better outcome. You could easily say, and no one could argue this, you could easily say you're punishing him for something he was never charged with. And if you kept that consistency, and maybe it might work on Monday throughout your testimony, because all of these character vouching, you've got 3 separate attorneys from the same team saying different things. So it's not playing good. And maybe that's why y'all need 2 days. It's not playing good. Stick to the law. Stick to, this is unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
This will be moving the goalpost. And then go over the people that have been sentenced with the Mann Act in their couple months, days sentences. This is not turning out good. It's a mess. It's a mess. This is not, y'all don't, now you're acting like amateurs. They threw you off your game. And y'all don't know how to get back on track. And we don't have to sit here and watch y'all play catch up. So remember, you are tiring out the journalists, the bloggers, the spectators, the people in there, the people in my chat. Wait, what? 11, it's 12, 1, 2, 3. They should end it now. It's 3 o'clock.
I mean, they might as well. Shit. I mean, let the preacher just get his sermon ready for Sunday, then bring them back Monday. We need to go ahead.
To testify. Why is he testifying? You didn't have anything to say during the trial. This is not looking good. Y'all need to get it together. Y'all got thrown off of your game. And no, remember this, no matter what you do, he's not getting out. So no matter what you do, he's not getting out. But you could still go out respectable and not looking like amateurs. You can't. I could put on a better trial than this. A defense. I could have put on a better defense. Make it about the law. That's what I would have did, but this is a mess.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Perry. You don't have to like him. You have to prove innocence. It's not looking good. And y'all getting mad at me for saying that.
We ain't nowhere to sentencing him. That's the problem. Perry's hungry. Real hungry. And they bullshitting around. Look, let's get to it. Like, they got everybody, TV cameras, everything outside the courthouse. For what? And then they're playing little videos instead of talking about the sentencing. And not that I've seen a lot of court cases, I don't seen enough.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
It says defense attorney Brian Steele has addressed a speaking engagement. He had to address that a prosecutor had said that Sean Diddy Combs arranged to do in Miami next week. The October 6th event Steele said, is not a speaking engagement, but rather a healing for Sean as well as the community. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson will discuss it further when he addresses the court later today, Steele said. Earlier today in court, prosecutor Christy Slavic brought up the event booking. Scheduling it before sentencing was handed down, she said, was the height of hubris. Arrogance, she meant, cocky. He's showing cockiness. I don't know. That's what happens. That's what's happening. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Are you laughing at me? What else?
No, not you. No, I'm laughing at all this whole situation. Who give a damn at this point? Let's keep it real. Even with the engagement, and I said, I wouldn't have set it up. But does that even matter? The only thing matters is how much time do you supposed to get for this Mann Act for doing the shit he was charged with. Obviously, if you're going to factor that in, then factor in his mother's health. Factor in his kids don't have their father out. Focus on what you're supposed to get for these damn charges, the Mann Act charges. That's what they need to just focus on.
It's just not looking good. And the reason that I'm telling you how I feel is because I'm doing a show. I'm doing a show and you have to represent both sides. And so if I represent both sides and you ask me, how did the prosecution today do? And I would have to say they brought their A game. I agree with you guys. The judge sat up there and let them redo the trial all over again. This just felt like the trial. This did not feel like sentencing. They should have gave the minimum time. I think the children should have spoke. I think oh my God, we haven't even seen the Cassie tape again. This is a disaster for the defense. Unless they can rebound. Maybe, yeah, let's take a vote. Because I want to make sure I'm representing both sides. I'm going to put a poll in there.
Yeah. And Rennie says, yes, some time must be served. He admitted to some of this. That's the whole thing, right? And I would agree. Like, Diddy shouldn't be treated better than the normal person or less than the regular person. He should be getting the same thing. If I was speeding and got a ticket, if he was speeding, he should get a ticket. The whole thing is this. A lot of these cases, people don't get not even a year time. He have done time, believe it or not, while we was going through all this stuff. He's been behind bars. So I would agree with Tom. If the judge want to give him another year or two, just do it. It don't take 4 days to come to this conclusion when you had 3 months since the verdict. You scheduled the trial, the sentencing day out to give you time to make your decision on how much time. The judge know what he's planning on giving them and just wasting our time. Purple Butterfly said, I think we are all in for a big fat surprise. Wait and see.
What is going on? Do we have, here we go. Okay. Jeez.
What happened, baby?
Something said now will be a good time. It's not letting me do the poll. It says now would be a good time to insert a commercial. I don't know how to do it.
I know how to do it.
You're gonna do it?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, it's telling us to run to a commercial. When we come back, we will put up the poll. And my poll's going to be: Do you think the judge is going to send Diddy home tomorrow?
Okay. Are you typing in the poll?
No, it won't let me type it. I got to run a commercial.
Oh, I did that, but you got to erase the other one.
Okay.
That's why it won't let you. Let me see. In poll. Now you should be able to do it.
Okay. Jeez.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys. So we're all on the same page. The judge doesn't like him. He's not going to be released.
Yeah, so Sheila's saying the judge isn't wasting time. The defense is. And maybe, I guess it is, could be the defense, but the defense, yeah, I mean, the judge should not even allow them to waste the time.
That's kind of bad.
Should not allow it.
Bad. Yeah. Kind of bad.
They all waste time. They all a waste now time. Waste time. The prosecutor, the judge, because they are going back over the trial. They had 3 months.
Yeah.
And like he's going to give him time. So do it and let's go. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Let me see any updates because I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. 2 minutes ago, wrapping up his presentation to the judge, defense attorney Brian Steele said of Sean Diddy Combs, his good outweighs his bad by far. Steele called Combs a civil rights leader more than once in this address. Okay, so they're wrapping it up, and that should be it. We'll see y'all on Monday because they're still going to show the Cassie tape. They're going to play it again. And you can't get mad at them. That's their job. So y'all could say, we've seen this tape 100 times. You're going to see it 101 because that's what they want to leave you with. But it's not our decision. They are wasting time. I forgot. This is not trial. My bad.
Right.
They're wasting time. Just go ahead and give them the sentence. Jeez, why do we need to look at this tape again? This judge has seen this tape 1,000,001 times. He knows what's going on. I think that the prosecution looked so bad when they couldn't prove the RICO that this is some kind of humiliation ceremony. That's just what it is. It's a humiliation ceremony because they got to gain back their respect. They got to win. And that's what I think they're doing. Because this is just what? Unprecedented. This also is unprecedented, how you're running this sentencing hearing. It's crazy. We have seen so many trials on this channel alone, and no sentencing is 2 days. It's not even 5 hours. Sentencing is an hour, sometimes less. And even if the defendant says something crazy bad, because you have those kind of cases, stand up and say, I don't know, I'm all right, I'm gonna be all right, or something like that. Or somebody runs up from the audience. It still doesn't take 5 hours. We've been sitting here since 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. It's just so long. We done told y'all don't play the documentary. You did it anyway. Now this is just a humiliation ceremony. This needs to end.
It really didn't. make sense to even have a date. October 3rd, when are we going to give the sentencing? Liar.
You said October. You should have said October, what? Not 4th, 5th, 6th, the 6th. Or yeah, the 6th.
If they go down then, right? Like, and even if well, if you say you're gonna give the sentencing that day, and even if you thought you needed to, the trial should have started. I mean, the sentencing should have started yesterday. That way, the date you got when people are expecting a sentence.
Right. No, that means this was a strategic move by the prosecutor. They knew what they were doing, and the judge knew what he was doing.
He got the weekend. He'll hear what the defense got to say. Then they give him a good 2 days to figure out how he gonna maneuver around it and give Diddy as much time as possible.
Yeah, you agree now?
Well, I just think at this point he hell bent on not letting them out. A lot of people really, I would like to be optimistic and think, well, shit, maybe he'll consider all this stuff. His actions and just the way this whole thing is going, I don't think Diddy attorneys feel like he's gonna give him that opportunity. The judge don't feel that way, the prosecution. So why would I feel like they gonna give him time served or whatnot, or probation? I think it's sick. I think he should get the same thing. And most of the people who have committed this crime didn't get no more than what he already served already.
Why is my daughter-in-law could care less about Diddy and into this Nicki Minaj shit, huh?
Closing arguments. That's exactly what it is. It's a continuation of closing arguments when we're supposed to be here for the sentencing.
Yeah. Should we go on later and talk about Nicki Minaj? Or should I just make a long form video?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to get me something to eat though before we do anything.
Yeah. We're gonna go right after this?
Yeah.
Well, it's 3 o'clock back there. This could last till 5.
Right, that's the whole thing. Yep.
Yeah, let me make sure.
Y'all think he would delete himself if he get denied one more time? I don't think so. I think even with this judge, that I could be naive and just straight up stupid. I think if he gave him more time, it wouldn't be no more than another year behind bars. But I did think he was coming home for the 4th of July.
You remember saying that? That's crazy.
No, I really truly believe he was. Yeah. Purple Butterfly said, "You're right, Perry. If he were going, it would have already happened. I think he's getting time, but how much time? That's what I'm saying. Yeah."
They're going to give him 11 years.
Damn.
And I say that because of the judge's
relationship
disdain.
with the prosecution.
And I think those are his friends, but I think he genuinely just has disdain in his heart for Diddy. I think he don't like him. He saw the tape. Okay, here we go. The Reverend Gary Johnson has spoken in court on behalf of Sean Diddy Combs. Johnson said he's seen members of the community supporting Combs. If you free him, free his body from his incarceration and allow him to have probation. Help him free his mind, he said. If you give him the opportunity under us to work for us, we won't be back here because he made a mistake. He'll be back here to tell you thank you, he said. Johnson said, adding he would be personally responsible for making sure Combs is rehabilitated. I'm asking you to give him to us, and we won't let you down. Johnson said in his closing. That's not bad right there. That wasn't bad, because you're saying that you have a plan for him and his behavior will not escalate back to the way it was. So that was okay to bring in the judge. I mean, the Reverend Gary Johnson is his name. I don't know who that is. Let me see if I can look him up. But now we should end this. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, that could have been nice and cute, but look, at this point, let's keep it real. We all fooling ourselves. He don't give a damn what the Reverend said.
Yeah.
Just get to the damn sentencing part. That's it.
So Reverend Gary Johnson is an African-American preacher from Baltimore, and the name of his church is called Faith Christian Worship Center. I don't think I've heard of him before. Baltimore. So they had to fly him in.
Right. And just like Anthony Phelps said, he says this, only if the system recognizes God, which it don't. So that's what I'm saying. And no disrespect to the Reverend.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
The judge already know what he's going to do. He's stalling and wanting to get some more prep time or whatever he want to do, and justify his decision, which he had 3 months to do that already.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Judge. Just do it. Just do it. He's allowing the prosecution time to do their victory lap. That's what he's doing. And then they're going to go out to the cameras and do their victory lap. So y'all just going to have to take it. And that's what's getting ready to happen. They have every right to do that. If you win, you can do a victory lap. And that's what this is right here. A victory lap. It's too long. It's drifting. Nobody brought up the Mann Act, but just a couple times. This is just a mess.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge knew what they were going to say and what the prosecution's strategy was going to be. The only people that didn't know was the defense. So it's just terrible. It is terrible. So, and I think that the prosecution, yes, they're friends of his. Yes, he wants to see the Southern District of New York have a win under their belt. But I think personally, he don't like Diddy. I think he despises Diddy. And so he's doing judge things. Okay, you'll let him say this, and I don't know what happened on the 25th. He said the case could be thrown out. You notice he always says he'll hear it, but then he does what he's going to do. And that's what's happening here. The only problem with this is it's too long. We had wrapped all this up in an hour, and then the prosecution could have went on their media tours and making public statements, and it would have had the same effect. But dragging it out till Monday, I really don't feel like covering it. I didn't feel like covering this today, but we owe it to you guys that have been riding with us since day one. Here we go. Donaldson says, here in SDNY, Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators. Oh, man. Why did they put that in there? I dare anyone to say anything else. In the past 30 years, what he did in MDC, the true Sean Combs came back. Also, too, it probably would have been a better argument if they said they focused more on his rehabilitation program and what that took him through and stuff like that. Like, that stuff would have made a better case. You're not going to get, the judges are going to rule in your favor no matter what you say, but it would have not made you look like an amateur coming up here everybody giving conflicting statements, praising him. That's not your job. You're the attorney. You stick to the law and let his children praise him. Because when the children spoke, everybody felt it. You are undoing that. And also stick to the law. How this would be unjust. It's not their fault that they're getting ready to lose the case, because they did a good job, but they dropped the ball on sentencing. And you guys were set up. That's why it was drawn out like this. And you need to just end it. If he says, does anyone have anything else to say? Say no.
Right.
And next is Monday's going to be the prosecution, and then that tape. If you want to talk about something, talk about the tape and counteract the tape. The tape is what got him being behind bars. I'm not understanding this. I am just an old blogger with better strategy than the defense. It says the courts in a difficult position. This is Donaldson talking. The court's in a difficult position, I think, if I may say that respectfully. He said that the judge is looking at the victim impact statements written by Cassie Ventura and Jane and other alleged victims, as well as the letters and statements from Sean Diddy Combs' loved ones. You find yourself, I think, saying you have two people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? Donaldson asked. I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is in the grain of all of those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Defense attorney Mark Agnafilo is expected to speak after Donaldson. Okay, listen.
Now, you see what I'm saying?
And you used words like, I like to believe he's this great guy. You like to believe. I'm not taking a side. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking of the lawyering. It's like they're amateurs. You guys put on your A game. What happened? What happened? And even if you know, no matter what you say, he's going to get time anyway, still, you have to represent yourself as an attorney, because y'all might get fired. We might not see y'all no more. Y'all might get fired just because of this presentation. You should have followed through with talking about the law. That's what I feel.
Well, I mean, they're only there for one damn reason: to get him the shortest sentence possible. The focus should have just been on that. And you demonstrate with case law showing, hey, 1988, this happened. Mann Act, 1 year, this year, this, this the thing that was issued. And if you got one that got 8 years, you'll say, well, and this one was a different because this is second, third offense, or whatever the case may be. But
we got an update. This is coming from Donaldson. He's still speaking. He said, I spoke to the chief of police in Miami. I spoke with superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let him close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show what we can do. I like the part where you're saying this is a community effort. You got the preacher involved, you got the police of chief involved, stuff like that. But don't forget the governor's coming. That's just, or maybe they're saving their shining moment for after the prosecutors show that tape again. Why are we watching the tape again? We've seen this tape on CNN about 100 times. Then we've seen it in court about 200 more times. Well, they're doing it because they're doing their job. They got to remind you of who Diddy is. And this is who he is. And they're going to show that. And the tape ain't going to get no better to watch.
Yeah.
So that's why they're doing it. So you're letting the prosecution do their jobs and y'all are playing catch up. When you seen that they had a different, well, today was your turn. Somebody should have told y'all to stick to your strategy. Don't let them rattle you. Now you are trying to defend what the prosecution is saying instead of sticking to the law. Nobody can argue with the fact that he's being charged for the Mann Act. He's being sentenced for DV. That's what y'all should have said. Well, it is what it is. Okay, let's just hurry it up. So now Agnefello is supposed to be speaking. He's next. And then maybe we can go home. So it's 3 o'clock back there, 3:20. Can we get out by 4?
Probably not.
You don't, I refuse. I'm stopping at 4. Now, Perry can sit here. If I'm done, I am tired, hungry. I can't sit here no more. I can't believe we did this for 2 months. We did this for 2 months. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So if anybody asks me, what did I think of today for the people that are at work right now, I might do a follow-up video because this is just long. Yeah, I'm going to do a follow-up video. And what I'm going to say in that video is the prosecution came to play. They had a whole different strategy than what the defense was going to argue against. It rattled them and they never played catch up. And they start making amateur mistakes like the whole team saying different things about Diddy and giving character speeches when you're his attorney. Those need to come from characters, not you guys. Also, you didn't talk enough about the law. Now, I don't know if that's coming, but you didn't do that today. The prosecution came across polished, and even though they're asking him the judge to keep him incarcerated because he's a danger to society, they had case law to back that up. Y'all did point out that case law was given as a second chance to him, so he had already been accused of this once. But they still had case law that comes across professional. By the time y'all got to y'all case law, later and hours later, because that should have been brought up, soon as they said that, y'all should have said something, but you weren't prepared. Okay, you weren't prepared. And also, it doesn't matter what we think. It's about the judge. And the judge is team prosecution, and he let them do their dance, their, what do you call it? You know, their victory. They're doing their victory dance right now. Now they just clowning. And you don't have the judge on your side. So no matter what you would have said, it wasn't going to matter, but you could have just, said some things for the public. He already made up his mind.
And Courtney says this. She says, why do people think he should go free because others aren't punished? ? With that in mind, with that mindset, no one should go to jail for Ming somebody. At some point, people have to be held accountable. Bye, Diddler. Now, I see what you're saying. With that mindset, no, I don't think nobody's saying he shouldn't pay, for his crime of the Mann Act. What people saying, he shouldn't have to spend more time than what others are giving. And he has done a year in jail already. So
no, you're acting like the defense. What you should say is because they're breaking the law. In what country do they bring you, press charges, you've been found guilty, and then they sentence you for another crime?
Right. Yeah.
That's what you should have said.
Well, that too. But I was just saying, like, when I read the whole thing, no, it's just like as if maybe Courtney's feeling like people saying he should go free and not punish.
Yeah.
With that mindset, no one should be jailed for Ming somebody. And it's people that M somebody and don't go. Right. But it's still some kind of case law there. At some point, people have to be held accountable. I would agree. And I would think if most people got a year for the same offense, and if he did a year, then he have done his time. That just my thought.
So here's the thing she's saying too.
Mhm.
She's also saying that, okay, he might not be guilty for that specific act, but what everybody's seen was so vile. Y'all can't let him get away with that. Why put him in the position to do it again? And that's the prosecutor's argument. So, and there's a clear history of not just this judge, other judges that have been too light on people. And then if you're too light on them, they go on to get worse and more people get hurt. So she's saying, stop the bleeding. He's got to be held accountable for the DV that he committed. And if you can't get him under a RICO, you got to get him somehow. He needs to be stopped because what we've seen should not be acceptable in anybody's society. That's what she's saying. I hope I'm playing translator today. Like, that there needs to be a punishment for that.
Well, no, I understand. Like, I'm fine with punishment. I think punishment should be given out equally. Because I could simply come back and say, with that mindset, just throw the book at him if I'm going to take your knowledge. Well, he did other things, but he got charged with this. We're going to give him more time because we feel he did other things. With that mindset, discrimination would never stop.
If you are an advocate,
you're okay for people to just go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
No, I'm saying discrimination would never stop if you're going to just give them a free pass to discriminate when they want to.
I respond to that by saying, if you're an advocate for DV, it's one of the worst things that could ever happen to a woman. The worst, right? It's a cycle, and they're saying that he put Cassie through a living hell, and anybody else who he's with, because Gina can't change her statement now. That can't be the example for anybody else. And the example would be, you could do what you want if you have enough money to get off. That's what the Cassie supporters are saying. They're saying it will set up the opposite of the other side. It will set a precedent for rich men to say they could do whatever they want and get off. That's how the advocates are looking at it. And you're looking at the legal standpoint and that ramification, and they're looking at what this will do to women. Mm-hmm. It will kind of like silence our voices if you keep catering to the rich man. I think I've said what y'all feel. Tell me if that's true. Tell me if that's true. Those are the arguments that's going down. And what makes this so emotional. So I'm trying to represent both sides. It's just as emotional for them as it is for you looking at the laws as a minority. So it's emotional. And so I get where they're coming from too.
I'm saying,
these men seem to be getting away with a lot of stuff. And I'm not a man hater. Y'all know I'm not a man hater.
I understand
but I'm talking about powerful men like they seem to be getting away with stuff because they have money and they get away with it. Like, I don't want to mention, but we got some people that are in the news now and they just get away with it. And I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about him friend.
Mm-hmm.
Him friend. Like, it's just a lot. It's just a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I do understand when people saying, hey, we understand, Perry, that he's been charged with the Mann Act, and but we think he did all these other things that he'd never been charged with. I think since we got a chance, we should go ahead and just throw the book at him. Because whether you go ahead.
I have an update. I don't know who Giovanni Ciaras is, but he says, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. What? Let me reread that. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Judge says, okay, thank you very much. I guess he's asking the judge, this not good either. Not good. He's saying we're going to work with him to make sure he's a better person and that he has changed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he's trying to say. Ooh, child, this is a lot. Go ahead, Perry, read that.
Oh, it says, whatever it will be, they need to come on with it. But, I mean, they truly do. Like, all this stuff, and I bet you if you took a poll, whether him showing a video or the prosecution showing a video, all these words, it's not going to change the outcome. The judge know what he want to do. Why waste time with it? It's up to the judge to make the decision. The jury has spoke. Go ahead.
This is a CNN update. Giovanni Ciaras, the executive director of a Reentry One, okay, that's the name of the company, is now addressing the court. Reentry One is a nonprofit that helps convicted felons with reentry into society. And then in quotes, it says, there is a constant factor in those that have participated in constructive programming. We notice that once they are released, they are less likely to recidivate or reoffend. He said that he read the statement's testimony from Combs' fellow inmates. He read he read testimony from some of the inmates. And one of the statements says, his impact is so great. This is in quotes. His impact is so great. It changed the lives of those in the housing unit where Combs is housed. He said, adding that he created similar programs when he was incarcerated. Ciaras said that Combs' willingness to help others in detention, despite his own ongoing legal struggles, demonstrates reform and rehabilitation. I'm done talking.
Okay.
I'm done. Perry, thoughts? I'm done talking.
Yeah, I just said this. I'm still reading comments. If it were you, if it were your loved ones that was being made, and then your tune would change. So glad I have a daughter. Are you saying? I mean, because I think could maybe this type of if it was my daughter, then my attitude would change. I would still have that bitterness that this person have done something to my daughter and didn't have to pay for it. But I truly don't think that I would. I think I would still be adult enough to know that he's charged with this, and the two things aren't relevant. I mean, I'm thinking that way, but
well, I'll say
I understand
this.
how you feel from a different side. Like I would say, Sherelle can love her uncles or love family members, or we can love family members that's incarcerated. But their victims will look at them differently. I understand that part. But the part you know, in this country, we have laws, and I think when you in that situation, everybody want to be treated fairly, not where they can just come make up different rules because how they feel about you or whatnot. I mean, that's how I look at it. Go ahead, Sherelle.
I am in this situation with a couple of my family members, and they have taken people's lives. Okay. And when I speak, I have to remember the pain that they endure.
Right.
So she's asking you to do that. That's it.
No. Okay. No, I'm saying I do. Right. I mean, like, I don't condone what happened. But what I'm saying is that if you allow that because it fits your personal issue with the person doing something to a family member, then when you're sitting in front of the judge, you can be looked at and judged the same way. And perhaps now you get an extra time just because how somebody felt about you. You know, I don't know.
It's tough, but don't worry. He not getting out. So
Oh, she says, no, I was saying if it were your loved one being made an example of, then your tune would change. Oh, yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, yeah. She's saying, yeah, because like people looking at it differently. If that was your husband on trial for this thing, but now they want to sentence him something totally different, it'd be different.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's messed up all the way around.
But I do understand how people feel like, well, he don't get away with so much, he need to pay for something. That's not how our justice system works. You need to be charged with something. You need to have a day to represent yourself in court. But I do understand when you see somebody getting over, the anger is going to be there. So I get that.
It's bad. It's bad all the way around. And so I had to come to terms with that. So during the trial, I had strong convictions about the RICO, and this is not a RICO. And it took somebody to sit me down saying, it's a whole nother side you're missing here. And I am very aware of the victims, just like, because that happened with me in real life. So yeah, there's a mother in pain somewhere. Mm-hmm. It's just hard, and I deal with that on a daily basis, that when somebody does something wrong, you don't stop loving them. Even though they did something wrong. It's
right.
It's no right or wrong. That's why I know it's no right or wrong. People feel how they feel, and it's strong feelings, and both arguments make sense. Can't just change the law because you hate them. Can't do that. If you do, there will be a consequence to that, which is going to happen to other people, specifically African-American men. But you can't just keep living your life the way you want and hurting people, putting your hands on people. So, it's no right or wrong here. So I'm just hopefully allowing a space for both sides to talk and communicate. Mm-hmm. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I live with that. I struggle with that. Like when somebody does something wrong, you don't stop loving them. His kids love him. They're going to keep loving him. I love my uncle. And it feels bad to say that, but that bond doesn't go away.
Yeah.
But he did a bad thing. So it's hard. It's hard.
JT says judge is not passing sentence until he get the okay from the leader.
Now that's a whole nother topic. I can't even talk about that. That's another topic. Will somebody powerful step in and release him? A lot of people feel yes. Huh?
Man, you ain't gonna see it the same. Man, you argue about it every day, and I keep saying,
I don't see that happening.
I see most reasons why he would.
Perry, there are two teams, blue and red.
And then
you need a team.
It's individual players too. Go ahead.
You need both teams. You need your team support if you want to do things that you want to do, right? That right there, him releasing Diddy, he won't have any more support. You don't see that?
No.
Y'all, do y'all understand what I'm trying to talk in code? Please don't say no names.
No,
If
yeah.
somebody steps in
They
and
should
uses
know what
their
we're talking about.
authority, huh?
Okay, Lady Linda, I'm gonna say this. She says, "Did Diddy mother speak?" I don't think so. No, we haven't heard from the mother. But back to your conversation, what you saying, I think people understand what we're talking about.
Okay.
You just don't want to understand. There's a lot of things that you underlook. Some people love attention. Some people love a
Okay, we got an update.
and some people
this is a
are
good one.
do anything for greed. Go ahead.
Let me read this really quick. This is Agnafilo. This is the last person to speak. He says, I am asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his business. He found in the he found in the microfilm there how his father died in a substance deal gone wrong. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. Now he's getting aggressive like I told him he should be.
And maybe the day we wrap it up today, then maybe. Or is he going to, we'll see.
But you can't put it on childhood. I wish the statement was a little bit more accountable for them women out there who want him to pay. You can't, you got to put the responsibility on him and keep it on him. Because there are other people hurt in this, right? All the DV victims. If he just would have said he grew up bad, he repeated his father's actions. The father did the same thing to the mom, and he gonna pay for that. But let him go to seek help or something like that. You got to be accountable at this point because you want them to know that you heard the other side. But he's not going home today, tomorrow, or next year. My opinion, anytime soon. Someone's got something to say. Sherelle's World, Perry Sanders. Cassie, she's trying to say. Ooh, and the perpetrator went to prison for 4 years, for a 4-year term. The difference is I didn't go back to that. Mm-hmm. To that. He served 2 years and I stayed away, maybe because he's a man of color. So y'all have to remember there are people that have been through this, right, and support Cassie with their whole heart and understand what she's going through. And they say he deserves some time. And don't worry, he's not going nowhere because the judge feels the same way. Now, as far as them changing that law to get him the time, sets a new precedent. And so now you got to be real careful because the law has changed. Mm-hmm. So it is what it is. Let's see what else someone else says. They are trying to make him pay for all things besides he's being convicted of. Right. That's the other side, is you're changing the law. And now it's not just going to be for Diddy. It's going to be for anybody else. And I'll be specific in the change of the law. This is a new precedent. Now, if you do something bad and they charge you with it, you could be sentenced for something you did in your past that they didn't like. Do you want that law out there on the record? I don't know. maybe it's worth it to the victims, but they're about to get it. And I'm nobody's moral compass. I don't I see both sides. He can't act like that. He's not showing signs of remorse. That's how it came across today. Because the party and how he did so much good for the prison. Y'all didn't talk about his personal journey, like how he reformed, what specifically made him change.
Well,
I'm just letting everybody talk. I'm not right. I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I mean, going back to the general point is this, and until a person get in that situation where they're found guilty of a particular charge, they gonna want to be penalized fairly as others with that similar charge. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't gonna want you to be able to go back into their thing. But if you set a precedent where they can just keep adding all this stuff in, it hopefully it's never nobody in the chat or you or I, but it could happen to us too. So it's a thing. You don't want to set a precedent for things to just go the way as they make them up to be, is what I'm saying.
And speaking for the other side, they're always going to say he put himself there. He shouldn't have did what he did. So it's an argument, and we going to have the argument. I don't know why we keep taking on the hard conversations, but we've known to be that channel, and we don't stop people from saying what they want to say. Also, if you want to come up, tell me to drop the link. If you can't type that fast, or you just tired of talking, I mean, or you want to say something, let me know, drop the link, and I'll drop the link. We do this for the people. Cause I could have did a 20-minute video and wrap this up, but it's for the people. We need a place to go to talk. So if anybody feels like talking, you can come up. It's heavy. It's heavy.
Yeah.
It's very heavy.
So I mean, and that's the whole thing. Look, because I do understand people are upset, mad at certain things, but you can't go back and undo all the wrongs. We can try to make it fair, like talk to your congressmen, your senators, get them to change laws to maybe for the DV thing, maybe it shouldn't be no statute of limitations.
Oh, is there statute of limitations? Is there statute of limitations?
Yes, that's why.
They couldn't bring it to court. Okay, got right. Yeah, I remember.
I'm saying maybe something like that, because I'm not justifying condoning it, none of that. But you can't have it and then you got charged with one thing and now they tacking on 15 other things that you never was found guilty of just because they believe or they seen you do these things, but they didn't prove it. So yes, accountability is one thing, but accountability is also on the enforcers. We know he did it. Did you charge him? Where is your accountability? So yeah, go ahead.
Razor says, bottom line is Diddy is screwed. Yeah, because judge obviously doesn't like him. Right. Exactly. That's the bottom line. Yes. Everything else is irrelevant. Yeah. Any judge would have gave bail and time served. That's bottom line is he's not going anywhere. So he's going to jail. Now we just want to see how long. And I think it's going to be 5-6 years. I don't think he'd give him the max, but he might. He hates him. Have you ever just had somebody you just hate? He hates him and he feels like he gets away with everything. The judge might give him 11 years. He might.
No, I agree with that, right? But see, just on the surface, you say, oh yeah, just because he don't like. But people hate a lot of people, but they try to do it in a discreet kind of way. If he going to give him 11 years, people are going to look at you and say, come on now, man. Now, you can't hide from what you did. You gave him 11 years when this was presented to you, and nobody else is getting it. It shows.
You should be mad at his attorneys. That's what they should be saying today. But they're trying to kiss the judge's ass.
Yep.
Baby D says, if OJ, Suge, and R. Kelly can sit in jail for past crimes not listed, Puff can too. He knew he was committing crimes, and money and fame got him out of it. He has a solid record of that. She's not lying. It's time for the demonic stars to fall. And I'm not adding on. I'm also saying that she's not lying. When you're bold enough to pick up a kettlebell and hit somebody in the head with a room full of people, people hold grudges. You never know who's behind. There's some money behind this. And it could be the alcohol company. It could be UCLA, who felt that he forced them to do things that they didn't want to do. The women that he hurt. So if you support Diddy, I get what you're saying. Don't change the law, but you also can't forget he has wronged us a lot of people.
Yeah, I hear that.
So it's a lot. I really feel that the alcohol company Diageo is behind all of this. They approached Cassie first. This is what I think. And because they wanted him gone and they got him gone. And so they wouldn't have been able to do it if he didn't give them the ammo. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this though. I know we're going to this whole thing. And I know can you just lock somebody up for having a shitty attitude?
No. I agree with you too, Perry. So that's why everybody's saying I'm playing both sides. I'm glad I'm not the judge. I'm glad I don't have to make that call.
I want to say this too. Now, a lot of people speculate on a lot of things he have done. Has he ever been charged with those things?
Well, that's the problem. He's been paying people off.
Oh, okay, I get it. But yeah, well.
That's the victims' one of their biggest gripes is that he keep getting away with this. Somebody please stop it. And in doing that, then they changed the law. They're changing the law. Now, Cassie supporters, you cannot reject that. They're changing the law to get him. How would this changing of the law affect others? Y'all got him. Yeah, but now they can just tell anybody, yeah, you're innocent, but we don't like the way you act. You too violent.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That same rule can be applied to you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't pretend to know things. I just try to represent both sides. It's a mess and emotional on both sides. It's emotional because if you are if you're Perry, if you're African-American men, but everybody, if you are a man, do we want the judges to have that kind of power that now you could be innocent, proven innocent, but because I don't like you, I'm going to deem you a menace. A menace, and now it's in your best interest to spend the rest of your life locked up. And let's not get it twisted. I don't care what nobody say. Being in prison is no life. Now you make it the best you can. It's no life. It's like staying in your cell. I'm in a closet. It's like staying in a closet for the rest of your life. And not only that, the environment, I'm not trying to down any prisoners, but you guys' life is different than ours on the outside. And you live by like their laws in prison, the things they unalive people for in there. We don't do that out here. So it's a whole different lifestyle. You have to watch your back at all times. And when they tell you trust no one, trust no one. Then you got your crooked guards. It's just a mess.
Right. And JT saying this from that last thing that we were discussing. She's comparing two people accused of Ming and CST, right? To Diddy charges are insane. A little of my point. Because if you let people just throw people in a category, they can pick and choose and say, well, I'm going to give it to them. Go back and show me how many people with the Mann Act. It's not that many crazy cases or whatever. Let me know what they're getting. Let me know what somebody's doing in a regular state, soliciting, got people in the room. How much time are they getting? I mean, and not to overlook that he did something. He was charged with it. He should do the time for it. But a lot of people don't do over a year. And he already did his year. So do he get to do extra because he's a popular rapper? Because you don't like his attitude? You know, just saying.
Also, okay, so now Agnifil's off the stand, and now here's Christy Slavic back on the stand. And I'm reading this from CNN. It says, in her rebuttal, prosecutor Christy Slavic addressed the defense's argument that Sean Diddy Combs wasn't a pimp and he didn't financially profit off the SEX acts. Really, what are pimps? Pimps exploit and control their victims. That's what the defendant did here. Okay, she's just admitting that it's his behavior and the way that he acted that they're worried about. Okay, so that was that. And so let me move over here. Okay, and this one says, okay, I read that. Okay, so we're caught up. So she said, like, she's bold. She's bold. Aggressive about it. Yeah. He been acting like a tyrant. And we admit it. And that's why we want him. That's what she's saying. That's what you're supposed to do. If you are an attorney, you got to be aggressive. I was saying that earlier. You got to be aggressive. Can't believe she just said that. I wonder if that can use that against her. I'm wondering if the other side could. She basically said
he didn't profit
acting like
all this, but his behavior is such as a pimp. But was he charged as a pimp?
So it's the same arguments, yeah. It says Chuck Berry got 3 years for the Mann Act. Chuck Berry? Chuck Berry played the guitar. Maybelline. I can't remember. I can see his face. And they called him the king of rock and roll, I think. Was it the 40s or 50s?
Yeah, it got to be like that. Yeah, up in there.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Chuck Berry, except he was a legendary artist. Thank you, Sherelle and Perry, for all your time. Oh, thank you, Paula, and keeping us informed. We appreciate you. That's sweet. Thank you, Paula. I just be playing. That's my job. I got to do it. That's my job. Let's see. Please wrap this up. That's it.
And Freedom says he was a trick, not a pimp. And a lot of people mind, like, tricks get played, they get financially used. He sort of did. You know, he got financially used by these women. But
babe, we didn't eat breakfast. Should we go out to get something to eat as soon as we're done?
Yep.
Here we go. We got an update by CNN. It says, in a rebuttal, prosecutor Christy Slavic addresses surveillance video. Okay, she's got to talk about it. Of Sean Diddy Combs essaying his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, at the Intercontinental Hotel in California in 2016. The surveillance video may not have the production value of Combs' video played it earlier Friday, but it shows what he does when he doesn't know the cameras are rolling. Slavic said, the defendant is a master puppeteer of his own image. He uses his wealth and power to portray a very specific image to the world, but that image is incomplete and misleading. Mm. Let's just see what y'all think about it. See what y'all think. I know she brought it. Like, Perry, you have to admit it. She's doing a prosecutor job. So, Rennie says,
I mean, but I'm hoping though, if it's back to them, is it possible that we can get a sentence today?
Rennie says, love you guys. You always keep it 100. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sherelle, oh my God. I want to let you know my prayers are with you and your family. Whatever you are going through, everyone, I know you've been having a hard time lately. God bless you, and I pray for you. Now that is the sweetest thing ever. What I'm going through with my uncle is similar to this. You have to acknowledge victims. You just do. But other people don't see that in my family. They don't see that. What if the shoe was on the other foot? I'm not even saying it's tough. It's tough here talking about it. It's tough going through it in real life. And then, of course, you know, I lost my family members. Dealing with death is the worst thing ever, ever, ever. Anyway, just give him 7 years so we don't have to see his awful face for a few years. I think they're going to give him 11 years. Yeah, life ain't easy. It's just not. And sometimes, you know, I don't know. I see both sides and people don't understand that.
And my problem is I am so tired, so tired of our justice system treating people unfairly. Don't base shit off religion, race, none of that. If a person do a certain crime, they should do the same time. And people acting like, whatever, it's okay, because we got so accustomed to certain people, they get the benefit of the doubt. People in New York right now out on bail and did way more shit than Diddy have. Abercrombie and Finch or whatever that person is. And then they give him an excuse. Well, he's too old. He's 70-something. He ain't gonna flee. Well, he's still a freak, a menace to society. When is he gonna do his time? But he's out on bail. So when people come with this stuff, hey, I know he did it. I know people gonna get away. People break the law and never get caught. If, say, for example, if you ran a red light, they ain't got no cameras or nothing, and they come back a month later, oh yeah, well, remember you ran that red light? But they never ticketed you or nothing. Should they be able to punish you? Look, people gonna get away with stuff. But let's keep it real. Like, our justice system is so messed up. It needs to be treated fairly. And when we get hell bent on getting somebody, we'll allow them to loosen the rules for this one individual. But with the part you don't think about, they gonna loosen the rules, period. And it can come back to hurt us, the regular people. You know, go ahead, Sherelle. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to say. But except he's not getting out today, or tomorrow, or a year from now, or 2 years from now. Now, maybe 2 years down the road, but he's not getting out today. So, in the defense did so great.
What those attorneys saying down there? Is it just the old thing? Or maybe they're going to the commercial break now.
No. Hold on. Let's see what Law and Crime are saying.
Mr. Combs will have the last word. Okay, so we are getting to the end of this. Sierra, we've been talking all day about what Sean Combs will say, what he needs to say. Will it be consistent with the letter that he wrote to the judge? As somebody who's followed this case from the very beginning, what are you going to be on the lookout for when Sean Combs speaks?
I think it will probably be relatively consistent with what we read in the letter, right? I mean, Diddy had much time while he's been in MDC Brooklyn to come forth and put together kind of his thoughts about what he feels, how he's changed, how he's been reformed, and what he will do, how he will not reoffend, etc. But I do feel like there's something extra in the courtroom. There's something different besides just, writing with a pen and paper about how you're feeling versus actually having to speak publicly in front of people and talk about something. Once again, it's essentially his life on the line here when we're talking about his young daughter, Love. She's a toddler. He wants to see his daughter, grow up, and not to mention even the adult children. They're in a very important time in their lives. Any father, I assume, would want to be out with his children, not behind bars. So to him, this is of the utmost importance, not to mention that he's already spent more than a year behind bars at MDC Brooklyn. And this is a common theme we've talked about throughout our entire live stream today. It's not a great place to be, right? We've heard a lot of pretty negative things about it. Of course he wants to leave, especially after he's accustomed to the lavish mansions in Miami and in LA and, familiar with New York. All of those things Diddy wants to be out for. However, back to my point about the heightened, sensitivity, the feeling in the courtroom, I think this is really Diddy's moment. He's sat through so many hours of the trial where he just kind of had to be very stoic. Of course, he reacted to some things. However, he didn't get up there and speak. He didn't testify. We know that Diddy, prior to all of this, liked to speak his mind, liked to set the record straight, so to speak. And now this is his one chance after waiting months and months, even years since the first allegations came out. Not to mention his mother's there, his children are there. They've cried, his attorneys have cried. This is a very high intensity moment. I do think that we'll see some sort of intense emotion from P. Diddy himself about all of this, begging to have his sentence beyond the lower end.
Begging is a good question because Mark Agnifilo just said, I'm asking you to release him today. He's been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Is that a compelling argument, Joe? Is that a compelling argument that he has suffered enough? He has been punished.
Hold on, I wanted to say this really quick. Diddy's going to jail no matter what. The least he can do when he speaks tomorrow is take full accountability. And I would never ask the judge to let me out. Don't ask, because you're not going to get it. And just talk to the victims. Take accountability. Don't talk about how great you're doing and how you've changed. I wouldn't do it. Just take accountability and speak from your heart to the victims. Acknowledge that you hurt them. But if you get up there talking about how great you were in prison and you did this and I did and I'm such a great, no. And don't ask for him to let you out. They might feel some kind of satisfaction in that. That's what I think. I don't know. Let's see what they think.
He wants to see his toddler grow up. He wants to see fill in the blank or whatever else. Well, didn't you want to before all of this started happening? Didn't you want to back when you were up for conviction? Maybe you should have got convicted in the Shine case 15, 20 years ago. We've already been here. You already know what this is like. And here we are again. You've already done a religious album. You've already done all of the things that make you look like a changed man. Meanwhile, no change. So if the
on Monday, my bad.
Judge wants to consider what he's saying and take it seriously and look at the potential that he could be as a force for good with resources put behind it, that's fine. But what he's been through in and of itself, that wouldn't move me, not even one iota.
Particularly, as we mentioned earlier, the letter from Cassie Ventura when she talked about how much she's struggling and the nightmares she goes through. And the court was keen to say she is a victim of this crime. Yes, Sean Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie, but she is a victim of transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, Serena, you might have noticed I didn't come to you for a while because I have a bunch of questions for you that I'm going to read in succession to you. So let's go to the first one. Confused and Cali asks, what are typical parole rules in New York and federal release, and for how long?
Oh, that's a good question. So it's all dependent on the person who is convicted and what they're convicted of, and so many other things that you learn about that person in interviews and whatnot. So it will all depend, which is always a lawyer's favorite answer. It depends, but it will be a level of pretty serious supervision. He may not be able to leave the city or the state or the country without permission. There are going to be restrictions as to that, to travel, as to where he can live, as to what he can do. Maybe there's a curfew. There are many, many factors that are taken into consideration when you are on supervised release. You can always petition to change those restrictions as time goes on, as you show that you're behaving yourself, etc. There may be drug tests, for example. There's a lot. There could be, for example, like unannounced searches or visits. There's a lot of, even if you're free, is what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of restrictions on your freedom.
Yeah, that's a good point. So wait, we're going to take a quick break before we get into Sean Combs, because he's going to be speaking soon. Real quick super chat question for you, Serena. This is from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If this case was not involving a mega superstar.
He just said he's going to be speaking today.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping they can wrap it up. Yeah.
Yeah, we might get a conviction, a sentence today.
If and how would this be different? In other words, if the defendant was not Sean Combs, how would this play out?
First of all, you would never know about it. There are so many people, and I like that we have this platform to say this. There are so many people who are going through, similar charges or worse charges or easier charges that nobody ever knows about. It's cases like this that actually educate the public as to their rights, our rights, the criminal justice system in general. So it's great. It's actually great that we have this program, and it's great that we're able to kind of follow these things. But you should know that there is a difference, because the people who don't get that attention may not necessarily have the means to hire competent representation, or maybe the type of representation that they really want to speak for them. They may not be able to kind of get the public behind them.
He said somebody's speaking, Diddy speaking to the court now. So let me get over here. Wow. It says, one of the hardest things, this is Diddy talking. One of the hardest things that I've had to handle is having to be quiet, not able to express how sorry I am for my actions. Sean Diddy Combs said in his statement to the court, I want to personally apologize again to Cassie Ventura for any harm and hurt that I've caused her, emotionally or physically. Okay, so that's CNN. Let me head over to the live tweets. Okay, so that's all I have. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You have to give a sincere apology to Cassie, and I guess, and anyone else. That's good. You've got to take accountability. I wouldn't ask for it to be released. I just wouldn't. Just be sorry for what you did. Talk about your drug problems. Talk about how drugs change people, make them do stupid shit. Tell them about your sex addiction, and just be accountable for all of that. And then let the judge do what he's going to do. Don't talk about yourself and how great you are. Don't do that. I wouldn't do that. Would you do that?
No. I mean, no. I'm agreeing with you. I think he got to be modest and just show some kind of emotion, like apologize for the things he did, acknowledge it to the court, and just say, hey, he said, I'm sorry for it, whatever. But maybe don't ask for the time. Just leave it up to lead it up to the judge, right?
Yep.
But then Rose says this. She said, he's sorry he got caught. And we've seen this all the time.
We got to update. And this is CNN. I don't know what's going on inner city press, so CNN. Sean Diddy Combs also has said he wants to personally apologize to all the victims of DV, because I know that video, that disgusting, despicable video. it triggered a lot of people all around the world. DV will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. That's good. You're doing good. Just stay at that, because it is. And I don't think the judge, now that I'm sitting here talking, maybe there's a chance that the judge hates him so much on a personal level. Maybe it's not. I don't know though, the color of his skin, because the people, his people really hate Black people. I don't even know if he's trying to climb the corporate ladder, but I think there's a part of him that is disgusted. I think he's just disgusted. What do you think, Pierre? It could be a chance he's just disgusted.
Well, JT, he holding.
He's JT. You still think it?
Diddy will be home later today. Now, let's just see. Look, I could be wrong, but it seems like the judge want to give him something outside of a free release today.
Got an update.
A month from now. Huh? Go ahead.
Got another CNN update. It says Sean Diddy Combs said he lost his businesses and his career. And then it says in quotes, but most of all, I lost my self-respect. That's good. He said as he addressed the court, I've been humbled and broken to my core. I hate myself right now. I got stripped down to nothing. And then it says, he goes on to say, I want to apologize to my 7 children. Yes, 7. Combs added, turning around to face them in the gallery and named them. Y'all deserve better. He turned again to his mother and said, I failed her as a son. His voice was breaking as he said this, I'm sorry. There, you got that. Don't change it. Stay on you. Stay on you. You have not changed that quickly. No, it was not going to come across that sincere. You might have changed, but it's not. Just talk about why you're there and acknowledge the victims like you did. You're doing great. Talk to your mom, because you know she's heartbroken. Talk to your kids. They do deserve better. I think this is going good. Perry?
Yeah, no, it's good so far. I mean, 'cause
Yeah.
you get to be remorseful, right?
Yeah.
And oftentimes, like when a person double down and act like and refuse to take accountability,
Mhm.
you have no sympathy for that person. Nobody in this earth is perfect, but that person to acknowledge it, but you got to feel it though. You can't just come and say, yeah, you know, I'm sorry, man.
Now I'm back over to Inner City Press. They say he's talking. This is Diddy. He says, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Yeah. Keep it going. You're doing good. Keep it going. And probably telling the truth, because he stepped down from Revolt. No one wants to sign with Bad Boy Records. No one wants to sign with the new label, Love. Probably ain't getting no phone calls from Clive or Lucian Grange. It's not funny. Sorry, guys. I was just thinking about Clive Davis and those rumors. I can't get the rumors out my head. Here we go. Sean Combs, he's still talking. If your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence. What? Yeah, confidence in the jury to believe I had not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. Okay, that's still good. That's still good. I think he's typing really fast, so I'm tripping over my words here. I think he's typing really fast. Let's head over to CNN. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. And got an update from CNN. CNN says addressing his mother in court, Sean Diddy Combs said, "You taught me better. You raised me better. I know to whom so much is given, so much is expected. I failed my community." He did this during his address to the judge who will sentence him. Then they go back and quotes him speaking. "Growing up as a kid, I just wanted to be a shining example of what we could do. I say we, as in people of color, that we could own our own businesses, take care of our own communities, raise our own children, solve our own problems, create our own wealth, take care of our own problems. That was my mission. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community for letting y'all down." Now, listen, he's not playing the race card. He's not playing the race card. We deal with a different set of problems as African Americans than other people. So he's talking to his people. Addressing the judge today, Sean Diddy Combs said, "People can change. I know I've changed." He said, "Sometimes life events change your trajectory." And this is him speaking. "Sometimes no matter who you are, who you were before you got so shaken, it just changes your trajectory. It just changes you, and it changes you for the better. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences." These are not excuses, Combs said. "I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I ask your honor for mercy." Combs said, "I beg your honor for mercy." So, okay, I'm okay asking for mercy.
Yeah.
Don't talk about how much you've changed, because just don't talk about it. Just don't talk about it. Don't just be accountable, huh?
I think taking accountability and then coming back asking for mercy. He didn't say he's thankful and just want him to give him mercy and for the opportunity to get better.
CNN says Sean Diddy Combs is continuing to address the judge. "I ask your honor for the chance to be a father again. I ask your honor for the chance to be a son again. I ask your honor for the chance to be a leader in my community again. I ask your honor for a chance to get help that I desperately need to become a better person, because I don't want to let God down. I don't want to let my family down," he said. Then it says, Combs went to say that he's learned his lessons and will fully comply with whatever conditions the court imposes. There you go, Diddy. That's what you got to say. That's what you got to say. He's saying, "Whatever you give me, I'll accept." Then in quotes, it says, "I don't have nobody to blame but myself. I know I'll never put my hands on another person. I know that I've learned my lessons. I'm willing to comply with any conditions." There you go. "The court puts upon me, given a chance, when we talk about the possibility of sharing my story. It's not just a scheme to try to get less time. It's that this story is real. This is tragic. This story is tragic." He should leave it at that. That's it. That's it. Leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he says, "No matter what anyone says, I know I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor." There you go. And be prepared to get the time. But I feel that he needed to address that to Cassie and the other women. He needed to, I didn't even know I still had her on the screen. He needed to do that. What are your thoughts now? Let me know in the chat. If you're a Cassie survivor, was it satisfactory? We know he's going to jail. What are your thoughts? They don't see it like that. Wait, I lost it.
Oh.
Someone said he's playing the victim. I lost it. You got that right. Let the freak off begin again. No. I can see Sherelle in the gallery coaching Diddy. I mean, that's what he had to say. Now, he's not going home. Don't get it. I'm doing both sides here. He's not going home. He's just not. But I felt that he had to address Cassie and the victims and be accountable. And he did that. So
okay, but question for you and the chat. Do you guys think we'll get a sentencing today?
If Well, hopefully. And Travis is talking about, I don't know if you just joined us, Travis, the person on the screen. There's a lot of people saying, and I call them they. I call them they because I'm not allowed to say the name. People are saying that they are going to release him despite the sentencing. I don't know. I first thought, no way. I don't know. My mind ain't even there yet. Let's just hear what he says today. Yes, he deserves a second chance. That's what Blanca said. You guys are saying he deserves second chances. Yes, 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 yes. FAOO. It's the only way out if they release him.
Right.
Another second chance. Yes. Okay. Well, he did address the victim. And I felt he was sincere. It's obvious he hit rock bottom.
Mm-hmm. So
it's obvious.
If we get another hour, is this judge gonna take whatever and then take these little breaks as he always do? Okay, well, I heard everything and just send me this motion over the weekend and I make give the citizen on Monday. Come on now, that's just making a mockery out the whole thing. Let's get this over with.
Perry, that's what he's getting ready to do. So go on and get mad right now. Speak in peace, Perry.
I'm mad. No. And home.
Deborah says, I believe he did a good job of apologizing. I don't want to offend any victims. I felt he spoke from his heart. Now, does she have to accept the apology? No, she does not. But Cassie, unless it happens to you, she deserved an apology. Anyway, I believe he is capable of changing. I believe this is just what he needs to make himself change his life. Sometimes God has to sit us down to change. That's true. He gonna be set down for 11 years. The judge is leaving at 5:30 for his cocktail. He will make a decision on Monday. Let me check the update. Perry, you keep going. I got to go to the screen because I don't want to miss anything, and I'm trying to get out of here.
You go ahead.
Here,
Jason, it's 5 years probation tops. Go ahead.
2 updates. It says, oh, wow, it's long. This is from CNN. It says Sean Diddy Combs addressing the judge before his sentencing said, I don't take lightly my Mann Act convictions. The charges Combs was convicted of, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, stemmed from the federal Mann Act, which criminalizes transporting people across state lines for prostitution. He said, I understand the severity of it, and I am having to deal with the consequences. I take full accountability. Come on, y'all. He said this is a good speech. And responsibility. Combs said, now I know the prosecution wants you to make an example out of me. I just want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. If you give me another chance, I won't let you down. And the evidence of that is those beautiful children that got up there and spoke for me. He took a moment to thank his children who spoke on his behalf in today's proceeding. He said, I would never, ever, ever jeopardize being in this situation again, being away from my family that needs me. That's my deterrence, he said. And then here's another one. It says, Sean Diddy Combs has finished his address to Judge Submarinian, who adjourned for a 5-minute break. Let's keep talking about what we think. Listen, he's not getting any mercy, but he took accountability. Does that change any Cassie supporter's opinion? Let me know. Whippity-doo, showing those videos of his children means absolutely nothing because look how he did his sons. Oh, yeah. made them a part of his mess. King Christian Combs still has an open lawsuit from one of the women at the freak offs. Remember October 17th in Little Rod versus Diddy? Oh, there's so the October 17th. Okay. Wow. Anybody else? Realistically, Diddy has not changed. He's just saying whatever he's got to say. His only way out is a release from they. Okay. JT, let's see how you feeling. I hope he gets out and sees Cassie and gets his money back. He's not getting that money back. He's not getting that money back. Joyce says, okay, all the apologies he gave, so what? Your second chance need to be when you get out after doing 5 to 11 years, instead of doing longer. That'll be a good second chance for you. So a lot of people, hi, Capricorn. Capricorn says, Diddy's coming home, y'all. That man is picking up the pan and he's gonna release him. Sherelle, you have a lot of sanctimonious people in this chat. It's easy to say the judge and Judge Puff, right? Until it's you or yours sitting in that seat. Yeah, you're right. If it was you, you would look at it a little different. But I still say he did the right thing.
Somebody said the judge is speaking.
The judge? Let me go. Hold on.
What somebody said?
I don't see it. Hold on.
Or did he speak to give that recess or whatnot?
Well, CNN says he's on a 5-minute break. Oh, here it is. It's Inner City Press. It says they're back. Judge Submarinian, this is the judge talking. At the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under the 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. Your community is what he meant to say. No, he meant to say Black people. Just say it. Let's see. I'm waiting, y'all. I think it's crazy how the judge doesn't consider himself Black. I think it's crazy that a lot of, what did they say, South Asians distance themselves from Black people. What are y'all? What's wrong with y'all? Okay, continues. He says, we saw the video, the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. He getting ready to make it the decision.
Okay.
I feel it coming. He says a history of good works cannot wash away the record in this case. You put your hands on women. You used in ABUSE to get your way, freak offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the ABUSE is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. It's about to come to an end, you guys. Let's see what he says. I keep refreshing. I can't get this fast enough. Thank God they didn't push it back to Friday. I mean, Monday, pardon me. Come on, hold on. Come on. Hurry. Let's see. I'm going to zoom over to, CNN says Judge Submarinian said he has considered the fact that Sean Diddy Combs is a self-made artist and a businessman who inspired and uplift communities, and note that his work and impact are celebrated and iconic. He said Combs' success are even more impressive given the struggles of his childhood. The judge says this is subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed 2 women. You plied them with substances. You supplied them with substances. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and the resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Oh, all right, let's keep going. Yeah, he kind of chewing them out, y'all. We got an update from CNN. The substances may have exacerbated your erratic and violent behavior over the years. However, the court has to consider all of your history here. That's what he told. Okay, so that's CNN. Here we go here. Okay. He said you were more than a John.
Mm-hmm.
He mad, like I said. Here we go. A significant sentence is required to deter. You said you're sorry and you won't do it again after Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public and the investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane. Hit her in the face. Can't say that other word. He's being very stern. He's not playing with him. He says, oh, I read that. Let's see. I'm telling you, he's not talking like a judge that's about to give you a light sentence. If they're about to give you a light sentence, they say, I see the changes you made and all that. He's not thinking that.
Yeah, it don't sound like it.
Update from CNN. CNN says Judge Submarinian told Diddy that his work history impact on the Black community and entrepreneurship are celebrated. Oh, I already did that. He's not talking, and that's what I was trying to prepare you guys for. I just didn't see it coming, but I don't know. Here we go. We got an update. Judge says, Jane says he told her, take this pill, do out there. And this is what the judge is saying. He told Jane to take a pill, go out there and suck his D. F him. He's using these words. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial records in this case. Ooh. Nah, y'all. He's not going home. He's not going home. Damn. Why would the judge use that? He means business. He's not going home. And I think this is personal. You know how he's pissed. He's offended. And it touches him some way. Maybe he just thought Diddy was disgusting. Maybe it happened to his family. Maybe he's been a judge so long he heard these stories before. He don't like Diddy, period. And if Diddy asks for an appeal, which is going to happen, he's not going to give him that either. And what he's doing right now is sending him to prison for his behavior. Has nothing to do with the Mann Act. But he's a judge. He can do whatever he wants. He can. You got that privilege. They go to school for a long time. They're judges for a long time. Before you become a judge, you have to get voted in. They deserve that. So you know, judges run their courtroom and they're in charge of sentencing. And we about to hear it, hopefully. Come on. Judge says exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. So he's saying 11 years is not necessary. So that's off the table. I think he might give him 5. I thought 11. I'm wrong, you guys. He did not. He's taking that off. He said that it would be more than necessary. Like, that's too much. A CNN update says the judge also said there's no question that Sean Diddy Combs is a devoted family man. However, he rejects the defense attempts to characterize the freakouts and hotels night as intimate consensual experiences or just a sex substance and rock and roll lifestyle. A history of good work cannot erase the power and control you had over women you profess to love dearly. The ABUSED them physically, emotionally, and psychologically. You use that to get your way. I was sitting here during the trial. Now I'm heading back over to Inner City Press, who seems to come bringing them in faster. Here we go. A sentence of over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that, but 14 months time served would not be sufficient. So I'm looking at CNN and I'm looking at Inner City Press. We're just waiting on the final decision. Everybody's in the same place. So I'm going to refresh my page.
Yep, I'm just waiting here, trying to see too.
Here we go. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence of 50 months of incarceration. Perry, do the math really quick.
That's 4 years, 2 months.
4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. It's not 11. He doesn't get off scot-free. He landed somewhere in the middle. And he already has, how many time served? Is it 2 or 1 year?
A year. But you know how they do it in prison? Like, sometime, I don't know, if you get 5, maybe if you do 2, then you eligible. I don't know. But did he say 50 months is what he's getting? Or
Yes.
he's still debating?
No. 50, I'll read it again. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration.
Whoa.
That's not bad, because if you consider what he was looking at, 11 years, 4 years with 1 time served is 3 years. Early release for good behavior. He had to serve some time, y'all. And what he was looking at now, is he breaking the law? Yes, because he's sentencing him for, not for the Mann Act, for his behavior, for being a danger to society. But what do y'all think? You think it's a lot? Y'all think it's a lot? I think he was in the middle. I think it was in. Let's see what Callie says.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You got it?
what? Yeah.
That was
Oh, I
me.
missed it. Let me go back to Callie. Now, some of this should be served as probation. They're doing a lot. I think some will be probation. I think that time served and maybe good behavior, but he had to serve 50 months is bad for a crime where most people don't, well, serve any time. She's right.
So,
But considering what the judge could have saved him, could have gave him, what do you guys think? Yes, it is too much. Okay, that's too much. 50 months. Here. Renee says 2.5 years, Perry. Needs probation also. I think that's coming. Let me keep looking to make sure. Jizzy. Okay, here we go. No, that's it. Let's see what else happens. Perry, take the calls for me.
yeah.
I'm going to go on a whole different.
Mhm.
It's Agnaphilo says, any recommendations where to serve the sentence? Agnaphilo also says, we can get back to you by Monday now that we know there's a sentence. And the judge says yes. So they don't know where he's going to be sentenced at. We've been told that it's going to be a light, one of those white collar crime places, not hard time like Rikers Island. Okay, let me head over to CNN. Judge Submarinius said the court is not assured that if Diddy was released, these crimes will not be committed again. He said that acts of sex violence are unfortunately common, and a substantial sentence must be given to send a message to people that put hands on women and victims alike that ABUSE against women is met with real accountability. And let me tell you what the judge did. Okay, hold on, I got an update from CNN. Okay, they're just saying Diddy will be convicted of 50 months or just over 4 years in prison for his conviction on 2 counts of transportation of engaged in prostitution. The judge played the middle. He got the Southern District that victory that they want under their belt. He gave them time, what they wanted. He didn't give him the max. So Callie is right. This sentence of 4 plus years, just a little over, of 4 years, we already know time served, good behavior. He could very well go out on probation. And whatever they're going to do next, they're going to do it quietly. I don't think I would file an appeal. No, leave well enough alone. That's what I think. Now, Perry, you think you're going to go through with this appeal?
I'm just saying, look, he's getting sentenced. And once he get his full sentence, can they add on just because you filed an appeal?
Yeah, that can come out different.
I don't think so.
That's what I thought, that they can add on for the appeal. Let me check. You do that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Take these calls. Let me see.
First time offender too much. Let's see. Give some time to think and change. Damn. Somebody said, no, he's already sentenced. So E. Brooks saying, but maybe they can't add no more time just because you appeal. They gave you your sentence.
They said they can add on to your appeal. It's called chilling effects. Basic rule: if you appeal a conviction, the appeal court can do several things: affirm, keep it the same, reverse, throw it out, or remand, send it back for a new trial or sentencing. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. The Pierce rule in North Carolina, they're stating case law, practical reality. If your conviction is overturned and you are retired, a new sentence could technically end up longer. but only if it is justified by new evidence or circumstances, not as retaliation. Okay, so did y'all guys hear that? I'll read it again. If your conviction is overturned or you are retired, a new sentence could technically end up longer, but only if it's justified by new evidence or circumstances, not as retaliation. So you gotta, so that rule is in place to prevent a judge just keeping you in there or giving you more time because he still hates you. You have to have new evidence. Some states have extra protections that go further than the federal rule and flat out forbid harsher sentences on trials, but not New York. Direct appeals, reviewing errors in the trial are usually safe from harsher punishment. Collateral attacks like post-conviction motions can be trickier depending on what issues are raised. Bottom line, a judge cannot just add to your sentence because you appeal. A longer sentence is only allowed if new factual justify it, and the judge must explain those reasons on the record.
So basically,
it's over. That's it. Let's see if we could see what's going on outside the courtroom.
Damn. Yeah, let's see that.
But also indicated that he's going to have a life after prison. He'll be, what, 59, 60 years old, potentially, probably 59 years old. The judge says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you.
Just a little over 4 years. 3 years, because 1 year is going to be time served.
Right,
So go ahead.
So it's 4 years, 2 months. That's 50 months. And I guess I assume that 1 year he served will be part of it.
Yeah, you got to do the time served. 4 years and 2 months. And I'm going to keep that up there. Let's just hear what they're saying on the outside.
Okay.
When we talk about the video that was shown, it's felt very deliberate on the part of the judge. But to be clear, the prosecution doesn't have grounds to appeal this. Oh, the judge said 11 years, gave 4. They can't fight this, right?
Correct. They can't. And I agree with you that it does seem like the judge was issuing a little bit of an apology to the women, to Cassie, to the victims for this sentence, which is an interesting point. I mean, the judge obviously knows that unlike most cases, this will be publicized one way or another. People will have very strong opinions about the fact that a 4-year sentence really calculates to basically like 2.5 more years in prison for Diddy. Which does feel probably to the victims a little bit like a slap on the wrist. So I do think that statement was necessary from the judge. I don't know that it's going to fix the feelings that Cassie and others may be feeling right now.
Joe, we have a question from Jane Elaine. The judge specifically mentioned that he exploited women, but that wasn't the charge. So does he have grounds to appeal and get the sentence overturned?
No, I don't think that he will. Again, there's a lot of crossover in terms of some of the things that occurred. There's an argument. This is a form of exploitation, transferring somebody across state lines, transporting them for purposes of prostitution. So I don't think that there would be grounds just because of the words that he used in this context. And again, there's a lot of gray area here in terms of the crossover between the crimes. There are some larger statements to be made. Not every statement that he made is within the confines of the trial of what he was tried and convicted of. So in other words, if he was to say, for instance, Diddy, you've done some bad things. Well, yeah, he has done some bad things, and he's talking generally about the fact that he's done some things that are reprehensible, etc. So not every word he's going to use. I think there's an argument that he did exploit women. I think that it is a form of exploitation to transport someone across state lines, etc. So there's not going to be this technical violation for using that word as an example.
You think about what he's about to go through here, Serena. If you, by all accounts, the way that he described it, in his letter, today in general, it was hell. I mean, he went through a year of hell in that MDC. No, I'm not, no sympathy there, but you think about what he's going to go through now, maybe potentially another 3 years of that, whether it's there or another facility. What is his life going to look like now?
Well, MDC is really a hellhole, like you mentioned. But the truth of the matter is everybody who's incarcerated there goes through that, not just Sean Diddy Combs. He does have this platform to kind of educate people now about the prison conditions and jail conditions, and that's great. But it's not like he's special. It's not like he's unique. Everybody who gets accused of a crime and detained while facing those charges has to go through that. His life is going to be not so great. I mean, if he goes upstate, it'll probably be better than it has been at MDC, to be honest with you. He'll probably have better treatment upstate than he's had at MDC.
She's absolutely right. He's going to a white collar crime prison. That's a lot different than going to a Supermax or for
right.
What they call it for. Oh gosh, you guys, I've been knowing this for
violent criminals.
What is my uncle called? Something with the number 4 in it. But well, that uncle, yeah, okay. He's not going to a hard time jail. So if he wanted to get himself together, he could. It's not going to be bad at all. Now, can they come in and Perry, I wanted you to keep that on the screen.
Okay, I got to go and find it. I forgot.
If another person comes in and has the power to release him, yeah, that could happen. But he really only got 3 years, and they're going to start taking off stuff for good behavior and all that stuff. Some of it can be on probation. I would just leave it alone if I was him. But they do have the option to appeal, and under the basis of you just sentenced me and it had nothing to do with the Mann Act. And when the judge read off, and he knew what he was doing, when he read off the reasons why he was giving him this, he did not mention the Mann Act as the main. He just said, you did this, did that, and you did this. So yeah, they have every right to appeal it. But I don't think I would. But he might. He's Diddy. He's still rich. He's still rich. And y'all gonna be mad because I say this. He has a strong fan base. He gonna come out and them people gonna act like they're happy to see him. Don't expect that. So I think it's turned out the best way that it could. At least he's not in there a decade plus a year.
Mm-hmm.
And, he still will be young. I think me and Diddy are the same exact age. And that I just don't see them doing that. But they have that opportunity. And why would higher powers come in and have them released? It's 3, maybe possibly 2. They might give him 2 years probation. You don't know. Why would he come in and use his powers? I just don't see that happening.
Oh, it's the game favor, like to a certain community. Let's say to the Black community. See what I did for y'all?
You still think that the powers are going to come in?
Well, because now you got to look, any distraction away from the files.
Hold on 1 second, Perry. Yes, Emmanuel, 4 years, 2 months over 4 years.
Yeah.
And don't forget, he already had 1 year for time served. So now we're down to 3. They could whittle that down pretty quickly. I'm going to say the most he's going to do, I can't say, because they could just parole him whenever they want to. I don't know how much time they're going to make him do. I don't know. But yeah, 4 years and 2 months. Go ahead, Perry.
And they were saying like after 3.5 years, he might be eligible for parole. But now, can't people get like good behavior, or is that set in stone where you can't even go up those parole until after 3.5 years, huh?
So they said he's going to be up for parole in 3. Well, they say
They
that.
said eligible. They said he could be eligible for 3.
They say that, but it's a lot of ways to knock off these
Right.
times.
And that's what I was wondering.
It's a lot of ways to knock off the time. He's not going to do the whole 4 years. Well, we already know a year is gone. He's not going to do the full 3 years. But they can keep him there for the full 3 years if they want to. I just don't see that happening. So, it's a win for the prosecution. They got what they want. He didn't get life. He should be thankful for that. He should be thankful for that. Not life. I'm thinking
Well,
wrong.
When it first started, it was life.
It was life.
Remember?
Yeah,
with
you didn't get the
and all
RICO
that?
charge.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
could do 3 years. It's okay. And I know people wanted them home today. It could have been worse. So it is what it is. Is it true what Diddy supporters are saying? Is the judge biased? Yes, I think he showed that. He still has to work at the Southern District. He's trying to, not get fired like the other 47 judges. It's okay. It's not as bad as y'all think it was. And he was held accountable. So let's see.
Damn.
I'm telling you guys, Fed isn't like state. They don't knock off. This is Fed. Okay. So he can do 4 years. It's not. So what you're saying? There's no time served. Let me hear what long crime has to say, and I'm going to look that up.
That's what I'm trying to figure too.
Time served, right? Okay, hold on.
Did you put long crown back up? You forgot?
Yeah, you can't hear it?
Oh, no, you didn't bring it up.
I'm sorry, I didn't put it on.
Or another. I thought that it was interesting today that he ruled that the victims were victims, that he was going to take into consideration some of the testimony in regards to, the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, in regards to this conviction on the transportation to engage in prostitution. But I do think he did a very good job of being fair, addressing Diddy, saying this isn't the end of the line for you. You said that you had remorse. You said that there was reform. You still can do that, while also acknowledging the huge amount of trauma that these victims have had to endure on a public stage, no less. This is, one of the most high-profile cases we've ever covered here on Law and Crime, and I think he did so very eloquently.
So the judge, by the way, later on, we're going to have Elizabeth Milner out, and we're going to do a special sidebar episode with her because I want to know what it was like in that courtroom when this sentence was handed down. I want to know what it was like when Sean Combs delivered his words. So we're definitely going to get her on to talk about that. What I do want to say, I want to thank everybody for coming on, and I want to get some final thoughts. So
okay, well, I didn't get that. This is what the news is reporting. They're saying, hold on. The news is saying that he will get timed off, a year knocked off for time served or more, depending exactly how long he's been in custody, because of credit for time served, barring any special conditions or ruling to the contrary. So he will get at least a year knocked off or whatever it is for time served. As we reported, the judge already acknowledged that he would get credit for time served. So that's 3 years we're looking at. And what other thing? Let me see.
Yeah, I don't think I can say it's wild. But look, when he came into it, he was going to lose his fortune. They was talking about this RICO going wild. He have came a long way from that.
They said also that good time credit can cut down the sentence even further. I don't know what that is.
It's when just like the girl from Potomac got out early. When you work in the kitchen and you doing certain programs, you giving back and you on good behavior.
But it also said that he will serve no less than 2.5 years.
Okay.
So
Is
he's
that
still gonna 2.5 years with the credit.
with the year credit?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, y'all.
Damn.
Couple comments and then we're out. Perry, how do you feel? Say how you feel.
Oh, well,
since
no,
you
I
sat
would say
there
this
today.
though. Look, never put yourself in a situation where you're at the mercy of any judge. Period. Right?
Yeah.
That's the part we get to walk that thin line and be safe. But when he came into this whole thing, he was facing RICOs and everything. They were throwing the book at him. So, and some of the stuff, he put himself in these situations, in these rooms, with touching, putting hands on people. So, I mean, when you do that kind of stuff, sometimes it come back to bite you, right? And he still will be at a different prison if he decided to go to one of these luxury resorts. You know how they do it in the feds when you got money and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just glad it's over. That way, at least he know I'm facing this instead of
Over.
not.
It's over.
It's worse when you not, when you don't know.
Let me see. I have owe it to you guys to read some comments. How miserable do you have to be to wish more time on Diddy? Go brush your okay. That's my girl Sheila. Go brush your stink breath. Let's see what else someone says. Someone said go live. Y'all want me to drop the link? Okay, hold on. It's my job. I gotta sit here and let you guys talk. That's the whole basis of my channel. Hold on. Hold on.
But just, I mean, if people come up, you can't talk the P word, like about the leaders and stuff like that. Words you say.
I don't forgot how to copy the damn link. Hold on. Okay, there you go. I have not taken calls in a long time. Thank you guys for sitting with us. This was long, okay? Long. Thank goodness that they shortened it. Like I was complaining big time. Long crime just went off. Okay, so if anybody wants to come up, you can come up if you had anything to say. In the meantime, I'll read these comments. It's important for me to get out what everybody's thinking. He can do his teaching classes in jail now. Sounds like it.
Mm-hmm.
I would really do it. I would really do it. They really did. Talking about underage.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about all the rumors.
Well, no, I agree with that. No, I mean, it's like the last comment when they was like, Perry, you don't understand. No, I'm saying the media did hit him with all this different stuff. I'm just saying from this case, he came in facing RICO charges, forfeiture of all his earnings, right? I'm saying he came a long way from that. And to come out of here with 3 or 4 years, and then you still get the possible chance for a release or a appeal or whatnot. So
listen, we're dropping quickly, so people are tired. If you want to talk about it at a later date, I will allow everybody that opportunity. I think we're tired. Let's gather our thoughts, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Sounds good, Perry?
Yep. And people, I was going to do a story time tonight, but let's do it tomorrow. Yeah. About 5 or so. 5
someone came up. Someone came up. Okay. Oh, it's your friend, I think. Hi, TP. How are you? He's frozen. Can you hear us?
I think he might have a lag.
Okay, there's another person trying to come up. Claiborne. Okay. Is it our connection?
It may be theirs.
TP, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Maybe he's trying to fix his. And then the other one, no, maybe it's theirs. I'm not sure.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up now?
Sound off.
You can hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, go.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
He said,
how y'all been doing? It's been a long ride for Diddy, huh? Since the
birthday.
A long ride, yes.
Are you shocked?
Yeah. No, I'm not shy. What I I think it's the defense. His kids did a good job. Him apologizing, he had to do that. He had to show that leniency, and for consideration from the judge, that's what he had to do. And I think he really meant that from his heart, even if he didn't feel like he was 100% wrong. Because it takes two to tangle, right? So, my thing is what I think is going to happen. You said, Sherelle, don't go for the appeal, but I think he got to go for that appeal, because if he go for the appeal, all of that evidence that the judge had to consider, he can't use it in the appeal case. So he got to go appeal it. And remember, I told you that he gonna probably come out sometime October, November, but this is a setback from him, and I really think he's sorry, and sorry for letting his family and his kids down, because they all was criminals in this. And when you look at the victims, they got immunity in these deals, so they was criminals too in this
Oh
act.
yeah.
But I'm not saying that they wouldn't victims, but they committed crimes too, and it came out. And so I'm happy that he didn't get the 11 months like the prosecution wanted him to get, but I'm
Years,
glad
not
the
months.
judge yeah, but the judge gave him a bone and told him exactly what it is. So Mark and Nipolo and all them, is they going back to the drawing board, because they know what it is. It's on the court minutes. So when they go back, they're gonna be stretched, and he just probably gonna get probably another year in there, because he got to do 85% of his time. You got to realize,
Well,
you got to
wait,
look at him. He's a
TP. Why should they go back for an appeal?
reason why they need to go back for appeal is because that evidence that the evidence that the judge used against him, they can't bring it back in the new case. It only can
Oh,
be
okay.
for the 2-man act charges. All the video from Cassie, the stuff that happened with the balcony, the bad behavior, they can't use that no more. It got to be specifically for the 2-man act charges. So he got to go back for the appeal, and they gearing up right now for the appeal. If he don't come home in an after Christmas on an ankle monitor and do the rest of his time on a monitoring system. So he's sitting pretty. He ain't gonna be in there no 2.5 years. He probably next year he'll be out of them gates, but they'll have control over him with the ankle monitor for sure. They're gonna monitor him for the next year or two.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well,
when he get out.
I think you're right. He had to. I think what he said, he was accountable, and I think that he had to give him something for the victims, for Cassie and them. He had to do something, or it was going to be hell, or he was going to be fired, because like they fired Maureen Comey,
Yeah.
they was going to fire him. So I think this is the best he could do. People say he shouldn't stay in there, but this is the best he could do. And so it is what it is. I'm done with this case.
I mean, that's what the guideline reads. The judge ain't gonna go outside of the guidelines. So the judge did his job and did his part, and he satisfied the court. Okay, so can't get mad at judge. In this, it was all, but at the same time, if you're looking at some cases that they used.
You're fading in and out.
TP, you hitting a bad zone, bro. You hitting a bad zone right now.
Yeah. Let's just hang on. Let me let someone else talk to see if it clears up.
Okay, give me 5.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, SLE.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. I remember you. You and Perry were boys to the end.
We still boys. Okay. Yeah. So, of course, I was down in the chat earlier, and I'm just getting back. I saw the sentence. So, yeah. So what the judge basically did was just went right under the guideline at the bottom, I want to say, because I think he was between 6 and 7 years. He went right under, like 5, right at what, a couple of months over 2 years. I mean, over 4 years.
Yeah.
All All right, so normally what happened when you have this, of course, Diddy is already done, I think, maybe 13 months, I want to say.
I don't know the exact number, but yeah, somewhere around there.
Well, okay. So of course, you get the 85% with the feds, right? You're gonna get that right there. So I think he's probably looking at around 3 and some change, and if you're not that 13 on, okay, they all, and then you're looking at that, subtracting that, right? After you take the 2.5 months, basically it's like 2.5 months, 2.5 days per month. That's what 85% is. So if you take 2.5 days off per month, that's how much time he's gonna get off that 50. And then he'll get, I guess, 13 months off. So now you can basically slash that off that 50. Then what he'll be looking at is something once he get inside the federal system, they have one program. And I think that one program is called a drug program, which he definitely already fit everything about, right? So I think you get like 18 months for that program. That program is like 12 months off for the time, and then you get like 6 months probation. So he'll basically, you're looking at now taking out about 18 more months off that. So if you do those, if anybody's doing that math, because I can't see it right now. I'm just seeing you guys on the screen, but this is what he's looking at. So what we're looking at now, maybe about just how much? Because if you're snatching off 18 months, you're snatching off
about a
13.
year, maybe even 9 months.
Okay, that's what you're looking at. That right there is the perfect scenario for him. Okay, now what I wanted to say, okay, and I'm glad people are doing the numbers for me, you know what I'm saying, because we can get a good idea now. And that is what you're looking at, because that's exactly what it is, right? Because like I said, in the federal system, you can only get that particular program if you have some sort of substance abuse, right? So if you come in there and you don't have any substance abuse that's documented, then you're not going to be able to get that program. You probably can go in the drug program just because you want to, you're not get anything for it. You probably just get a certificate or something like that, but you actually have to have a problem, which he got a big one. So, like I said, and if you're looking at that, Sherelle, I think you said maybe like 8 months or something like that right there. That's what you're looking at after he finishes that program. Now, he have to go through a year. So he would definitely be in a year in that drug program. Once he get on a federal institution, you have to actually get in the program. They may fast track him. You know how it is with people with money. So he possibly could go to one. All federal institutions do not have the drug program. So he would actually have to go to one with the drug program. That's number one. Because if he goes anywhere else, it's hard to get transferred. Now, you remember that lady.
Let me stop you for a minute. They said something about putting him in a light prison, a white collar crimes.
Low security, low security, right?
Low security. You know anything about that?
Yeah. Okay. So a low security is like one step below. And I was just about to talk about. You remember that lady that Donald Trump
you can't say his name. You can't say his name.
Oh,
you can't say his name yet, but go ahead.
47. You remember 40? You remember 47?
You can't say that either. We call him they.
Okay. So you remember when that lady basically ended up going to a camp?
Yeah.
You're talking about that lady. Yeah.
She's in the federal system. All right. She went to a camp. She got a similar category. Matter of fact, hers probably worse than Puff, because Puff is at a low security. That's a category 1. I don't know exactly what she was, but you can't go from you have to have a certain type of security level to even get into a camp. That was absolutely incredible what she got. Now Puff, he's definitely eligible right now as I see, but when you have violence in your record, it's hard to get to a camp. However, you won't necessarily need a camp if he goes to a low. A low is just a place with like a fence around it, or a wall, if you heard that before, where people say, well, I'm going behind the wall. A fence is one where you have like a fence, like you can walk to a particular prison, state or federal, where you can actually see the prison through a fence, right? Okay, so if he goes there, it's just low security. You're there with white collar crime a lot of time, people that have less risk. But if he goes to a camp, these places you can literally walk away. They don't have.
Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
They claim he was so violent, but they put him in low security. He's
Right.
lucky because does the number 4 sound familiar? I have people in 4. It goes all the way up to Supermax, right?
Right. Okay, so he won't be going to a super rat because his category was a 1. You have to have like a category like 6 or 7 like that right there to get in something like that. Have to be really, really high, have to be violent, and you have to have a lot of time. You can't even really go to a camp with a lot of time. You need a lot, you need small amounts of time. You have to have almost no criminal history, which he got a strange case, by the way. So what he has is he has all the trappings of basically just walking into a camp. But because they talk so much about violence, which is what the prosecution wanted to do, they had to continue to talk about violence to give that judge the room he needed to give him some time. Because looking at this case, he really shouldn't have got much. And what I think the judge did was punt it. He wanted to punt because he's the first one trying somebody with this Mann Act. I think that once and another thing about appealing in federal court. It's not like state. It goes fast. He'll probably have his appeal. A judge, appellate court will have Puff's appeal within a year, without a doubt. So he'll be appealing that, but it just depends on how much he want to throw at the wall, because it's like they're throwing everything at the wall right now. He's only charged with the Mann Act. All the rest of that stuff they was throwing in there was just to enhance him into getting in a prison for as long as the prosecution wanted him. And I was disappointed because the probation office, they're the ones that recommends that stuff. They go through everything about Puff. I think they brought so many things in about this case to enhance him with violence, with a category 1. It just was strange, but they knew what they had to do. I think they all played their role. I think that's why Puff. I think that's why Puff put that stuff out about he's gonna do a documentary and all that. I think he found out at some point what the guideline range was, and he just was like, okay, so they're gonna throw everything at me. I'm gonna throw everything at them, because when you go before an appellate judge, you're not gonna get all this theater. They're gonna be dealing strictly with that Mann Act. That thing has to be dealt with, and I'm sort of glad, because now we get to see this Mann Act actually attack. This thing is crazy out here, and maybe he'll get out before that, because if those appellate judges look at this stuff and say, we don't want no part of this Mann Act, we don't agree with what's happening, man, he can be out of there quick, because that's all he's in there for. If they look at that and they say, okay, Cassie's her tape, it was too inflammatory, it was this, it didn't need to be in there, they could say that prejudiced the jury, or that could be like violated his right possibly. And they could look at that, and they could look at that Mann Act at the same time. Man, he's out of there. He won't have a charge, period.
Let me let Mr.
Sure.
Claiborne jump in, because he's speaking a lot. Do you think he's talking facts?
Hey, first of all, thank you for giving me the mic. I've been watching your coverage of this trial for the longest time, and I think there's a great injustice that's just happened. This whole thing, you had a one-man RICO trying to lock this man up for the rest of his life, take all his money away from him, all his assets. Other people were involved in this. Other people did the crimes. Other people did the drugs. Other people did the prostitution. And he is the only person. He's been in jail for over a year at a hardcore jail. This Metropolitan Detention Center. Everybody knows it. Some federal inmates having potential trial, they don't even go to this place because some judges won't send people to this place. So he's been going through hardship. I think 4 years for this crime, because he's only charged with this crime. They're letting other things seep into it.
Right.
And I don't think that's right. This brother's talking about the appeals process. The appellate court is not going to be like this. The appellate court, he's going to have some contentions. I don't know what his particular contention is going to be. The gentleman was mentioning some things, but they objected to numerous things. They can only attack on appeal what has been objected to in court and what they send the motions to. So they've got a multitude of things that could possibly appeal the case. But unfortunately, I think that 4 years for this crime is unjust. And I think it's unheard of. I don't think it's ever happened before. just for this particular crime. And it's really infantilizing these people. And Cherie, you keep on saying victim, but the jury says they're not victims. The jury in Submarinian's case right here, they said these people weren't victims. So I don't see how you could retroactively make them victims because you didn't get the verdict that you want to get.
Right,
You
right.
know, it's not about prejudice, it's about the law. It's not about passion, it's about the law. It shouldn't be about, how you feel. It should be about what the law is. And if you feel bad for what happened to Cassie, I understand everybody feels bad, but you shouldn't retroactively put somebody in prison because you don't like a piece of video. And I think that's really what happened. It's not about the prostitution. If it was about the prostitution, why didn't they lock the Punisher up? Why did they even bring the Punisher? Because the Punisher never left New York, and it's supposed to be a federal trial. And that was they only brought two people up that were actually into the escorting. They only brought two people, and one of them wasn't even transported outside of the state. So to me, it's just a travesty of justice.
Right. The reason I kept calling them victims is because it's just not Cassie on trial here. She's the face for DV, whether you want her to be or not. And they look at this totally different than how y'all look at it. They are saying they're tired of men with money getting away with their stuff. Because, even they, y'all know that name I can't say. They feel like he got away with stuff. And so these supporters of hers are just tired of injustices. Then we was talking about that riot that we had in LA during and it was a frustration of a lot of stuff for Black people, not just that one case. That's the same here with the DV victims. It's like they go through so much.
I agree with you, and that's reprehensible. But justice is supposed to be blind, and you're
Well,
supposed to be tried on the facts and what happened.
but then
And
also politics played had a hand in this too. They
right,
wanted a win under their belt because they came in and fired 46 attorneys in one day. And they said that is Fareed Bahara's regime, and now we're the new Southern District. And a lot of people were saying, how are you the new Southern District? They had a 98% conviction rate. Y'all couldn't even hold up a RICO case. It looked bad. So they had to fix it. So it's
It
a
was
lot.
bad.
It's a lot.
it was bad. It looked bad because it was bad.
It looked bad.
Because
I mean, they
they
fired
should
the
all be ashamed that they tried to lock somebody up for his entire life. So he was going to die in prison if they had their way. It's
Exactly.
reprehensible. It's reprehensible. They should all lose their bar licenses.
bar.
Bar. Yes, definitely.
Okay. Listen, I
They,
understand
they
both sides because I
because
am a woman.
when you're an attorney, you're supposed to be worried about the facts. This was like a social justice case, right? Like six ADAs, six white young female ADAs attacking just the optics of it. They wanted this for the optics. It was for the optics. And I think it should be for justice. And no justice has been served with this. None. If you want to try the man for domestic violence, figure out some kind of way to take it to a state court and retroactively turn back the clock. You would have been better off with that. But you don't
But
try
be
to put
prepared.
somebody in.
This is a huge victory. They're going to do their victory lap, and women are going to come out, and I'm just telling you what to prepare yourself for.
It
They're
might
going.
be, listen, it might be a victory, but it's not a victory for the Southern District of New York. They've got egg on their face and they've got blood on their hand. It's not a victory. Now, look, domestic violence is reprehensible, but charge me for what you want to charge me with, right? If somebody is a drug dealer and then you try to get him for tax evasion and he didn't evade taxes, that's the wrong charge. We
Right.
should get people on what they're charged with. Get me if I'm guilty. If I'm guilty and you prosecute me, you prosecuted me. If I'm not guilty and you prosecuted me, you persecuted me. Don't persecute me.
What about this last question? What do you feel about the appeals? You think it'll?
I think he's got a good shot. What we got to realize about the appeals process is it's not like this. It's not a spectacle. They're going to be looking at paperwork and oral arguments from attorneys. Like some appeals are public, but the federal court system, the whole way they do it, I think there should be more transparency so we can see it. We can't see anything. That's why we have so much prejudiced views, because it's not like the Johnny Depp trial where we can actually see what's going on. Hear it, take it in. We got to take somebody else's analysis of what happens.
Yeah.
But the good thing about the appeals court is a lot of times the appeals court overturns the on the trial court. But what I was saying, it depends on what his contention is. I think he's got some legitimate contentions that he could bring up, but I think he's got some great issues that can be brought up on appeal. But just like, for example, Donald Trump was found guilty
You're not allowed to
in the
say that.
trial court.
You're
Don't
not
say
allowed
his
to say
name.
Okay,
Okay, I got you.
okay, the
Mhm.
current guy,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
current guy.
that's it.
But on the appeals court, and they haven't came up with everything, but I know he was successful in one of his things, right? So what you want to do is you don't want to be overwhelmed with emotion, and you want to look at the law. And a lot of times when we look at the law and we're not biased, we can come up with greater solutions. And even you mentioned Maxwell. You know, she's
Now you're
got an
not allowed to say
appeal.
her name.
She's got an appeal. We can't say her name.
No.
Okay, Ghislaine then.
Say her. Yeah.
Just say
Okay,
her. Go ahead.
her. She's got an appeal with the Supreme Court now. She's probably not going to win, but she's got an active appeal.
I
Mm-hmm.
didn't know that.
Yeah, because originally they made a sweetheart deal with the guy in Florida. I guess I
Right.
can't say his name either. But the guy in
Yeah.
Florida, this it starts with the E and ends with the Steen.
Mm-hmm.
He had a sweetheart deal where everybody that was associated with his enterprise, he was taking a fall for them. So she still got
Oh.
prosecuted. And that's the basis of her appeal that's going on now. But I think Diddy has a good case for appeal. I think the appellate court will look at it. Just like Bill Cosby, for example, when he went in, his situation was resolved upon appeal. See,
Yeah.
you're not, when you get an appeal, you're not done. And I used to work in the correctional environment, the prison system, and I've seen a lot. You know, some people, they might not leave the prison, but they might get their sentence changed. They might be in death row, and then they might switch from death row and be in general pop.
Uh-huh.
Or some people can leave. It's all, it all really depends. A lot of people were railroaded. One guy, if you watch the movie Just Mercy with Brian Stevenson, Anthony Hinton in Anthony Hinton here in Alabama. He was actually Brian Stevenson was actually one of his clients. Ice Cube's son played him in that movie, but he was working. I walked him down to see his lawyer one time, and I was like, Brian Stevenson's your attorney? I was like, you got a great attorney. So, it ain't over. The fat lady has it, son. Lady Justice is slow, but she can see a little bit, and she might see on appeal that some of this stuff was just fluff and it just got out of control.
So as an SL, he's been pretty much saying the same thing that you're saying. The appeal has to happen. So I'm getting ready to go. My last question to you, SL, first. How long, if you had to take a guess, do you think he'll serve?
Well, like I was saying when I went through all that with you, he's probably gonna end up going into that drug program. So it just depends on how fast he can get on the yard. Once he gets on the yard, and able to get into that program, that's a year-long program. You have to actually get in there. Now, I'm sure that his lawyers are asking for that. I'm sure that they want him to go in there, but he also has to go somewhere where that program actually is. Because if not, then you have to get a transfer. They probably do that, and all that is doing time. You know what I'm saying? You're doing time that you could have been in the program. You actually have to get in the program. The program is like 12 months, and then you have 6 months of halfway house. That's how you end up getting.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Ooh,
And I
so you mean we'll be back for a damn appeal?
say again.
So we gonna be back, me and Perry, for an appeal?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, just like brother said earlier, with the federal court and your ways of being able to look into that, that thing is like locked down. You don't, you're not able to see
Oh.
them. I was wondering how is the media really gonna cover this? They may, because this is so high profile. And yeah, I think that he does have a great chance of that. Just like he mentioned about Bill Cosby. I mean, these appeal courts, they look at things totally different than what you just saw. This is not going to be happening. All this pomp and circumstance and things like they're going to be dealing with the law. They're going to be dealing with procedures. They're going to be dealing with your rights. And did you have a fair trial? Did this evidence come in right? How did it come in? How did you tie this in? Should you have
But
even
I have a feeling that the judge knows that. Do you feel
well,
that?
yeah, the judge, it doesn't matter because the judge that's a judge, that's not an appellate
Yeah,
judge.
okay.
And
Okay.
plus he probably those judges, they're gonna be running for office one day and things like that. I mean, this guy took that case knowing that he was probably gonna be the only one to ever do something like that. We was talking about that over and over again, how this case, this is not a case that nobody really ever done before. He's going down in history as somebody to oversee a case like that. And as far as that victory lap with those with the SDNY, they're taking a victory lap now. But I guarantee you, if this thing get appealed, if this thing get knocked down on appeal, they're not gonna be smiling after that. Because all this smiling right now, if you get that thing knocked down, you
But
saw
but,
how
but
people.
they have a win under their belt. You're saying that's gonna supersede the win? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, absolutely.
You don't
What I'm
agree?
saying is, as far as your career, because like a lot of times when you lose those things on appeal, a lot of those people that was looking for other things in their careers, because I mean SDNY was firing people right after the Diddy case. So it just depends. You can still lose things. Of course, these people got many connections, and it's not gonna hurt somebody like the average guy
Yeah.
to lose something. But when they lose something, it will hurt. And I mean, Puff is not no just anybody, right? And
Right.
also about him going to these levels, as far as these levels, like we still don't know exactly where he's gonna go. When you with the feds, they can send you to anywhere. So of course, his lawyers now trying to lock in on where they're gonna send him, because like you remember the guy that sings, well, you don't want to say a lot of names, but you know, but anyway, he got end up sending to another prison somewhere, and end up sort of having some issues. I don't know if you know that guy, sing a lot of good songs, a whole lot of black people
We
didn't
know
like
who
it.
that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that right there, going to a place that's not a worse place to be, if you know what I mean. That's not bad down there. That particular system down there, if Puff could get in that area right there, I mean that right there would be great for him. However, they're just trying to get him somewhere where they can get him, where he can get in that program and see what his security level is, whether he can be in a camp, because he could actually be in a place which I doubt, because they threw so much crazy foolishness, violence on him, that he could actually, he definitely just looking at it would be a candidate for a camp, but a low, of course, a low security. But I mean, just looking at his situation, I mean, he had a category 1, possibly go to a camp. I don't know if they really want to do that right there, because now he moves from the probation to the Bureau of Prisons, right? The Bureau of Prisons now is gonna like sort of pick where they wanted to go. But of course, you see people that got high profile. Sometimes they're able to go sort of where they like somehow. So
Right.
if he can get somewhere where he want to be and get in that program real fast and get that appellate going, then I'm saying he being in there probably like a year, a little more than that right there. Because I mean, just off counting it from this time, because he already 13 months in, I'm saying maybe about a year, a little more. But he needs to get to where he can get in that program, because his lawyers are already going to be filing all the paperwork he needs. He's not like the average guy. And I'm gonna tell you something about federal. He's gonna be in there with people just like him. Some of his peers are in there. Okay, those are
Yeah.
not your average inmates that he's gonna be around. I'm telling
Right,
you
right,
right.
right. Right.
This dude gonna be in there with his peers. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like a regular jail, you know. This is not what you think when you're looking on TV watching First 48 and you watching those movies. That's
It's not
the way
the first 48. He gonna have a
That's
bed in his cell.
as far as where they're gonna be living conditions. This is totally different. This is not like super extra hard time.
Is his cell gonna look like an apartment?
Depends on where you go.
It was a joke. Like, yeah.
I mean, the one in Texas looked like
I'm gonna
that.
tell you right now. Look, depends on where you go, because some of them literally just, hey, when they say you can just walk away, you can simply walk away at some of them places. Be gone. That's how simple it is. Yeah.
Well, look, y'all, I have not eaten in 8 hours. I've been sitting here 8 hours, but I appreciate y'all following my channel. Looks like we got to do it again for an appeal. I don't want the appeal, y'all. I'm tired. I'm tired. It's time to talk about Nicki Minaj. But if they do it, we'll come. It's time to talk about Nicki Minaj. I'm tired of talking about Diddy. But anyway, thank you guys for coming up. I really appreciate you following our channel, because we've been doing this. Oh my God, we've been talking about Diddy even before he got arrested forever. So at least, I don't know, maybe we'll be back at it on Monday. I don't know what's going to happen, but if they go to court or something goes down, we're going to cover it. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Guys. I appreciate it. And
y'all have any words?
Great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Bye, you guys. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Take care.
All right. Take care.
You.